All right.
No, no, sí,
Um,
weón, sí, hágale, weón, vea,
We're live.
eso es lo de menos, weón. Yo lo voy avisando, bueno.
c- yeah,
Dios lo bendiga, parce, yo... Ale,
okay.
melo, se cuida, weón. Ale, chao,
Yeah.
chao.
Yeah. We're live.
Yo, guys, what's up? Asado number 9, the real one,
Yeah,
because the
man.
other one is not an asado. It's an
Yeah.
interview with Lipton Matthews, but we out here.
A
It's the
personal.
post stream.
Yeah. So it is Lipton Matthews Raw. So this conversation won't be very academic. We'll just be speaking the truth. Yes.
Wagwan boy, how things Jamaica.
I'm good. I'm good. You know, it's
Good,
really
good.
funny. People like patwa. Like I'm a Jamaican and I speak patwa fluently, and there's a movement to teach patwa in school. And I think it's just utter crap. You don't teach what you can learn at
Really?
home. Like let me
Okay,
tell
yeah.
you.
Okay, fair enough.
Look,
It's like
look, look.
what we have kitchen Spanish.
Yeah. So for example, I am pro the Western world. I'm big on European philosophy and European economics. So there are people in Jamaica who say, "Oh, patois is no, not patois. English is hegemonic, and we need to teach patois because patois is just as good as English." Utter shit. Patois
Damn.
is a okay. They say it's a language, and I do agree to some extent. But patois is a combination of broken English, several Igbo dialects and other dialects from other parts of Nigeria, and many countries have a patois. There is nothing special about Jamaican patois. Nothing at all.
Damn. Okay,
And
okay.
yeah, but I guess I look. Blacks need to get over slavery. Like my ancestors were enslaved, so what? The Jews have been in Western civilization for centuries and they have endured discrimination, but they have still done well. Blacks were once slaves, and so what? Nothing special about it.
Damn.
It
Okay.
irritates
Damn.
me. Like, remember, this is Lipton Raw, so it's not an academic conversation, but it irritates me when blacks talk about slavery and colonialism. And do you know why it's irritating? Because it suggests that they're either dumb or disingenuous. The Persians built an empire, Axum built an empire. Empires are not unique. People colonize each other all the time. The Zulu Empire, yes, that's what they did. Like, blacks willing to get over themselves. They are annoying. I don't like it.
Well,
It really pisses me off. But yeah, you can't speak anyway.
uh, based. Um,
Yeah, yeah,
Damn.
you
That
can't.
that's
Haitian
crazy.
Creole has its issues where it's for the Frenchman it's impossible to understand, and I really wonder. Well, it makes sense why it would be difficult for Haitians to assimilate to French, but it's because of the language barrier, and it's
Yeah,
like
almost every language has a patois or creole. There's nothing unique about Jamaica having a patois. Like patois is spontaneous. Patois is cumulative. It is always changing. One guy called Cassidy maybe is dead. So there's the Cassidy system, and writers at the university in Jamaica. You say we can standardize patois. Utter bull. Patois is spontaneous. It's always changing. You can't standardize it. Jamaica has
well,
14 parishes, and there's a unique patois in all of them.
That's very interesting. Very. I actually kind of agree with you because the language of my forefathers, of my Caribbean forefathers, is definitely very similar to the one of your forefathers, but not 100% the same. For example, we don't say cell phone. I mean, my father wouldn't say cell phone in his Creole. He would say celular, right? Because we're kind of used to, or celular, pardon. Sorry. Because
cellular.
cellular means cell phone, right? So you say, boy, pick up your cellular, that ring there. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's kind of like a mixture between Spanish and English type thing. Now I'm saying, or for example, if you're gonna vote, you need your voter ID, right? And we call it cédula. But for example, my grandma would call it cedular because cédula is very similar to celular. I guess for her, right? So say, ah, boy, me forget me cedular fi vote. Bombo clap, me forget me
No,
cedular
yeah,
fi vote. Me
but
have to come back.
that's a Jamaican curse word.
Fair enough,
What
fair
you just
enough. Yeah.
did. I don't have a
Right.
problem with you swearing, but here's another issue again. Like Jamaicans don't understand that people are mocking them. Like there's a billboard in Jamaica saying Jamaica made for fun, and that's the problem. Jamaica is not made for science or business. They do well in entertainment. So these idiots jump up and say
Yes.
Jamaicans do well in entertainment and and sports. Well, obviously because you guys are laggards. It's quite simple. Laggards are
Damn.
often sports people. Building, creating Nobel Prize winners and entrepreneurs requires serious institutions. Jamaicans like to entertain themselves, so obviously they will make good sportsmen and women and entertainers. It's made for fun, not business, and that's
Okay.
bad.
Okay.
That's bad. It's like a professor was being interviewed and he said that Kamala's father is from Jamaica and he was a bit informal because Jamaican culture is informal, and that's bad. It's not viewed as a serious place. And back to
Understood.
the issue of
Damn.
patwa. If
Oh,
these
okay.
people have
That
the
that
brain, well, continue, Claude. You can continue.
okay. That's a very interesting perspective because I mean, in a way, we share a similar destiny, if that's what you're talking about, because Hispanics are also very much more focused on like the football, soccer, and like the music and all that type of thing. I'm sure you've seen Hispanics in those
Yeah.
type of environments thriving, but in other environments like exactly science and
Yes.
technology,
Is it
they're
a
not really
fast
thriving.
fast time preference, right?
In fact, they need
No,
divert.
no, yeah, exactly.
In the US, Hispanics need diversity programs just to get by, and it's a mess, bro. Like, I feel like we don't need diversity programs, but we
No, but
still like love to like push for them, which is not something we should be doing. We should be like the Asians, like the East
Well,
Asians. They don't need diversity
but
programs.
why is it so?
but
One of the interesting things I've noticed is that Asians are, despite crime in the Asian amongst Asians going up, against Asians going up, and the DOJ and the lawsuit that they had with Harvard,
yes,
they're gonna vote left. They're gonna vote
yeah, they will.
Democrat, and I don't understand why that is.
No, look.
You
It's
know,
not
like
difficult to understand.
Gibbs.
is it
It,
Unitarian Asian culture where
it's not difficult to understand. Asian culture is conservative, collectivist. They like to conform and they also follow rules. Why do they vote for Democrats? The Democrats have succeeded at painting the Republicans as old, racist white men, and most people believe that crap. It's really that simple.
Exactly.
Even blacks who are conservative vote for the Democrats. Why? They think that the Republicans are racist.
Mhm.
It's interest group politics. Politics is more than just voting. It's a form of bonding. The Asians are not as bad as some blacks and other minority groups as yet, but they're getting there. Even in this era of anti-Asian racism, who are the perpetrators? Black men, a lot of black men. There was a piece in the US Spectator debunking the argument that anti-Asian hate is about white people. No, many of the victims were harmed by black men. Minorities relative to their size in the population are more likely to commit hate crimes. But
Okay.
it's fashionable to hate white people. And white people suffer from pathological altruism. Whites are just so disgusting. Like if I were a white person, I would be yeah. If I were a white person, I would be ashamed of myself. Like you create men like Newton and Kant, and then prostrate yourself to Black Lives Matter. You are disgraceful.
Damn.
Yeah, you're disgraceful. Like you created Immanuel Kant. You started Francis Bacon literally popularized the R&D program. Like he was the first major advocate of research and development. You produce a man like that and then talk about BLM. BLM doesn't really care about black people. When black people are killed by other blacks, BLM does not care. They go to sleep. This black woman in England was shot by gangsters, and a black politician said, "Oh, racism is causing a problem in England." No, black people are killing blacks in England, and that's what they do elsewhere. They kill blacks in the Caribbean, they kill each other in America. And remember, we said that this program is not academic, so I will not be quoting statistics. People who want stats can go and read my articles or other people. So I won't be falling for the bait. We're going to keep it raw. But yes, blacks have a problem. They just cannot behave like ordinary people. The Irish,
Damn. Okay.
the
Yo,
Would
Irish.
you,
for,
Lipton,
for
would you
yo, for
agree
legal
that in
reasons, I gotta disavow, and you know what I'm saying, like Black Lives Matter, and like,
No,
damn.
but look, the Irish, the Italians, and even the Jews had problems when they first migrated to America. Anarchism was a big problem in America at one period, and the anarchists were white Europeans. But guess what? Over time, these groups matured. Blacks have been in America for a long time, and yes, they have made gains, but relative to other groups, they're still crappy. Why? I know it's not
Okay.
because of slavery, but since this is not an academic discussion, I won't be citing a study. But no, it's not because of slavery or Jim Crow.
I want to ask, are, are blacks in England doing better than here in the United
Okay,
States?
oh,
I
okay,
know
okay,
very
okay.
recently in
No,
London,
black.
the conservative mayor was a second generation from Jamaica,
No,
and
black. Okay, blacks in England of African descent do very well. Working class whites in England, compared to other groups, do poorly, especially in the arena of education. But blacks of Caribbean descent in England don't do as well, and it's quite obvious. It's all about IQ and cultural selection. Remember, because countries in the Caribbean were under British rule, it was easier for them to migrate. As such, any random no-brain person could have migrated to England, and we inherit genes and personality. Whereas in the States, until the 60s, immigration policy was very strict. So the blacks from the Caribbean who went to America were more educated and also wealthier. But England got the ordinary blacks who went to England because it was easier. So obviously, over time, they will not do as well because of culture and genes. That's my argument. Yeah,
the Windrush generation, right?
yeah, hold on. Yeah, the Windrush. Well, and the Windrush story is very interesting. So, as a libertarian, naturally I dislike the state. Therefore, if I migrate to England,
Base.
oh, let me continue. So, if I migrate to England and I'm told, okay, because you're part of the Windrush generation, you are a citizen, I am going to go through the legal channel to become a citizen. Only an idiot takes the state seriously. So the Windrush generation, no, I wasn't sorry for those people who were threatened with deportation. No, I think they're stupid. You never trust the state. If you're living in a foreign country, become a citizen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
agreed.
so no, I'm not. I lost no sleep because of the Windrush generation.
Based.
Yeah,
Um,
no, I don't like stupid people. So like this, some time ago, this man went to England as a boy, lived in England, work. At no point did it occur to him that he needed citizenship. He went back to Jamaica and decided to return to England and was told, "Oh, you can't come back because you're not a citizen." Eventually, he went back, but I'm like, "No, sir, you're an idiot." But then again, I don't read Jamaican newspapers because I think they're shallow and unserious, so I'm missing a lot of those stories. And no, I am not being polemical. They're actually shallow and unserious. Are you familiar with the satanic verses? So
Like
Salman Rushdie, yes.
yes,
So
from Salman
the
Rushdie.
guy,
Yeah.
yeah, man, yes, yeah. I said yeah, man. That's Jamaican. They like to talk
Yeah.
patois,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. Yeah.
I may speak some patois because Americans
It's
like
lips.
it. Yeah, it slips. So here's what happened now. Yeah, Salman Rushdie. The observer had a feature on him, right? No, I back then I had the benefit. I gave people the benefit of a doubt. Most people don't like to read. That's the truth.
True. True
The
that.
French, yes, true that. But let me. No, it's not the time for the patois. When I get upset, then you hear the patois. So I'm familiar with him, and I opened the paper and I'm reading. No, I was online, so I'm online. But then I had nothing to do, so I paid attention to the Jamaican media. So I'm online and I'm reading this story, and I'm like, oh, I'm familiar with the story, like most people. I looked at the comments. The people who tend to comment are usually more educated than average. And these idiots are like, the government is portraying Satanism and this man is the devil. They actually assume that the story was about real Satan, that he was promoting Satanism. They are dumb. Yeah, this is not a joke. They're that dumb. Guys?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
you're a bit
listening.
silent. Yeah, you're a bit silent. Yeah, but yeah,
No, no,
the,
I'm just trying to like absorb what you're trying to say, and
you're
it's
baffled that
very
people can be this stupid.
sorry.
Yeah, you're
No, I
baffled
mean,
that people can be this stupid. Like this, the man with a storybook. He's not an actual Satanist.
No, no, no. It's like yeah, the whole satanic versus thing is it's an interesting case for sure, and I've it's been a while since I last touched on that topic. It's quite interesting. I don't
Yeah,
know, Lipton. Maybe you've seen the video of Salman Rushdie talking about the difference between India and Pakistan. How India is this very colorful sort of society, and Pakistan is very monotonous and dark sort of thing.
mm.
I
But
don't know if you.
yeah, no, I'm not. I prefer to read. I'm not a video
Oh,
person.
okay.
Like
Oh,
I
okay.
would listen to a video, but lazy people like videos. I prefer to read. Yeah, listen to YouTube.
Damn, you.
Yeah, yeah. So all these idiots who go on YouTube and listen to long videos, you people need to go to school or read a book. You
Damn,
cannot get
homie's tell.
education from
Ho-
YouTube. You're a
homie's
waste of
telling me I'm
time.
stupid. Damn. It's all good. Okay, no, no, you're right. You know what, Lipton? Like low key, like no high key. You're right, bro. Like Hispanics gotta start reading books, bro. Like I'm not giving a good example out here because I don't really read books. Like, but I really should be like, and
are audiobooks okay?
Yeah,
Are they up to
audiobooks are
satisfactory?
okay. Yeah, audiobooks. No, not oh, sorry. I meant ebook. No, I don't care for audiobooks. Sorry, no.
damn.
If you want, yeah, no. When
Okay, but
we
like no, I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one because
like,
in the U.S. you have a lot of time to spare going from work to work, commuting. So it's
maybe
very
it's convenient
useful.
for some people. Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe it's
exactly.
convenient for some people, but I like to be aware of my surroundings. I am plugged in to my surroundings, not plugged out. So people with headphones are actually plugged out. I don't know what they're running from.
All right.
But let me
I don't think okay, fair enough.
yeah, let me continue with my stories. So
Yep.
at one point I was in what a bus or some vehicle, and this woman was on the radio, and they were talking about innovation, and I'm like, here again, some idiot discussing a topic that she doesn't understand. So the innovator apparently was some girl. The co-host was a man, it was a man and a woman. And the woman was like, "Oh, you're an innovator. You created a new product." And the man said, "What are you going to do with the product?" And the woman who said, "It's an innovation. You don't have to do anything with it." And I'm like, "No, you are stupid. Innovation means disruptive. If the product is not changing society, it's not an innovation." So little things like that just gets me crazy. People shouldn't be this stupid.
So, what does the intellectual class in Jamaica? What do they read or
I don't know if they read
turn
anything,
to?
I know they're into their feelings. They like to make wild speculation. So, like I was, there are people, okay, because it's popular in the West to talk about capping the pay of a CEO, there are Jamaicans who would run on that train. But I wouldn't say that there's an intellectual class. There are people who think that they're smart, but they're really annoying. I
Mm,
wouldn't say that they're intellectuals. Just like when we were talking about patwa earlier, you don't need to teach patwa in school. You don't teach what people can learn on their own. If you had a brain, you'd have done this: create a department, a BA in indigenous languages, and market the course to stupid white people who find everything about the Caribbean exotic and make some
fair
money.
enough.
Yes, white people find everything exotic, and that's
Uh,
good. That's one of the reasons why their culture is interesting. It's just like
Now
reggae.
that's true. I they really
Yeah,
do find
yeah,
everything
they find
exotic.
everything
That is true.
exotic. They're so annoying. It's just like reggae. Reggae was influenced by foreign cultural expressions, but it's a Jamaican art form. And there are these stupid people in Jamaica would say, okay, Jamaica produce reggae, but we make so little from reggae. So what? Producing an idea is irrelevant. If you're unable to commercialize a product, you are a waste. Jamaicans are people who believe that they should sit down and watch God work. I'm really religious, but if you want God to work, He gave you a brain, use it. When you lack business and intellectual acumen, of course, the Japanese and the French will monetize reggae. You cannot sit down and watch God work. He gave you a brain, you're supposed to work, and then you'll be blessed. But that's very culture. Sit and watch God work. So you open up the Gleaner, and there's a stupid headline: we're hoping that 2021 will be a better time, or we're hoping that God will help us through COVID. Jamaica's medicinal plants, do scientific research. God has given you a great island. Stop hoping and praying. Work, and then you can pray and you'll be blessed. So I divested myself from them. But then again, are you guys still here?
yeah, we're listening. I'm really
Yeah, yeah,
processing a lot
you're
of what you have
listening.
to say. You're
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
saying,
yeah. Young.
yeah,
I
you,
find young people to be very interesting. Like, young people are loquacious. They like to talk. They talk and talk, and they're the smartest person ever. But when you're having a real conversation, they just listen. You can't get them to speak again.
Because them youth them they talk rubbish, man.
Yeah, that's why
Rubbish.
you, yeah, you can't get them to speak again. But we're talking about Jamaican hoping and praying and whatever. Another example: the British government said, okay, there are too many people of Jamaican descent in our prisons. We're going to build a prison for Jamaica. Jamaicans say we are insulted. I say, idiots, you need a damn prison. You need a take the money. They refuse to take the money. Both parties rejected it. Now the clones are saying, oh, we need a modern prison facility because some man was in prison for 50 years without being tried. So obviously, the light bulb is not working. So I can't be bothered. That too much fake pride. When you're small and poor, you don't have much of a say. If you want to say, work. And yes, no,
yeah,
Damn. You
yeah,
speaking these facts out here, bro. Like you know I mean, you probably do know that that's very controversial.
it's no controversy means new and different. I'm not saying anything that's new or different. Yeah,
Well,
that's
in the literal
controversy.
sense, yeah, that's what it means. But you know what I meant. Like
Yeah, I
I'm
know
saying
what
like,
what, what you meant.
you're
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
get these
and
Afrocentrics,
yeah,
super
Afrocentric
triggered and
people are
shit like
stupid.
that.
No,
Oh shit!
no, Afrocentrics are jackasses. Do you know why they're jackasses? Because one, the better Afrocentrics are white men. So like Martin Bernal and Basil Davidson. I don't agree with all their views, but they actually took the time to write proper books. Blacks, look, as a young boy, I recognized that blacks like to speculate. So if I like at one point I said a bully is an insecure person, but then I did research and my arguments were disputed. So I said, you know what? I believe the data. But blacks just like to talk and feel good. I'm not picking on blacks. I'll get to other people soon. But
Yeah, that's also a very
Afro,
Hispanic thing to do. Yeah, we
yeah,
Hispanics, yeah, we
yeah,
do that as well.
Afrocentrism is nonsense. So Ivan Van Sertima wrote this book saying that the Olmec heads are black. Real academics debunk him. No, Ivan, what you're saying is untrue. One recently a journal published an article of that nature and the piece was retracted. Yet, despite the fact that Ivan is not taken seriously by academics, blacks still support him. Like as a student in Jamaica, we're actually introduced to ideas. Why I don't know. And yes, I see a commentator saying Afrocentrics don't know Africa. Of course they don't. These are not people's interest in the study of pre-colonial Africa. They just want to decry colonialism and caress their ego and say, "Oh, the Western world is rich because of the slave labor of our ancestors." Utter crap. Slavery is universal. The Romans had slavery. The Greeks had slavery. They didn't produce an industrial revolution. And please, people, I'm sure that there's some idiot who's going to drum up that Marx quote saying that, oh, those ancient classical societies could produce a lot because they had slave labor. No, I'm not interested in that crap. Marx wasn't even a good economist. But yeah, people like to talk shit all the time and it pisses me
Also,
off.
to add to that, it's very important to know that the ancient Greeks actually had plans to invent the steam engine, but due to the fact that slavery was so profitable at the time, they kind of decided not to. Now, the world would have been a very different place if the steam engine had been invented in ancient Greece, because as we know, the steam engine was invented in the Industrial Revolution. But we had the blueprints of that well before.
Yes,
As humanity, we exactly. So slavery, if anything, slavery has been a sort of paperweight on human advancements and innovation, because everything back in the days was either made or maintained or whatever by slaves, and that was very labor intensive. But obviously we've developed these labor saving devices, like as I previously mentioned, the steam
yes,
engine, and you had other inventions too, like the combine harvester, which made slavery redundant. So exactly, I definitely do agree with you on that part.
yeah. As we said in another As we said in a previous interview, slave societies could accommodate instrumental innovations, but not transformative ones. But then we're wrath, or not being too academic. But one writer, his name is Lucia Russo. He has a book on Greek science, or which rose and how it died. The Greeks were more theoretical than practical. They like idea for the sake of loving ideas. They were less interested in applying ideas to solve practical problems. But again, we're not talking about the Greeks. And it must be noted that, in fact, the Greeks were influenced by foreign societies, including Egypt, but they didn't steal anything from Africans. Again, only dumb society is not rejuvenated by a superior culture. And that's why I like the West, because the West is easily influenced by foreigners when they have a brain. It's just like Mali, Songhay, and Ghana. People love to say, oh, they were African empires during the medieval ages. And I'm like, yes, but they were
Mali
influenced
was
by,
brutal.
yes,
Mali was
there was a
brutal.
Khalifa. Oh, they have a brain. There was a king in Mali called Khalifa who was very wicked. He would kill people for fun, like Leopold of Congo. But Mali, Songhay, and Ghana did well, and they were Islam. I did not, in fact,
Exactly.
yeah, yeah, outside of North Africa, i.e., Aksum, Alodia, and some other Nubian kingdoms and Islamic Africa, there was not much in Africa. And don't tell me about iron making. So what if Benin made iron? Many countries made iron.
That's what I'm trying to tell these Afrocentrics, bro. It's like most of what was invented in Africa or was pioneered in Africa or whatever, it came from a different civilization. So Ethiopia, that's more like
Yeah,
Christianity. Exactly.
Christian. And the
Mali, that's
Ethiopians claim Jewish.
Islam.
The Ethiopians claim Jewish ancestry, but they're not Jews. The Kebra Negas is just a fictional book. Let me get the
Well,
Kebra.
okay, I don't know about that.
Yeah, the Kebra Nagas. This is a fictional book
So
chronicling
wait,
it.
you're
You
saying
can
that
go
there,
ahead.
sorry, you're saying there's no such thing as Ethiopian Jews, like
No,
the
the
beta
Ethiopian. No,
Israel.
no.
That's not a
Based
thing.
on no. More some Africans do have Jewish ancestry. The Igbos claim Jewish ancestry, and the Lemba. And years ago in the New York Times, there was an article giving
Igbos
credence to
claim Jewish.
Yes, the Igbos
What?
claim Jewish ancestry, but the
Well,
Nah, they tripping,
yeah,
bro.
the Ethiopians are not Jews. The Ethiopians are not
Igbo
Jews.
claim Jewish,
Uh,
bro.
Yeah,
Don't. Nah, you
the
lying, bro.
Sephardics,
Like what?
yeah,
but the
but
Sephardics
No
in
way.
Morocco have the Sephardics in Morocco. They went back to Israel, Nigeria, these places.
yeah, but the Igbos may have a stronger claim than the Ethiopians. Like the Kebra Nagas is fairy tale. It's not real.
mm,
Yeah,
Well,
it's just fiction.
it's a learning experience for me.
Yeah,
Yo,
but
yo, guys. But anyways, yo,
And
I wanted to presentar a Fonz into the panel. I'm sorry, bro. It took a bit of time. Hey, good evening, Fonz. What's up? How's it going, bro?
hey, what's going on, man? I'm listening to you guys talk. For the most part, I'm just reading a book right now. I'm staying in the background. It's
That's good.
very
No, no,
interesting.
Joe, bien, gracias. Yo sí, I'm, doing my birthday shit. Like, I already know what's up, man. Like, Lipton dropping the
Fonts,
facts.
What are you reading? We need more Hispanics to read books
Well, I'm
because
reading. It's called The Native Conquistador. It's it's an account by a native conquistador, but it's edited and translated to English. I wanted to pick it up and read it. I wanna see
the
what it's
native
about.
conquistadors that went to the Philippines
Yeah, because you spick
under
fucks are not
Well,
reading
this is
enough,
about a
bro.
specific account about a man that helped take Tenochtitlan.
Dope. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
just kind of going through it
That,
right now. But that's
that,
very interesting about Ethiopia because I did notice that
yeah,
the king used to like to style himself the Lion of Judah or whatever.
yeah. So
yes,
all right,
sir.
the Ethiopia is an ancient dynasty. The Solomonic myth was emerged during the medieval ages.
Hmm,
That the Ethiopian monarch is a descendant of King Solomon, and it's popularized by the text, the Kebra Nagas. But the Kebra Nagas, according to real academics and intellectuals like Stuart Monroe, it's fictitious. It's not. It shouldn't be taken seriously.
interesting. I gotta definitely look into this.
Yeah.
Like all sides, like. But I guess that's like the consensus right now. That I guess that's gonna be it, huh?
Yeah, but people believe a lot of things that are untrue or dubious. So, for example,
Oh, of
did
course.
did Thomas Jefferson impregnate Sally Hemings? More than likely, no, or maybe we don't know. The evidence is not overwhelming, but you read that in books all the time.
Yeah,
Thomas Jefferson impregnated Sally Hemings. No, many historians disagree with the claim.
yeah. There's just a lot of stuff that gets lost out there just because time passes. You know what I mean? It just
Yeah, and then, do you know what's funny? The atheists think that they're so smart. Like they always jump up and say the medieval church ruined science. Look what they did to Galileo. Galileo, like many brilliant men, was an arrogant cunt.
yeah.
Galileo supported the ideas of Copernicus, but he did not have strong evidence at the time according to the medieval church, and that created a conflict. Galileo was punished how? House arrest. He stayed at some estate. The Galileo story is an exaggeration, it's an embellishment. And no, during the medieval ages, people believed that the earth was round, not flat. The fable of the flat earth was propagated by Washington Irving and John Draper, anti-Christian nut jobs.
Damn. Okay, yo, I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
even
That's
know about
that's.
that.
Well, I mean, I haven't studied that the Galileo himself, but
Yes,
that's basically what I heard. I
the
basically
medieval
heard he was a dick and he pissed
church
off his friend who like
wasn't
was
that
once his fellow scientist,
bad.
and his friend was
Oh,
now the Pope.
let me tell you what
Lipton, I think you're breaking up.
let,
Are you guys
Yeah, you're
hearing
breaking
let
up,
Lipton?
but
me tell you what hindered let me tell you what hindered the development of the mid. Yeah, let me. Yeah,
Go ahead.
the Pope. Yeah, he had a problem. With Pope.
oh, it's breaking up.
Yeah, the medieval, the the medieval church. No, I can't come back now. Yeah, I'm back now. The medieval church was obsessed with Aristotle. So yes,
Do you guys hear me?
I hear
Yo,
you well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well. Nah, I was just, I got the Columbia internet, so
yeah, I was breaking up right
yeah.
now.
I mean,
So,
Lipton, you saying a lot of controversial stuff. Hopefully you're
and we
ready
need
for
to
the
hear you. We need
backlash.
to hear you well.
Oh
So,
shit. So yo,
you muted
sorry.
him.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Hold up. Let me unmute him. This might take time because my internet's slow.
Yeah, they hate when you speak facts, and Limpton is speaking facts right now.
Yo, Lipton, I
Um,
unmuted you, bruh. Like I don't know what's. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Okay, there you go. All right, you're back. You're
yes,
back,
can
bro.
let me continue. Yeah. So I'm a polite person, but I can't do shit like if you're going to have me on a show, it has to be done properly. So let me continue with Galileo. So the medieval church was obsessed with Aristotle. So yes, the medieval church hindered science because of its fascination with Aristotle, not because of religion. For example, he taught that the earth had some natural essence allowing it to act on its own accord. There was also the belief that the heavens were superior to the earthly realm. These are Aristotelian ideas that were repudiated by the church. So, in a sense, because of the conflict between Christianity and Aristotle, we got modern science. It's called the Yackee thesis. Stanley Yackee was a brilliant Hungarian scientist. He has a book, Science and Creation. We're not going to talk about it now. This is just some name dropping. So people who claim that they like facts can Google Stanley Yackee or Pierre Duhem. Duhem. It's French. Pierre. Remember, we're raw and cut. But yes, I don't like atheists. I think they're silly.
Can you type it in the chat, please?
Oh,
So
Pierre. All right. So you can look him up. Pierre
thank you.
Duhem and Stanley Yaki. I think. Well, I'm going to say Jackie because I'm not from Europe, but Stanley was a brilliant physicist and theologian. Yeah, so the medieval scholastics battled the Aristotelians, and we ended up with modern science. The story is more complicated than this, obviously, but yes, the church wasn't the enemy of science. The church built the medieval universities. The eyeglass was invented by a priest. Another monk discovered the cause of rainbows. The medieval church was a plus for science in some eras. But atheists, because of pride, just cannot accept the truth. Sheer pride. But at the same time, Christians are equally bad because if you're serious about your faith, why do you need to prove the existence of God? That doesn't make sense. Like I like Aquinas, he's smart. Duns Scotus' argument in favor of God is really complicated. But if God is real, obviously it's bigger than science. So why would you use science to prove its existence? That doesn't make much sense. It's either it's either Christianity is faith based or it's purely reason based. There can be a synthesis, but faith should trump reason. So
That's
Christians again continue.
Yeah, that's a very good question. That's why I don't get into theological debates about whether God exists or not, because I mean it's kind of like you get it or you don't. It's That's kind of what religion is. I mean, religion is a faith-based system, and if you're not someone who adheres to faith as a general principle, then yeah, maybe religion is not the thing for you. Maybe you might want to go into secular ethics because that might appeal to you a bit more. But I mean, I guess in that regard, I would agree with you. I guess I might disagree with you on the fact that religion is 100% faith based. I would say that it's all there's also philosophy involved in there,
Of course.
which is more reality based. I have a very, I don't want to say interesting, but like I have a very personal view on religion that it's really it's kind of like your personal thing. You know what I mean?
It
Like
is.
it's hard to explain. Certainly, like it's hard for me to explain why I went from an atheist to a believer. I mean, a lot of it had to do with experimenting with different substances, let's put it like that, and realizing that the metaphysical is real, that it's not just imagination as I previously used to believe, that the metaphysical is an area of study that you can't just neglect because it doesn't fit your five senses. But
Yeah.
again, I don't want to get into the weeds here. I don't want to get into my personal beliefs. I kind of wanted Fonz to talk more about that subject because he's more versed on that and he hasn't talked for a while. Fonz, what do you have to say about that?
You
Font
muted.
is font. Oh, he's muted.
Yeah,
No,
you can.
sorry about that. Yeah, I'm
Yeah. Hello, fans.
Hey, what's going on?
We wanted to hear your views on religion. Claus wanted to know.
Oh, we
I,
have Charles here.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
they need to unmute themselves. Like, why are they on mute?
jeez, I really don't like to give my view just because I don't think I'm like no one to give an opinion on this.
All
Like
right, we're not forcing you, fans. It's
no,
okay.
it's fine. It's just because I'm like look, I have a faith, right? But the thing is, I'm basically an inquirer in what I believe. I'm not even a full layman. Does that make sense? Like
You're
I don't want to be.
basically what?
I'm a. I'm not even a. I'm not even an actual layman yet in the faith I believe in. I don't want to like destroy, give a bad account of the actual position. If that makes any sense.
Okay, okay. But do you know why I like Ayn Rand? Because she rejected Christian ethics. Atheism is not a moral, philosophical, or ethical system. It's a negative proposition. The belief that evidence for the existence of God is very, very low. If you're a true atheist, believe in science and reason, and you shouldn't have much interest in saving the world or egalitarianism or the poor. You don't have to love people. So atheists want to be rational, but at the same time, they refuse to dumb Christian ethics.
Oh yeah, it's. I
And
guess you
life
could
has
say
no
it's.
meaning. Life, if look, I don't have a problem with an atheist declaring that we're just matter, and as a result, life can have no meaning. If you're an atheist, be bold in your atheism. Why would an atheist want to have a life with meaning? Life can be meaningful without having meaning. So let's say you're a doctor, your life is
Uh,
purposeful, but it doesn't have a greater metaphysical meaning, and that's okay. Why do atheists want to be religious but not spiritual? I think it's just bunk.
I think it's just the fact that man is religious at his inner core, and then he's gonna believe in something. It's he's
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
he'll call himself an atheist, but in reality, he'll believe in some convoluted shit that makes no sense.
hey,
It's
hey
weird.
guys, hey guys. So I wanted to greet Charles to the panel. Hey, what's up, Charles? How's it going, man?
Hey, it's Carlos. But
Hey, Carlito.
Well, it says Charles here, man. All right,
so
Carlos, what's up, man? How you doing?
no,
How's Miami?
I've been sick lately. Um, I'm that type of person that when he gets sick, I start to get like delirious. I don't know if that's a word, but yeah.
Oh,
Delirious?
Homie's got the
Yeah, yeah,
Rona.
Yes,
pretty
it's
much.
a word.
Yeah, I don't know why it has been like that since I was a kid. So
No, you know what it is. I sort of like I kind of get what you're saying. When I feel sick nowadays, I feel like this could be my last moments on planet Earth. So I always do like I always be so extra when I'm sick. Like when I have a cold, like I'm extra nice to everybody and like, hey, good morning, that type of shit. Because I always feel like it's gonna be my last day on Earth type shit. Like I don't know why I think like so. Maybe you have a similar thing. I don't know.
Oh,
but in
I,
the
I
in
I
see
know.
regards
King.
with
Here,
what
King.
let me give you basic my rundown. My rundown is
Hold on,
basically.
hold on. Let Carlos talk because he's
It's gonna be
new.
quick. It's just
Okay.
I have one presupposition. That's God exists, and everything else falls from there. I don't make it complicated. You know what I mean? That,
Amen.
Yeah,
Amen.
but I see one of your blogger. He sounds like he likes Plato. He believes in a great being, like that magical hand ruling the world, the one. But I don't think that he can join the conversation.
oh.
Yeah, it's called what's his name? Well, the Chinese looking fellow. But yeah, back to religion and people and stuff. So, oh, the Afrocentrics. Afrocent. All of you are muted.
We're listening.
Yeah, we're
Just,
listening.
we don't
Yeah.
want feedback on the mic.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not a techie. Like I'm young, but I'm not a techie, so I don't know. So like, if you listen to my YouTube videos, they're not edited. I just post them and move on. But yeah, back to the Afrocentrics. Do you know what's funny? Really hilarious when these people say Christianity is a white man's religion. I laugh. Why would I laugh? Because Christianity experiences great synthesis in North Africa. The early Christian scholars were from North Africa, like Saint Augustine. They weren't from Europe. It's just that Europeans appropriate Christianity. So again, Afrocentrics really need to learn African history.
Yeah, and right now with decolonial
Yeah,
theory,
yeah, 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 that's
decolonialism.
crap. Like I don't look. There's no need to decolonize the curriculum because white people like to comment on other cultures. Most of the Africanists I have read are white men. White people are more likely to study Africa than Africans studying white people. The problem
Interestingly,
is
Marcus Garvey had an obsession with Western
yes,
stuff
I
that he
hear that.
wanted
Yeah,
to implement in Liberia.
yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
I don't think Marcus Garvey is necessarily like a in the decolonial theory
No,
canon.
Marcus Garvey was Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that. Yeah.
I was interviewing Gregory Hood of American Renaissance, and he brought up Marcus Garvey, and I find it interesting that the more I speak to people on the right, they seem to like Marcus Garvey. Like Marcus Garvey wanted black people to create civilizations that were similar to the West. He loved Western philosophy. He read Aristotle. He read the Church Fathers. Garvey wouldn't be in support of this decolonization crap. And then the only point of decolonization is to attack white people. You can't teach Immanuel Kant and Confucius at the same time, but they want to get rid of Kant. So
No,
no.
yeah, I've
Yeah,
noticed
facts.
they're extremely anti-Kantian, although they don't seem to be um they're Kantian, but they are anti-Kantian, but at the same time they don't seem to escape from Kant neither, like
Because no
everyone
no no
else.
no no Kant provided the best non-religious justification for human dignity. He's yeah that's what I like Kant for several reasons. I'm a fan of Kant duty based slash what some refer to as deontological ethics. But if you're a serious critic of religion, you should build on the work of Kant. And I don't care about Kant's views on non-whites. I'm not very emotional. No, so that's not my problem. So some people are racist, so what? If his idea
But
is good, I like it.
I feel when decolonial theories mention Kant's racism, it's such like an accidental part of a system, though, for me.
Yeah, it's ancillary.
Yeah, and
It's,
and
it's
they
nothing.
focus too much on these types of like insularisms and accidentalism of people like Hegel or people like Kant, that they just create this huge, oh yeah, the big racist ghost of Kant, when it's not necessarily like that. Also,
Yo,
I find,
yo,
I mean, even in decolonial theory, at least Latin Americans, for example, a bunch of them, the book of Fanon, uh white,
Black
black
skin,
skin.
white mass.
Yeah, I will say that the decolonial theories are pretty much black mask but white skin, you know what I mean? So it's just like white people pretending to be indigenous. In fact, Walter Mignolo, which is this huge decolonial theorist, right? In order to justify the fact that, in order to rationalize the fact that he's like a white Argentinian guy who went to one of the best universities in France, in order to justify that he's also oppressed, he said that he's an immigrant and he has an accent. So, but he works at Duke at the same time. So it's like, yeah, you're oppressed. Like, how the fuck are you oppressed?
Klaus, by chance, where did he go?
I don't see him right now.
where did who go? Lipton? He probably
Yes,
ditched. Oh, hold up. He probably
backstage.
disconnected. No, he's not
Oh, we need.
backstage. No, he's not.
Oh no, we need him back. He was being very cordial with us.
No,
Yeah.
exactly. I think it's very interesting if Carlos and Lipton could have a discussion together, because I think you guys would definitely vibe off of each other's ideas
But I
and all
think
that.
I don't. I was about to say that I don't think. I mean, atheists, they can have like a transcendental view of life, but just not. I'm thinking of about like Gustavo Bueno, and he wrote this El sentido de la vida, the meaning of life, right?
Okay.
And he basically, it's not exact. It's not. He does. I will say it's more like a pagan view of the meaning of life. Write a book, have kids, and just like it's basically going back to the idea of fame. You know what I mean? Um. So the idea of although it's not an individual thing, you're going to die individually speaking. But what Gustavo Bueno was trying to say is that is your legacy, right? As a writer, as a person, you know.
Well,
So
right. So there's a meaning of a life.
I don't usually agree that necessarily like atheists are necessarily going to have like a meaningless life, because I
Because
don't.
Gustavo Bueno was culturally Catholic, but he was an atheist. He just
Yeah,
had
he defined
regards to.
himself. He defined himself as ateo católico.
Oh, you see, when I think of atheist, I think of a straight empiricist. That's
Yeah,
and
but
someone like that
not
is more
all
influenced by something else. 'Cause
not
they're
all
not.
not all atheists are empiricists, though.
I mean, if anything, I would say that a significant amount of nowadays atheists are not even empiricists at all. They're
No, I agree. They're not actually
blind
atheists.
faith believers. Because the atheists of back in the day, we got to give them credit. They were quite skeptical of a couple of things that maybe us Christians got wrong, type shit.
Yeah, I'm back, guys. I'm back.
So, hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, the
So-
electricity went out.
Oh, I want
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
to say,
when you live in a developing country.
it's okay.
Yo, same.
I wanted to say that I don't think that being an atheist necessarily implies not having a meaningful life. Because I was thinking about this Spanish philosopher. His name is Gustavo Bueno. He was a very atheistic guy, and he wrote this book, The Meaning of Life, in which he tries to recover like this sort of like pagan idea of fame, you know, fame in the sense of having a legacy, as a writer, having a legacy as a person. Um, so even if you died, so he makes this distinction between being within the person and the individual. So he says that the individual dies, the biological individual dies, but the person ne- do not dies. The
Yeah.
biographical person.
Okay.
So I think like um, atheists could have like a meaningful conception of life, not necessarily metaphysical, but a meaningful one, as long as they like recover this sense of fame in the pagan sense of the word, of
Who was
course.
speaking? Font? Was that Font?
No, that's me. That's
The
me.
Carlos.
Or Carlos?
Carlos.
But I like your point. Let me tell you why. Many modern atheists are fans of the pagan way because paganism is an aristocratic philosophy. It teaches us that to be important one must achieve, and this is why Christianity is so exceptional, because human dignity is unmerited. So Kant was interesting, but Kant said humans have dignity because of our capacity to reason and analyze. In other words, we're above animals, therefore we have human dignity. But Christianity is very simple. You are a creature who is worthy because God loves you. It is unmerited. And I think that's the appeal.
No, yeah, but in the end, but Kant, it's sort of Kant. It was, and as you said, it's like a secular, a flip of the idea of the human dignity because God loves
Yeah,
us,
yeah,
right?
secular dignity has to be earned. It's not unmerited. So God dignity is based on grace. He loves us, and because He loves us,
Hmm.
we have dignity. We were made in His image.
But in the end, but in the end, Kant the pagan dignity is one that you achieve, right? But in the
Yeah,
end, the Kantian one is like the flip because you are a rational being, right? You deserve
yes.
human dignity.
It's
So,
not just based on achievement alone, but the fact that all humans have the capacity to achieve, but it's still very elitist.
hmm. Well, because of in what aspect do you think
Yeah,
is
so
that
it's based on reason and rationality. So, for
Mm.
example, someone who's disabled, because he's a human, if he had the potential to achieve, he would have dignity. So, this disabled people have dignity because of the so-called potential to achieve. And by disabled, I'm not talking about someone who's a wheelchair. I'm talking about a debilitating ailment.
Mm-hmm,
So
mm-hmm.
one who's unable to speak or write or do much for himself. That human being is just an anomaly. He has dignity because he's a human and humans can achieve and reason. So but looking at Kant properly, such a person shouldn't have dignity because he cannot reason in the real sense. But because he's a human, we grant him that dignity. So we're suspending our belief that he's disabled. But Christian dignity is unmerited. You don't need to do anything to acquire it.
No, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's the appeal. With other systems, people are dignified for a reason. Like Christianity is easy to understand, simple, and simplicity always win. And then we can always point to the atrocities of atheism, like the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, or North Korea. If atheism is so good, why don't atheistic states perform well? And please don't mention Scandinavia. Many countries in Scandinavia are influenced by religion. The church built the schools, but fully.
I think Scandinavia is this huge. For me, I don't have any sympathy for Nordics. For me, like the when for me socialists are in some way like the new Nordicists in the U.S. for example, when they talk about Scandinavia and the Nordic model and how much
Yeah.
they love them, like Bernie Sanders.
But
And
Scandinavia is not really socialist, though.
no, yeah, I know, but it's like this social democratic hellhole or
Yeah.
something like that. But I think Scandinavia for me is this huge myth, um, especially because it was built, those social democratic states were built on the basis of eugenics, and that's an
Yes,
important.
eugenics very important, especially in Sweden. They sterilize a
Hmm.
lot of people.
And that's it, and there was a strong connection between social democracy and eugenics and the eugenic movement. Progressivism was an eugenic movement. Um,
Hey guys, I
And
just
then,
wanted to greet El Jefe into the
oh,
stream. Hey
hello,
Jefe, what's up, man?
LFA. Yeah, he's unmuted.
El
And
Jefe might be under the influence right now. So let's be.
yeah,
Buenas noches, Iki. ¿Estás
Oh,
qué,
but I think
yeah.
pariente?
but I
¿Qué
think what's
hay?
what
Yo,
but I think what's
acá.
important is that um
Dale, Janiel, tira la tuya.
the hola Inquisitor. What is important is
Saludos.
that the 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 countries that oppose eugenics were precisely the ones that had a strong Catholic presence of the Catholic Church, of course. Um,
Of course.
in,
I certified that. Inquisidor certified.
yeah, in contrast to those countries, like in contrast to like more Protestant or even more secular countries like Northern Europe, right? So,
But that paralleled into America, where the Scandinavian Lutheran that went to Minnesota
yeah.
is just as an atheist, or they're just hyper liberal in the sense, progressive, right? And then yeah, like as you were mentioning, Carlos, where the Mediterranean or the Catholic parts, the parallel here in the United States are where you'll find Catholicism or a sense of religion.
but I mean the New York, California, Miami. I don't think they're like
Oh well, those fair enough.
yeah.
But Protestant, I back to your point in relation to eugenics and socialism. Many people who say that they're socialists like to talk about equality, but implicitly socialists are elitist. So, for example, when Lenin said that he wanted to improve man to the level of Marx, that was a very elitist statement. Many of us don't have the potential to become Marx. We will never be a Newton or Immanuel Kant. Why can't we just be ordinary people? Why do you want the average state of man to be the greatest man? Why can't man be just why can't man be normal?
¿Quién es este
But I
tipo?
wonder, do you have anything? Are you opposed to elitism?
If I'm opposed to what?
Elitism.
Elitism? No, I'm actually quite elitist. I'm just saying that the socialists are elitist. They just don't admit it.
No. Exactly. I find that although some socialists admitted, I think in the end, Leninism is a form of elitism to a certain
It is.
extent.
It is.
The Vanguard Party, it's basically just a bunch of intellectuals taking power of the Russian.
And why do intellectuals want to make man in a new image? Accept man for what he is, a flawed creature.
So, do you think?
De acuerdo.
Why do you
Y-
think there's a relation between the intellectual class and socialism, though?
Why I think there's a relationship between the intellectual class and socialism? Let me
Yes.
tell you, socialism is actually quite conservative. Capitalism is disruptive. It's innovative. Socialists want to maintain the natural order where people embrace their space and class. So, for example, the socialists did not support women during the early years. They preferred women to stay at home. The socialists had a problem with ordinary people acquiring consumer goods. Socialists fear disruption. They want society to remain comfortable and stable. And capitalism is disruptive. So socialists are actually conservative, and conservatives are liberals. Well, originally the word liberal connotes a different meaning today, but originally a liberal was one who had a more emancipatory view of life. pro-market, pro-constitutionalism, pro the rule of law, whereas the conservatives had an aristocratic mentality. Socialism is closer to the aristocratic mentality. They just don't know it.
But in the end, in the end, you can have like these sort of like ideological politics, but in the real politics, and I think this is and in this sense, I'm Aristotelian. There's always going to be people that govern and people who is
Yes,
governed. You know.
exactly. So the concept of natural slavery is amazing. I don't support slavery. I doubt any of us want to be enslaved or would support enslaving someone else. But the truth is that some people have a personality that does not predispose them to being powerful. So, in that sense, some men are natural slaves. So, I don't fault Aristotle and his argument with natural slavery because some of us have the personality of a slave.
I'm trying to catch up
Slave
here,
mentality.
gentlemen. Sorry to interject, but I believe I saw an Asado going on earlier, and then by the time I tried to join it, it was over. I ended up going in Radical's thing, which I think it was, I did good. Check that out for like an hour and change, and then now I saw that Klaus was streaming again. But catch me up, gentlemen. I see we have a guest here at the. I'm not
Yeah,
sure from
we have a guest.
India or Jamaica or
I'm from Jamaica.
from
I am
Jamaica.
from
Okay,
Jamaica, yes. But
Chévere,
guys,
okay.
the conversation is becoming really intellectual and should have been uncut. You just had to become little nerds.
Hey, it's
Yeah,
all
I
good,
don't
bro.
think there's
Like,
any editing
ain't-
on these
I ain't
lives.
streaming in a while, so I gotta,
Yeah.
I gotta keep it intellectual in
Yeah,
the
like me, I'm
channel.
very data driven. I'm really data driven.
I like that.
So
Yeah, it's
every
cool.
now and then I'll point to a book, but I just want to be raw because stupid people annoy me. So the next topic I want to talk about is what will we do after recognizing that lowering standards for minorities by teaching them that science and mathematics are racist.
Oh,
Yeah,
What
I
is
yes.
just sorry, I just remembered. Let's dive into that topic. But I just remembered the word coolie. You familiar with the word coolie?
Yeah, coolie, it's a derogatory term, but some Jamaicans don't have a problem being called coolie. The Indians.
Oh, okay. I see. It's
It's more
derogatory. Yeah. Like modern day derogatory. Like
Yeah,
it's kind of like limp wristed. Like,
it's
hey, don't
neither here
call me
nor there to
coolie.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, like people don't care.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
It's
like
just
real Jamaicans don't care, right?
yeah, like
It's,
I don't care. Like I'm not emotional. I don't care. It's just like the N word. Like black people,
yeah.
yeah,
My
black people,
man,
black people say it all the time as a
you're
form of self-deprecating humor. I really don't care.
you're
But yeah,
you already
Lipton
you already
Ace.
scored like 1,000 on the scoreboard. My
why?
man.
Because I said the N word.
Well,
Well, I didn't say,
No,
but I don't.
you
I don't.
did.
I
he's
No, you
on
don't
our
even
didn't
side
say
of the
it, but
camp.
like. I
just
don't
because
believe in censorship. If you want to say
Actually,
nigga,
you
you should
have
just
thick
say it.
skin, you have
that's a
thick
very
skin.
interesting conversation because it's like the United States is very complicated in terms of that. In terms of you can say what you
No,
cannot
black
say.
people can say nigga, but
Yeah.
white people can't. It's just like this New York Times writer, like the guy worked for the New York Times for ages, and during a conversation with young people, he referred to the N word to prove a point, and he was sacked.
No,
Yeah,
exactly.
right.
He said the
So you
actual
can't
word
say
itself.
that, but you could blaspheme and take our Lord's name in vain all you
You
want,
can't say
but just don't say the N word.
Well,
Which
I
is
can
weird
say it
because
because I'm black, nigga.
no, like
I
I
say it
understand
too.
that,
The
but
Inquisitor is making a general point. Like you can blaspheme all you want against our Lord Jesus Christ, but as soon as somebody, utters one of those magic words, it's all over.
fair
Yeah.
enough.
Right.
I was more referring to the fact that, like, am I allowed to say beaner, spick, wetback?
Say whatever
Because
you want.
You can say
like
whatever you want. Just don't take
Aren't
our
you a
Lord's name
man,
in vain.
Claus?
You can
Are you
say
a man or a
spick.
woman?
I
You
get
can
that in
say
between.
nigger. You can say
No.
chink. You can say kike. Just don't take our Lord's name in vain.
No,
Before
like
you cross
I
the
know
line.
that. No, like I know that for sure. Like, but that's kind of the funny thing, because I have African blood in me, right? Like, and
Oh, so you're a nigger yourself. Perfect. Awesome. Yeah.
No, no, but that's the funny thing, right? And just like literally a day ago, I was helping out, people who were more of an Afro-Colombian of Afro-Colombian descent, underprivileged people, right? Because that's kind of what I wanted to do for my birthday. I wanted to help out the poor in Barranquilla, right? And we had a great time and whatever. And in addition to that, I do have some African blood in me, but it's
You
funny
esa
how
creyente
exactly.
over there?
No, I saw no creyentes over there, right?
Okay,
but it's
okay.
funny because I'm not. Well, I'm legally, like, in the U.S. Yeah, you could say the word nigger, but it's such a taboo that you're not even allowed to say it, even when it's context neutral, right? Because sorry.
So
I think
in short, not to cut Anienda off, because I want to hear what Anienda. I always want to hear
Wait,
what
what?
Anienda has to say.
Who? What? Who?
Espérate, no.
Carlos.
No, so. Oh, no.
No sea tan huevón, marica.
La
Marica, yo
cagué.
estoy borracho y usted no sabe eso, güey. No.
No, es que listen, estaba en otro stream, y había un tipo ahí, whatever, pero olvídate de ese tipo.
I don't know no nigga named Haniel, bro. I only know Carlos, bro. I know what you're talking about.
No, sí, no, es que, disculpa, es que venía de otro stream y había un caballero ahí con tal nombre y eso, y pues, I kind of like brought it to this one, but
yeah, exactly. But anyways, Carlos.
Yes. Man, I forgot what I'm gonna go off the hip because I kind of like forgot what I was gonna say. But in short, what comes to mind immediately is that that it seems like our masters, our for lack of a better word, the oligarchs in charge, have basically dethroned our Lord and given that throne to what they call the black person or the person
Exactly.
of color.
But what's your name? What's your name?
My real name is Christian
No, not
Correa.
your real name. No, not
but
your name. Your
Okay,
fake name.
yeah.
Your pseudonym.
Inquisidor. Yeah, I don't do the doxing thing.
Inquistador.
So
Okay,
like
but
you could write
this
me a
is-
letter. You want my address? I'll give it to
yeah,
you. No problem.
look. So whites have been teaching that people of color are virtuous, but that is racist because if you cannot do evil, you're basically a little boy. One must do some form of evil to be human.
Right. So it's like
So it's actually quite racist.
yes, because it's not even that you're deifying them. You're like deifying them, but like also
You're degrading them.
infantilizing them.
Yes, infantilization of black people. It's just like the self-fulfilling.
So we're on the same page.
Yeah, it's just like the self-fulfilling prophecy or labeling. When students are labeled as bright, they usually do well. It's similar to the halo effect with beautiful people. Beautiful students are often treated as smart and more intelligent, and there's a correlation between the level of physical attraction and intelligence. Today, Black Americans are being told that they're doing poorly because of racist. So within the next 50 years, they will continue to be laggards. So it's going to be really funny. It's going to be really funny.
Preach.
Yeah,
we're on the same page.
It's going to be really funny when we recognize that lowering standards for blacks did not make them better off.
Excellent
all
point.
of these
controversial.
Yeah, all of these. So, for example, abolishing the SAT will not redound to the benefit of blacks.
Of course.
What did you want to move on to? I know you said you wanted to move on to.
But I wonder, Lipton.
Yes.
Mr. Lipton.
When there's no standard of play.
Yeah, Amir.
It's counterproductive. But they're doing this on purpose. They want them to be done with. Let's be honest.
Yeah, well, Charles wanted to speak.
I have a sort of an individualist take on this topic, right?
Yeah.
Because I think although in principle I think the affirmative action might be fairly stupid or not stupid but unjust, right?
It benefits
Yeah.
white women the most from
In,
anybody.
Yes,
individually
yes.
also, but individually speaking, I'm a what they say they call a POC, which I don't use
People
that
of
term,
color.
of course.
Okay.
Yeah,
You're a
That
beneficiary, just like me.
that's
yeah.
all of us.
Affirmative action.
6 out of
I'm
You're
a
a
6.
minority in the
goddamn fucking
U.S.
big bitch like me,
and I
bro. That's what you
wonder
Let
are.
Charles speak. Charles, just protect
Respect.
your voice.
and I wonder if from an individualist basis should I oppose uh, programs that benefit me like affirmative action. I'm just throwing this ethical
No,
problem
no.
at you.
You should be asking yourself this question: is affirmative action needed? The answer is no. The mismatch effect is well documented. The beneficiaries of affirmative action don't do as well as the real students.
Yeah, the real
I
Yeah.
see. I
beneficiary,
see.
the real beneficiaries are the oligarchs.
Yes, and
You
back to
know,
what Fun said.
So
White, according to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, there are more employed women than men, and the average recipient of a PhD in America is a woman. White women constitute a privileged group in America. They are not oppressed. Neither do
mm.
women represent a minority group.
Hello, Ping
The
Ping.
debt,
How are you doing? Sorry, let me greet Ping Ping over here at the
yeah,
panel. Hey, Ping Ping, what's up, man?
Ping ping.
What up? What up? What up? What up?
yeah.
¿Quién eres?
we
¿Quién es? Marico, ¿sé quién es, güey? Like,
Women do
Lo que
not.
sabemos que está empericado por el nombre Ping Ping.
hold on, who's
Yeah,
Ping Ping? Like, I don't want no
no
silly.
trolls, no trolls.
Yeah, no trolls,
Bueno,
bro.
Ping Ping
yeah.
ese
Okay,
This,
periquero.
this is Bitcoin. Okay, please.
Oh, Bitcoin, ¿qué hay? ¿Qué
All
hay,
right, all right,
okay,
all
Bitcoin?
right.
Ping Ping,
All
Saludos.
right, so
we need to
everyone
get
let
back.
Lipton talk. Let Lipton talk.
Yeah,
Everyone,
yeah,
let's
we need to
talk.
get back to the conversation. The average recipient of a PhD is a woman. According to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, more women are employed than men. A, according to hourly earnings, Asian women are out earning white men, especially white women. They are a privileged group in America. Women do not constitute a minority. Men are more likely to be in prison. They're more likely to die on the job, and they're more likely to commit suicide. Women are a privileged group in America. Women get lower sentences when they commit similar crimes. Studies have also shown that people are less likely to harm women, and offenders who harm women get harsher sentences. Women are doing quite well throughout the world. They are not oppressed. They are oppressed in some places in the Middle East and Asia, but on average, women in the West are doing quite well. So
Okay.
Well,
I don't.
Lipton,
I think
What country are you from?
I'm from Jamaica, where they also do quite well. 59% of managers are women. And yes, so right now, Jamaicans are talking a lot about gender based violence. Most victims of crime are men. Most victims of domestic violence are also men. When a man kills his son, that is domestic violence. There is a difference between intimate partner violence and domestic violence. Therefore, I do not support idiots in Jamaica who are demonstrating against so called gender based violence, because they should demonstrate against violence generally. When you
Lipton, but could we
demonstrate,
not say that women are oppressed
they are
indeed
not
in
oppressed.
America because they are at least given the option to be in the military, to be police officers, to leave their home and have to work and toil for good, for material goodies when they ought to be protected and cherished as the heart of the home. Are they not oppressed more here than anywhere else?
No,
Again, because
women look inquisitor. Women like physically dominant men. They like high status men, and they prefer men with economic resources. A woman is rarely independent. Women can never be like men. But feminism treats women like men. So if women are oppressed, it's because they subscribe to the nefarious philosophy of feminism.
right. So
The
what I'm
truth is
trying to
that,
say
yeah.
is what
So in that
what
sense,
more
they are oppressed.
oppressive than having our women be police officers or be infantry in our army? What more oppressive than that?
But some of them see it as being liberated.
Well,
Yo, I
that's
gotta
because
get
they've
into
been
this
tricked.
conversation
Well,
because there are way too many female police officers in Colombia right now, and that's a fucking problem because they're getting assaulted out here by these rioters, bro. I don't know if y'all know about what's going on in Colombia, but like we got some like progressives trying to riot and like disturb the country and type shit and like destroy the country, and like yo, a literal female police officer got raped. Okay, that should happen. Okay.
This is gonna sound fucked up, but what is she doing? Trying to be,
But
No, exactly. Like, what the fuck is she doing being a police officer?
no, but guys, but not only.
Don't get me wrong. There's exceptional women out there, but I mean
for sure. No, but these females, but these females ain't that though. Like, they're just like pretty.
They're too rare. Exceptional women are too rare.
Yeah. No, I totally agree.
Like,
So,
you know
for
how
example,
yo, Fonz, hold on. Yo, Fonz, you know how there's like the IDF females and like they be posting like how pretty they are and type shit like that.
Oh yeah,
You know
yeah.
what I
No,
mean?
I know the type you're talking about. The ones with their little cop outfit and their little nails.
Nah, yeah. So we be doing the same shit, bro. Like, hold up, let me show you like what's up, bro. Like, see, like they be trying to like see, you got the booty shot with this one, and like, oh my god, she's so pretty, whatever, right? And like they be posting like, you know what I'm saying?
No, but guys,
I'm not gonna lie.
It is a natural inclination for women to try to usurp the place of men.
Oh, of course.
Like,
when
what's
men allow
going on
them,
here,
when men
bro?
allow
Like-
them,
Yeah, no, exactly. It's our fault as
yeah, men
to
allow
be
them
doing this.
because also, for
Exactly.
example, as a libertarian,
Big
I don't
Cephas
tell
coming in
people
with
what
the
to do.
facts.
Yeah, as a libertarian, I don't tell people what to do, but I like biology. I read it. Women are not as strong as men. Their biological makeup is different, and training in the army is pressuring for women. So, taking these factors into account, it doesn't make much sense to have women in the army, especially in combat roles.
Naturally, it's against their biology to be so masculine, but it's men's fault. It's
Yeah.
our fault. We
Like-
make
like,
them.
yo,
We
like,
leave
what's
single
going-
mothers
like,
to
what-
raise families. You know, we leave them to raise families.
Yeah.
They have no choice but to be the man. And actually, emotionally, women are stronger than men. Not physically, but they are stronger than men. They literally
then-
hold together family
Like,
units
what
in most
the-
Arabian
No,
families, Spanish
yeah.
families.
No, facts. But like,
No.
what are they doing? Because here's our riot squad, right? It's called the ESMAD, right? ESMAD, ESMAD, right? And these females are out here trying to be part of the ESMAD, and I'm just out here like, yo, like, you know that the rioters were literally rape you if they could, right? Like, and they actually have, like, it has already happened. Like, they've already raped a female police officer, and I'm just out here like, yo, like, why are we allowing women in the police force? This is a very dangerous job. Like,
They want equality. They want equality, and rape is
this
an equal opportunity employer.
Yo, no, facts.
Imagine
but
a
like,
society where you have women chasing after thieves.
Guys,
like, this ain't no motherfucking Sweden, bro. Like,
No,
this
no,
ain't
no.
like,
Guys, quick point. Nearly
Yeah.
half of female soldiers still fail in new army fitness tests, while males pass easily.
exactly.
They have no place in the military.
And look,
This was-
I love women and I respect women, and like, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, if
Of course, you love your mom, your sisters.
I love my mom, my sister, my future wife, like, exactly. And that's the thing about, like, these feminists, like, they think they treat women better. Like, I'm telling you, like, me being a patriarchal ass motherfucker, like, I treat women way better than these.
Of course, you should be paid. No, what does patriarchy mean? Patriarchy means that men sacrifice themselves for women and children. That's the patriarchy.
Exactly.
I mean,
That's
look
the
at the hyena society. It's a matriarchal society. You know, the hyenas are matriarchal.
And not only that, but according to
Are you Catholic?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I like medieval philosophy, but I'm Protestant. I was baptized in an evangelical church, but I like the medieval scholars.
Right.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
you know,
All right.
the,
Go ahead.
the
Go ahead.
thing the thing with female liberation and all of this, women can do what men can do, blah blah blah. I think what it is a confluence of both Gnosticism and nominalism. Now,
Yes,
Gnosticism is this idea that we are all spirit beings that
yes, they
are
want to be free.
trapped in prisons of flesh, and if we just if we just transcend the strictures of biology or physical reality, then we can be self-created super beings. And nominalism, on the other hand, is the idea that there are no such things as
Universal.
abstracts and no such thing as essences. So uh, so the idea that there are men's jobs and there are women's jobs are all, well, we can call them now social constructs. But this is one of the things that was disputed in the one of
Yes,
the
with
many
Occam.
disputations of the High Middle Ages. And the metaphysical realists are the ones that won. So people like Thomas Aquinas, and nominalists like Occam, but also this Luther's point of view, and even persisted way into the Enlightenment. It has infected the way that we see things.
I agree with you, but I don't think that there's a straight line from nominalism to cultural relativism. Richard Weaver, in the book Ideas That Have Consequences, makes this point that we should blame Occam for relativism, but I don't share that view. However, you are right. Nominalism is problematic, and we can make a nominalist argument for many issues, especially especially transgender issues. But back to our point, re feminism. For a long time, feminists have downplayed or discredited sex differences. Now, when trans women are playing in sports as athletes, they're upset because this is putting ordinary women at a disadvantage. And I say, I agree with the trans people. The feminists are telling us gender differences are not real. So if a man identified as a woman and wants to play female soccer, allow him to do so. I
Yeah,
think the feminists are reaping what they sow.
there's one thing that trans women can't do that women can, and that's the thing that feminists have demonized for the past 100 years and change.
Yeah, and then we shouldn't entertain feminists when they mock the transgender movement because they have a problem with transgenderism as undermining the presence of lesbian. So, for example, a lesbian is a woman who's attracted to another woman, whether a trans woman should not be allowed to call herself a lesbian. So, feminists are upset with the trans movement because they want to protect lesbians.
Yeah, that's so conservative, isn't it? Like, conservatism is just the liberalism of yesteryear.
Yeah, and conservatives are so stupid. When feminists get upset because trans women are playing basketball, we should ignore them because for years they discredited sex differences. The feminists are reaping what they sow. They are not our friends. And and I will say it again, the only reason they have a problem with the trans movement is because they want to protect lesbians. Because a lesbian,
Lesbians!
yes,
Yo,
it's
guys,
all about that.
Democrats are the real transphobes, guys. Don't you know that?
I mean, if you think about it,
Yeah.
if you think about it, it's all financial gain. I mean, the LGBT, they want to get married and things. It's all
Yeah.
financial gain. It's not really about nothing. It's about
Yeah.
financial. You
Yes.
know what I mean? They want to get married so they could claim taxes and do it and be like everybody else, and they don't really give a fuck. I mean, why
It's
want to
just
get
like
married in a church? Why want to get married in a church if you believe? Why get married in a church and want to defy God in a place that doesn't accept you? It's like
exactly my point.
that makes
The
no. That's a
Christianity,
slap in the face. That's a slap in the face to a lot of people. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
in
Go get married at the
Christian,
courthouse. Why
That's the
would you want to get
point. That's
married
the
in a
yeah,
place
point.
that does not accept you?
but
That's the
ping.
point.
In Christianity, there is a consensus that the church and state are separated. There's the temporal realm and the spiritual realm. Therefore, Christians do oppose same-sex marriage, but the church is an institution that's independent of the state. So if the state opts to legalize same-sex marriage, the church can oppose the concept of same-sex marriage, but the state does not have real business telling the church
You
what to
can't get
do. If
married.
the
You can't
church,
get married in every
yeah,
church. Not every church will marry
yeah,
gay people.
you shouldn't be allowed to two men. Remember, the Bible does not permit homosexuality, so two men should not be allowed to get
Hell,
married in the church.
some churches don't even allow divorcees to get remarried, bro. Like it's that
Like I
deep.
said,
You know
you
what I'm
said you're
saying?
Lutheran. I mean, there's a few things that God doesn't forgive. Blasphemy is one of them.
Mm. No, but
Homosexuality is another.
why do some want to change the church? If the church does not accept
I
your
mean,
lifestyle, don't call yourself a Christian. Don't marry in a church.
no, because they're
Because
trying
they
to
hate
they're
the
trying
church.
to
That's why.
they're trying to empower themselves through a negative state. They're trying to go to a place that doesn't accept them and say, hey, for some of these people, they grew up Christian, they grew up Catholic, so to them, it's like they want to give back. It's like a revenge thing. They want to say, hey, listen, I want to go to where I was as a kid, where they didn't want me, and now I'm gonna get married in
Yeah,
this place. Even though I don't like none of these
it's
people,
malice.
I'm gonna do this
It's
so their
malice.
parents could roll around in their grave.
Yeah, it's malice, and I don't like Republicans either because they're promoting identity politics. So when you promote the career of a black person who's not really conservative, you're not doing the party a favor. They're
Henry,
black.
what's your problem, Henry?
What's up?
What the hell? Why am I making too much noise? I gotta get muted.
No.
No.
That was earlier. You're doing well now.
Oh damn, I'm doing well, thank you.
You're doing well now. I appreciate. Continue. My bad. But it was earlier.
Yeah, but so for example, I'm not a bigot. I respect the right of people to choose, but Republicans don't need to embrace the homosexual lobby. If you're conservative, you're conservative, and homosexuality is not a part of the conservative tradition. So I'm very skeptical
I
of
would argue that it is.
I think the thing is with Republicans is they've always been kind of faggy. Let's be honest. They're now just revealing their true colors. You know, it's
Yeah, Milo said the same. It's like Democrats are pro-gay and Republicans are actually gay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well said.
Yeah.
And Milo is going through this like serious conversion right
Yeah,
now.
Milo is Milo's a character.
He had E. Michael Jones on his show recently, converting like
Milo's
Owen
a
Benjamin.
show? I don't pay
Yeah,
attention to Milo. Where is the show on YouTube?
no, it's on his like channel. I came across, but he had
Yeah,
E. Michael Jones and like
yeah.
this comedian, and he's going through this conversion process. And Milo's like he intends like traditional Catholic mass and whatnot,
No,
but it's like
Milo
equally
is a
interesting.
grifter. Milo is just grifting.
I agree. For the
Yeah,
most part, he is. Yeah.
Milo is just grifting, and E. Michael Jones, by showing up, is just aiding in the corruption. Like he should know better.
Yeah. Well, fair, right, because the whole interview was a mess. The one that I saw where E. Michael Jones showed up to Milo's, it was a mess. So
But
I agree with
Michael
that.
Jones is very smart, so why was the interview a mess?
Yeah. What are your thoughts on E. Michael Jones?
Well, I think E.
like
Michael
that?
Jones is very, very smart and nuanced. Like I read him and he is well read. He knows a lot about medieval Europe and the relationship between Judaism and Christianity. So if E. Michael Jones is being interviewed, I expect it to be substantive.
Right.
As a Jamaican, right? What are you? I mean, you like the medieval era. You like that, right? So you're
I'm a fan of the medieval legal system. So that's the foundation of Western law.
Yeah.
The concept of beyond the reasonable doubt is actually theological. It was done to protect jurors.
You know, it was a very interesting era. That's basically where most of our foundations are set up from the medieval era. Most institutions we have now, like banks, universities, they were all set.
Yeah, exactly. Many of our inventions, the yes and no methods. During the medieval era, universities. Okay, During the medieval era, natural philosophy and law were popular subjects. To study religion, one had to be very brilliant. So yes, most people in the medieval ages were not studying to become theologians. They were
Look at the
lawyers or
Crusades.
natural philosophers.
When you look at the Crusades, the Muslims were trying to destroy the Bible. I mean, that was their whole fucking mission,
The,
was to destroy the Bible. They
the, the,
transferred
cru-
the
the
sea
Crusades
scroll,
are very complicated.
Yeah, the
King
Crusades
David
were a
version.
complicated
Yeah, it
topic.
depends on what you mean because they were Christian
Not really that
crusades where
complicated. What do you mean?
Where Christians fought against other Christians. So they were Christian crusades.
I'll say the main reason the Crusades weren't successful because there was too much bickering between Germany, France, and England to see who controlled what. You know, that's all. That's what happened.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody had their own problems. From the East.
Well, is Ping Pong trying to speak?
Yo,
the Bible to
homie,
destroy
yo,
it.
we can't hear you out here, homie.
Okay.
Yeah, Ping Pong is kind of breaking up. Yeah, but yeah, Ping Pong is
Think about
kind
it.
of
If the
breaking
Muslims
up.
would have destroyed, if the Muslims would have destroyed the Bible artifacts and find it, we would know less.
And oh yes, guys. So there's a book by
I
John
mean, Hitler
O'Neill.
had book burnings. Hitler had book burnings for a reason. If you destroy a man's culture, his literature, his kids cannot learn about him. So then he's
No,
really
not
dead
at
from the
all.
beginning.
So for example, the Great Replacement theory, it is real. It is successful because the philosophy of the West has been replaced. So you don't need to import immigrants to replace whites. Whites do not exist as a philosophical construct anymore. So the Great Replacement policy has been successful. Libraries are being decolonized. The entire curriculum is being decolonized. Whites don't have an identity. So there's no need to import immigrants to destroy Western culture or
And
whites.
neither do blacks. If you look at it that way,
I
'cause
mean, whites never really had a racial consciousness. They had to
No,
like make one
exactly.
up.
Again, yeah.
But I get what you mean. Like,
if you
Yeah.
stand
My question is,
the
why are
person in
you
the world,
why are you
you're eventually going to
Protestant?
turn fucking. You're going to get dark.
Why am I a Protestant?
Yeah, and
Who
I
asked
asked
that?
that, but before you answer, I asked that in good faith, in goodwill, just out of curiosity.
Oh, okay. So I don't sound like a Protestant.
Well, okay. To give you a one-word answer, you don't.
Okay, so let me tell you, Protestantism is actually anti-philosophical and anti-rationals. Luther was a fanatic. Like I like Calvin. Calvin was a brilliant legal thinker, but he was also crazy. And the Protestant movement resulted in many schisms. Many of them were proto-communist movements. I'm a Protestant because of context. I was born in a Protestant family, and I got baptized in a Protestant church. But
I
by
see.
doing
So
yeah, but
no fault of your own. It's just what you were
but
born into.
Protestantism is not overly rational. It's based on faith. It's fundamentalist.
So
Sometimes
But you are aware. You are aware that's another story.
yes. I can't hear ping pong.
Change.
Ping pong.
Yeah, ping pong. Yeah.
Ping pong.
But Inquisitor, you can continue.
Yeah, okay, if you can hear me. I thought it was ping ping, now he's ping pong. But anyways, so let me rephrase the question in a more daring way, so to speak. Why do you adhere to man-made religions?
Why do I adhere to man-made religions? What
Yes,
are you
just to
asking?
be
yo, before we start, yo, I gotta be fully honest and disclose shit and like, yo, this is what I'm drinking, yo. Like like I'll be out here, you know what I'm saying?
We need a new host. Ishii, are you willing to be the host? I don't trust a drunken man. I don't trust a
playing
drunken
around,
man.
Exactly.
You don't in that
Hookah. Filtrada en alcohol.
Yeah, so can we get back to the Inquisitor question?
Back to the question,
yes, please do.
Yeah. Okay. So Inquisitor, interesting, but I think you're asking the question on the wrong premise. If
Okay,
religion
go
is a
ahead.
s-
Hit me with it. Hit
yeah,
me with it.
if religion is a social construct, then automatically it's
No,
created
no,
by.
I don't want to interrupt, but I disagree with that. That it's a
Oh,
social construct.
you disagree that you disagree that it's a social construct. So
Hmm.
let me. I'm
Right.
answering your question, so I don't want to ask a question. But religion was, as a system, was designed by someone, right? So so if you're a Christian, you believe that the Bible is divinely inspired by God, and men
Amen.
were responsible for documenting His word. So it's a systematic religion because of men. But who created
Okay.
Christianity? Well, let me not say who created Christianity, because the original
Yeah, I
Christians
mean,
weren't always called Christians. So let me not say that. But who created the concept of the religion? Who's the brain behind it? A God.
I
So
think,
in
yeah,
that sense,
right. I
by
think we're
being a
both.
Christian, I am not subscribing to a man-made religion, because
So
my
if you believe that, then why do you believe a third story generation
Espérate,
Lutheran?
Bitcoin.
That's what I don't
Bitcoin,
understand. Like
espérate.
if you know, then why would you want? If you choose that, basically you're choosing blasphemy, in a sense.
okay, what are you asking? Why am I religious?
Hey,
No,
you're
I'm
answering
religious
two
too. I'm
questions.
religious too, brother.
Mine, hey, la de Bitcoin.
Why am I a religious person?
Right. So you grew up like that,
Oh
right? So in
God,
a
well,
sense,
it's not
listen, I'm
only
just saying, like,
because, yeah,
that's
it's
what
not
you grew up
Espérate,
like.
because,
Bitcoin,
It's different.
espérate.
yeah,
We
yeah,
should leave Kishu there with the question. I think he's
yeah,
going at it well.
yeah. It's not only because I was born into a religious family, but due to political philosophy. So the alternative to religion are usually not pretty. The Soviet Union, North Korea, the French Revolution.
Right.
These are the so-called scientific alternative to religion, and they were gloomy.
Let
Even
me
China
kindly stop you there,
Under Mao, uh,
right,
China
right, right.
under
I think
Mao assaulted intellectuals. So originally,
we're
I
in
said
agreement. Lipton.
80s.
Let me rephrase the question. Lipton, because I think we're on the same page. I think we're on the same page, big time. So, in other words, why do you adhere to a religion that was founded by a man, as maybe it could be Luther, maybe it could be Calvin, maybe it was Henry VIII, or maybe it was 30,000 numbers of new people who have
John
So,
Smith,
bootlegged
1818.
the
so
religion?
again, you're reverting to the
So,
original question: why am
wh-
I a Protestant?
right, exactly. I just
Exactly.
wanted to, I wanted to
Why I
finesse
did,
it a
and
little
I
bit
answered the
to give you
question already.
context.
I was raised in a Protestant family, so
I get
what
it.
what
You answered it.
I was raised in a Protestant family, but then I started to do a lot of research, and I recognized that Protestantism does not necessarily reflect my view. So therefore, nominally, I am a Protestant,
Uh
but
huh.
presently, my religion is very individualistic and personal.
Okay. Okay.
Basically,
So,
my birth
okay.
equity
Okay.
is my birth, like how you were raised. I get it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Coño,
Yo,
Bitcoin,
bro, you gotta have a
se
dialogue,
te
bro.
quiere,
Have a
se
dialogue,
te
bro.
quiere de gratis, papi, se te quiere de gratis, créeme. But I'm trying to pull this out of this man because, I mean, I think you're almost saying, Lipton, that you like, you're born into it, you see, you recognize, but then you also recognize the truth. So the question is, why do you, and keyword, still identify as a Protestant?
Well, I still identify as a Protestant because I am not. I am not a part of any mainstream church at the moment, and I was baptized in a Protestant church. So nominally, I am a Protestant. I don't
Right.
identify as a Protestant. I am not invested in Protestantism.
Okay.
But if
So
I'm
do you have any?
filling out a form,
Yeah.
I will be a Protestant.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And no te preocupes, Bitcoin. You're gonna have your day. Trust me. I'm gonna shut up in a second.
Nigga,
Pero. So I mean,
Michael's the
are you
biggest
like
hypocrite.
making?
Am I what?
No. Bitcoin says something real quick, and But the question I have for you is like it seems to me at least that you're like carving your way back home. I don't know if that's to Roman Catholicism or Eastern Orthodoxy, but it
No,
seems like you're
I can't.
carving your way
For
back
me,
home to
I'm more
Ortho,
because I'm in the
to
rationalist tradition. I'm
uh-huh.
more I would lean to the Roman Catholic Church. The
Okay.
Orthodox are brilliant. The Greek Church was just amazingly smart, but again, they weren't as rational as Roman Catholics. The synthesis in Roman Catholicism is superior. Greek,
Listen, so
be- the,
I got it. Before you continue, which please continue, and then Bitcoin, do your thing. But I get it. Okay, you were born into a Protestantism. You're identifying as such because that's what you were born to. But you know better. End the story.
yes,
Did I get it right? I
yes,
mean,
you got
in
it
like a
right.
few. Okay, all right. So then continue, and then
Yeah, yeah,
Bitcoin, tira tuya, do what you're gonna
yeah.
do.
You got
All
it
right.
right. So, for example, guys, Cosmos was brilliant. In the Byzantine Empire, the bishops and the religious scholars were very erudite, but they were skeptical of rationality and reason. So it's interesting that modern science emerged in the Latin West and not the Eastern, and not in Eastern Christianity, because the Eastern Church had access to Greek works, but Aquinas and Abelard and the medieval scholastics were interested in reason. They would debate the nature of angels and the existence of gods and get into the mathematics of creation, whereas the Greek church had that potential but was uninterested. So I
Mm.
lean to the Latin West because
Hey,
I'm big on
I'm
reason.
a Latin myself, so
Religion is faith
no.
based, but I'm big on reason. So Saint Augustine said, if you're
Lipton,
Christian,
are you in the yard or are you in the U.S.?
I'm in Jamaica.
Okay, okay. Go
Yes, so
ahead, continue.
Saint Augustine said, educated Christian should explore the natural world, and I'm paraphrasing. These were not the exact terms. But if you are a true Christian, you should be knowledgeable. William of Conches also expressed a similar point. The Bible tells us that the world was rationally created and can be measured. So I lean to the Latin West because I'm a rational person. But the Greek church was smart, very smart.
Awesome. Listen, I'm
Yeah.
totally satisfied with your answer. I think you're in the right path. And, at this point, I'd like to either open it up to you to continue, for lack of a better word, talking, or
Yeah, so like the
I think
Protestantism.
Bitcoin was itching to get some comments in. So, tira tuya Bitcoin, dale.
I
Good
mean,
time.
listen, to be Christian and Christianity is two different things. You know what I
Exactly my
mean?
point.
You can be born again Christian, to be Catholic, to be Jehovah Witness. John Smith 18:18 comes out. I read the whole book. I read all those books. When you add something to a scripture, that's called blasphemy. Now, there are certain changes that happen throughout history because languages just don't sound the same. Certain languages you say one thing and it sounds totally different in another. No matter if it's even the same text, same dialogue, it doesn't matter. But you talk about Christianity itself, if you really look at where it comes from, a lot of it, comes from, I don't know if you're in Iraq. In Iraq, you have a small group called the Yazidis. It's one of the main little groups that they're trying to kill. They were trying to ruin the artifacts because there's a lot of like the original artifacts, where the Sumerian tablets, which is really the original, a lot of the original Bible. And you can go to Ethiopia where you have, the Dead Sea Scrolls where are written on pigskin. You know what I mean? It's a big reason why Muslims don't eat pig. They say otherwise, but that's really why they don't, because the Bible's written on pigskin.
Mm. But ping pong, maybe you have, maybe you are yet to do so. But there's a book online, and I would love for you to read it. Written by J. Gresham Machen. It's called Liberalism and Christianity. It's easy to read, just over 100 pages. Written in 1923, so it's very rough
Wait,
in
so,
terms of
so,
content.
Bitcoin, are you saying that we ought not to eat pork? Is that your
No, you eat
what
any
are you
animal
trying
you
to
want.
say?
Look, the Indians, they don't eat cow, but they eat it for a whole other reason, because the cow is sacred. The Muslims don't eat pig because it's a dirty animal, and so eats its own shit. But the real reason I'm telling you 100% is because the book that defies the Muslim religion is written on pigskin. Now, Muslims basically came out in 759 AD, after our Lord. So you're talking 759 years after Jesus Christ dies on the cross, which there was so-called the Muslim there that said, if you do know the Bible, where they said, God, Allah, well, they say in the Quran that there was a lookalike Jesus, barbarous. There was a lookalike. They've been defining that book since the beginning. So really, yeah, religion is to control man, but that's why I study more in chronological timeline, biblical timelines, because you can't say this was happening at this time if this guy did that 1,000 years before you. Doesn't make sense. You can't say Muhammad is a prophet when he raped a 9-year-old girl, a 6-year-old girl named Aisha, and then consummated the marriage at 9 years old. You really have to read these books. You got to read your enemy's books. And when you read the Quran in English, it's still not the same. It's an Arabic language. So you really, there's a guy I could tell you ought to go look at, and he is the true top fucking scholar. Never shows his face. His name is called Christian Prince. Okay, he is an Arabic scholar, but he came to the light, and he is, he's on the, he's on God's side, so say at this point. The biggest debate in modern day religion is Jesus is not the son of God. He's a prophet. You'll hear every Muslim say, because I believe personally Muslim is a cult. It's a cultic religion. It's very cultic. It's actually Mecca was a paganistic worship site. The pagans actually worship in Mecca before Muslims.
Haram, ya akhi, haram. What you're saying this haram,
Okay. So Bitcoin. You said quite a bit. So it's just.
Listen. This isn't a debate when I debate Muslims. Jesus Christ is mentioned 27 times in the Quran. Muhammad is not mentioned once in the Bible. If he is the prophet, he needs to be mentioned in the Bible.
You said quite a bit, and that's great. But let's digest that before we move on. So I think estamos de acuerdo, right? We agree that Islam is a religion of the devil. It's inspired by demon. Obviously, Muhammad was visited by a demon, and he was tricked, and he started a false religion. We agree with that, right?
He was illiterate. He couldn't even read or write. He was in a cave when the epiphany came to him in a cave. He couldn't read or write. He went against the original Arabic Hebrews at the time to actually trick them in Mecca, which white pagans worshipped in Mecca. They did deities. That's why they kicked the black stone. They worshipped objects and stones.
Yeah, okay. Chévere. All right. So to that point, we're like 100%. But then, I want to say that I'm mistaken, but I believe that you said that our Lord was not God and a prophet or something like that.
No, I said in 759 AD. Give or take a few years. AD.
Of course. Islam, right?
Imagine 2012. If we're in 2021, that means 2021 years ago, Jesus Christ, because that's the calendar we work with, right? That means 2021 years ago, Jesus Christ died on the cross. That's a factual thing that happened, whether he resurrected or not. That's a whole nother fucking story. Which he did, which I believe he did, but that's a whole nother story. There's a whole nother story, but then 700 and basically 800 years later, a guy comes out of the Middle East where they're having turmoil, killing their own people, going through their own crusades. And I get it. Yes, religion does bring people together. They needed somebody. And at the time, Muhammad was that guy. Hey, listen, I'm going to bring everybody together. Look, God told me this is what happened. Believe me. And people follow him. But they say the Quran is the most, beautiful piece of work. It doesn't lie. But then if that was the case, why is there Sunnis and why is there Shiites? And another thing, there's two different versions of the Quran. One was burned, but copy was burned. So how do you know what I mean? So there's a lot of controversy and controversial things that happen in their own community that they don't want us to know about. And like I said, those things are in their own book. If you read the book, there's really nothing peaceful about it. They really, 2 women is equal to 1 man. He killed his own brother to get his own another wife. He literally,
But
so
so many things.
We generally agree on Islam, but my point of, I'm
Islamid. Islam means to submit.
I'm just checking. It seems like we generally agree on Islam, but do we have a disagreement on our Lord Jesus Christ being the Son of God and God himself?
I believe that 100%.
Person of the Holy Trinity.
I believe that 100%. Now, it states that in Genesis as well. Like that's that's the biggest debate in modern history, is that the Muslims, the Islam community does not believe that he is the son of God. They do not believe.
Right.
No, they don't believe that. They don't believe that. So they believe he is a prophet. He is one of the biggest prophets. They'll always say peace be upon him and all this stuff. But do they really mean it is another thing. I truly feel like they do not mean that. I feel like yeah.
No disagreement.
Okay,
no disagreements.
Yeah, ping pong.
The two people that have the nudies, who are you guys? I mean, I can see Klaus, Henry, Fons, and then I guess our friend from Santiago.
Jose, مرحبا يا أخي مرحبا كيف حالك
is ping pong still here? Ping pong.
Who's the other guy with the nudie? I mean, I know the guy from Santiago for sure, right? Because but who's the other guy?
تتكلم عربي يا كلب.
Yeah. Ping pong. Is ping pong still online?
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Is ping pong still online?
I should have figured that out. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, ping pong. Yeah.
Oh, okay. There we go. There are the names. Okay, Chad.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, gentlemen. Continue.
Yes. I want to talk to so ping pong. What are your thoughts on the Islamic Golden Age and scholars like Ibn Rushd and Ibn Sina were portrayed as being rational?
Oh, ¿quién se fue?
Where's ping pong?
It seems like he pinged out.
Yeah, ping pong. But okay, so back there's another book. It's very old. It's titled I can't remember the name of it, but I've read it, and I can't. You know what? Because I'm online, just let me look it up.
Bueno, while you look that up, I wanted to mandar un saludo al generalísimo el señor Guía Rancho on the chat. Salute.
It's called How Greek Science Passed to the Arabs, written by DeLacy O'Leary. So he argues that the Islamic Golden Age was influenced by Hindu, Greek, Persian, and Christian learners, and Muslims were a bit original, but usually they were derivative, and I agree. Many of the brilliant Islamic writers are really ethnic Persians, and properly understood Islamic philosophy. Islam as a religion is not systematic like Christianity, and there's a big debate between reason and revelation in Islam even today.
Ping pong, aka Bitcoin, dropped off, and I think we're both in agreement that Islam is a religion of the devils. So I don't know if we want to switch gears and
we can stop talking about Islam. I'm not. Yeah, we can stop talking about Islam.
Well,
I'm back, guys. I'm sorry, I dropped out. My bad.
Oh,
yeah, we can stop talking about.
Islam. There's a lot of Spaniards, right? I mean, that's the real issue. That's why everybody on YouTube constantly talks about race, because nobody knows their true history. I mean, if you look at Atlantis, right? Everybody knows about Atlantis. I think one of the first civilizations, meaning trading, bartering, stuff like that. If anybody has guessed or will find out where it is,
Minoan. Some people say some people like to talk about the Minoan civilization
off the Mediterranean, the South Caspian Sea. Where's the South Caspian Sea? It's 10 miles off of Spain. So that means that one of the first civilizations, in my honest opinion, is Spaniards. You see what I'm saying? Because if Atlantis is 10 miles off of the South Caspian Sea, that's basically fucking Spain. It's Madrid. So if it's 10 miles off from the South Caspian Sea, that's fucking a Spanish culture. Now, obviously, it wasn't called Spanish culture 10,000 fucking years ago, but it's basically derived from Spaniard culture from way back. Before.
Yeah,
that's my opinion. I mean, that's not. I mean, it really is 10 miles off of the South Caspian Sea, but
but Latin, Hispanic. Hispania. Yeah. All right. I'm not gonna counter on that.
I mean, that's debatable. Like I said, there's a lot of documentaries on that, but like that's just my personal opinion, opinion that I've come up with. Just by looking at the maps and saying, hey, well, if this is 10 miles off of this sea and like like, you know, fucking, you know what I mean? Like, you can make your own hypothesis there and be like, it's very possible that was a Spanish culture.
Bitcoin, una pregunta. Tú you do like the whole doxing thing de los chamaquitos and all that? Like, are you
Doxing.
into that?
What do
Yeah,
you mean,
en otras
doxing, like
palabras,
doxing people?
Yeah, doxing
Bueno.
is a sign of weakness.
it
I
boils
don't do
down to
that.
this. Te quería
Yeah.
preguntar, ¿tú estás aquí en Nueva York? En Manhattan, Queens, Bronx, Brooklyn?
Yeah, I'm in New York.
Okay,
But-
chévere. Okay. Yeah,
Guys.
that's it. Because I know some people are like, oh, no me preguntes eso, like, you know, secret agent type shit. And
Nobody gives
Yeah.
a fuck. Let me say, well, come on, man. Like, what are you gonna fucking do?
What you trying to say,
No, guys.
nigga? Like we
No,
gotta stay
I wanna-
anonymous, nigga. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
just people. So back to doxing. Like, I'm glad you brought up the point. I think doxing is a very
doxing.
it's a very feminine culture. Like, if you're going to if John Brown is a writer and you're so infuriated by John Brown's work, what are you going to do? Are you going to kill him? If you're not going to kill him or engage him intellectually, then just shut up.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Doxing
what
is an
happens. There's a lot of
indirect
people that
way
want to silence people.
yeah.
They want to silence.
Doxing is an
Um,
indirect way to punish people, and that's how women compete. Women compete indirectly. You can read the
Yeah.
evolutionary
So
anthropologist.
you're saying that only homosexuals are capable of being doxed?
I didn't say
Because real
that.
men hold
No,
their
no,
what
the
you
position.
people
no.
doxing, the people doxing.
I think what you
All
want
right,
to
that's what I'm
say
saying.
is that maybe homosexual men would want to dox others. I think that's what you really want to say.
Well, I mean, for me, you know, as like as a 40-year-old dude, I see this doxing phenomenon, and I'm just like really just taken
It's sissy
aback.
culture.
Like,
It's sissy culture.
it's
If
It's
people
just
can't
like
come at you
Y'all
intellectually,
too
if people
young,
can't come at
though,
you
like-
intellectually, they're gonna attack your character. And
yeah,
as soon as
y'all
they
too
usually attack
young,
your
though,
character,
'cause-
pretty much they don't have nothing else to go on.
it's just
you know?
like
I'm
the
telling you,
AMA.
like, hold on. So every
Yeah.
industry is paused nowadays. POZZED, right? Or Z if you're British, right? That's the thing. Like, you can't talk about certain things because if they find out who you are, your career is over, basically, which is fucked up. I always hated that. Like, even when I was back in the Middle East, because the Middle East was kind of restrictive in its own way, there were certain things you couldn't talk about, and I just used to hate that, and that's
Well,
one
that's
of the
different over
reasons-
there. You know what I mean? Because state and church is not separated. So over there,
Oh,
it's
for
like,
sure, yeah, exactly. You
know,
can't
it's
criticize
totally different.
Islam, right? Exactly, bro. I got in trouble for criticizing Islam.
Yeah,
back in
you
high
can't do
school.
that. That's blasphemy. That's going against God. You know
That's
what I mean? Like,
haram.
in their
Haram
eyes, in
alayk,
their
ya
eyes.
akhi. You know what I'm saying?
Come, people.
I don't-
One person speak at a time.
You were a good
Yeah,
man for
so-
doing it, Klaus. Good man.
So we're speaking now.
Sorry, Inky. Sorry.
No, I'm saying that you were a good man for criticizing religion that leads men to hell.
I
You're a
want
good
to
man.
ask from the gentleman who's we're neighbors because he's from the colony of Santiago,
Oh.
formerly. What are your thoughts on the Spanish Empire and the influences it's had in Jamaica, if any?
From Santiago. I'm not from Santiago.
Well, I say that very.
Let's call it
Loosely.
Ocho Rios. Ocho Rios,
No,
maybe it
the
would
Spanish,
be.
the Spanish, okay, the Spanish left. Yeah, the
So,
Spanish.
yeah, Lipton. Sorry, I gotta introduce Rancho Santiago.
No,
What's up, homie?
Me voy, porque imagínate.
Yeah. So can get back to the conversation. The Spanish left an architectural legacy in Jamaica. In 1655, the British invaded and the Spanish were unsuccessful, and Jamaica became a full-fledged British colony in the 1660s. So since that period until today,
And that's why you're Lutheran.
we have been British. But our institutions are our churches, our academic institutions, companies, many of them were built by the British. Some of them no longer exist.
Well,
But-
look,
But
Lipton,
European
listen.
culture,
Lipton, hold
European-
on before you continue, because it's been a pleasure talking to you, and I think you're a very knowledgeable man who's seeking apostolic tradition, and I'm gonna pray for you and whatnot. But you know, it's 3:30 and almost 3:30 in the morning over here my time. And listen, el caballero, el señor OG El Rancho has joined, so this is the
Nah, no te
perfect
vayas,
time for
Ricky, no
me.
te vayas, que yo no voy a estar acá tampoco mucho tiempo.
Es
knows
que es
when
tarde
the
ya,
chicken.
it's late,
Ah,
it's
bueno,
late,
Sí,
man.
sí,
tienes
no,
que ir a dormir.
oiga, no.
Yeah,
Never
when,
too
Trasnochar a
early,
los
never too early,
cuchos
never
es
too late.
pecado. Trasnochar a los cuchos es pecado. See, let the old man rest, bro.
yeah, I'm
God
listen,
damn.
I'm bowing out. It's been a wonderful conversation. By the way, I was on Radicals. You know
He's
that
full of
guy's
shit, bro.
I'm gonna
thing.
He's
check
fucking
that. I'm
so
gonna
full.
check
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. All
You were
right,
on his
but you know,
stream?
yeah. I
When
feel
today?
like yeah, today. I feel like I put in work. I feel like I put in pretty good work for like an hour, maybe an hour and a half
Yeah.
on his chat. But anyways, it's been a long night. I'm going to bed.
All right.
God bless everybody, and
Dios lo bendiga, se cuida,
that's
bro.
it. Gracias,
Okay,
All right.
gracias,
bendiga.
Klaus.
Take
But
care,
listen,
home.
from this
He's such
point
a
on,
fucking, he's such a hypocrite, bro. He's such a hypocrite.
yeah. So, anyways, I'm passing to the baton to the baton creator, el señor Oye Rancho.
Oh,
Do your thing. Buenas noches.
I'm
Hasta la
nobody. I'm
Yo,
próxima.
nobody.
everybody subscribe to Inquisidor if you want to know about Catholic stuff. Like, oh damn, he left. But like, yeah, y'all gotta subscribe to Inquisidor. He talks about a lot of like Catholic
Yeah.
concepts and all that.
Oh
With
yeah, and they
Cephas
have a YouTube channel
Petros.
too.
Inquisidor, you have to search Inquisidor Pocho Holy Hours and you'll see his channel.
Exactly, and obviously subscribe to everybody. Subscribe to Lipton, OG, Bitcoin. Even though he's out here like
I gotta
pimping,
check
but
out Lipton's channel, man. Lipton,
Yeah,
I've been
Lipton
listening-
Matthews. Just type in the name, and my face is Adam Smith. It's
How-
easy to find.
How did you find Klaus? Do you guys know each other?
No, someone contacted me on
It was
YouTube.
me.
Henry,
It was-
contact. That wasn't me.
It was
That
this ruthless capitalist named Henry who looks up things of his interests, and I found Lipton Matthews, and I was just genuinely
Judío de
really
mierda.
yes,
Sephardi.
yes, Sephardic, and I was genuinely interested in Lipton Matthews' point of view, considering that he was from Jamaica. I think his delightful accent was welcomed here. And we had a fruitful conversation, and we have a Lipton raw and uncut right now, right here.
Nice.
And it's going really well. I think Lipton is the base Jamaican that we've been looking for. He's the antithesis.
I mean, listen, he's open-minded. He's open-minded.
Yo, speaking of which,
That's what happened.
He's the antithesis of truth teacher. But nonetheless,
Literally.
Look at this fucking clown, fucking radical. He's like a blackwasher who's really white. He pisses me off, bro. He sounds to me all the time. Has no fucking knowledge. I tell him today, I told him one thing. I said, listen, white kids shoot at white cops. What's your problem? He fucking threw me out. I'm like, what are you fucking arguing about? Why are you creating fire when there's no fire? Like this is the problem. He plays the victim, and you know what? Even the black society doesn't even claim you. You're really fucking Spanish, dickhead. What are you doing? They don't even claim you. Real African Americans don't even claim Caribbean, Jamaicans, and Haitians because they're mixed with Caribbean blood. What the fuck are you doing?
OG.
Settle down.
What's up?
You know what the funniest thing is, bro? Marica, yo estaba en Barranquilla ahorita, hace un día, weón. Like, I was literally there like a day ago, and I found the funniest shit, bro. Marica, hay unos manes con una casa que decía, Dios bendiga a Israel, y después, no, pero lo más chistoso es que como 3 horas después, me encontré con un man y decía, no, este marica es un hijo de puta judío cansón, weón. Because he was very stingy, and like, he was very, like, era muy apurado, weón. So I find it kind of funny that, hasta en los pueblos más pobres de este hijo de puta mundo de Barranquilla, todo el mundo sabe del judío, weón, del judío eterno.
Es que mira, los judíos en Colombia se han pasado de verga. Los judíos en Colombia se han pasado de verga y ahora la gente ya conoce al judío ahí, por ejemplo.
Robo pastillado. Bro, but it's like, even like ghetto
ellos mismos
niggas
están
know
haciendo la
about them
propaganda.
niggas.
Yeah, remember many of the listeners speak English. It's going to be on YouTube, right?
Well, yeah,
Yes,
but actually,
we're
my
live.
channel is a bit
Lipton, do you
more
speak Spanish at
bilingual.
all?
I conozco a John Brown. I speak a little Spanish, but I'm an Anglophile. I speak mostly English.
Well,
I
of
mean,
course,
that's
of
a
course,
whole
you're
nother
from
thing too. Spanish
yeah.
is so many different dialects that this guy's saying.
Yeah.
Well,
Crazy.
here's the thing, Lipton. My channel is supposed to be bilingual, I guess. So
Yeah, but no, but you have to be
fair enough.
smart, Henry. So, for example, I live in Jamaica, but I'm like Jamaicans are unserious and anti-intellectual. So my channel is targeting foreigners.
Yes.
So like it's just global. But if your Spanish speaking listeners are smart, target them. I don't have many interesting listeners who are locally.
No,
That is.
your channel is very well done. Very, you articulate yourself very well. So,
Yeah, yeah, it's a foreign channel. And what's interesting about like I tell people all the time, like if you're going to like my YouTube, Americans use the term base to describe people like myself. So my YouTube format is very, very easy. I do a lot of research and interview a bright person and we just talk and I allow him, it's usually a white male. I'm going to get some conservative women soon. So I allow him to speak without interrogating him. But it's very hard to do a show for 1 hour that's not polemical. Like in my interviews, we don't give jokes. I just ask a question, the professor answers, and we move on. Like I
Yeah.
want to be a different YouTuber.
Well done and do well
Let me ask you a question.
reach
What's the
out
name?
to that audience.
What's this guy's name? Lipton.
Yeah. Yes.
So I mean, you I mean, you are Jamaican, right? So I mean, obviously the Spanish tried to take over the Jamaican society. It's not that it didn't work. It's just that they already had a lot of things going on in the Caribbean. Let's just say that, right? So
Yeah.
their main
But
focus was in Jamaica because if they really wanted to take over Jamaica, they would. You know what I'm trying
yeah,
to say?
the Spanish had richer colonies.
Right.
Like
Like the military strategic point of Puerto Rico, like
yeah.
Dominican Republic, like
And
Haiti, that they even fucking sent Haiti to hell too because they didn't want to deal with Haiti because they're like, why? Leave it to the fucking French. But Jamaica, in a sense, speaks broken English, right? You speak broken English in a sense, right? Like a patwa.
they speak patois. Many countries have a patois. There's nothing unique about Jamaican patois.
Right? Which basically is like Ibanic.
Yeah, like every country has some patois. But I really wanted to ask your opinion on the Amy Cooper situation. Do you remember the park story? That white lady, the hysterical white lady, Amy Cooper? She was in the park with the black man. The black man was in the wrong. Like the woman did not want to be videotaped. Go away. So what if her dog was not on a leash? That clown actually goes to the park to watch people break the rules.
Yo, guys, before we continue, I want to say
This is
hello
America.
to
You can videotape
Julian.
anybody you want.
Introduce him to the panel. Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
Who's Julian?
Oh, I didn't notice. I was even it. What's up?
You can videotape anybody you want, though. Lipton is America. You know what I'm saying?
But people have rights and they have choices. If you're videotaping me and I say go away, use your common sense and move, the woman had the right to call the police. Like I don't support that. I can't remember his first name, the Cooper fellow, but he was in the wrong. It was an annoying story. Hysterical woman is in the park. She doesn't want to
It's
put her
very
dog on
trending.
a
It's
leash.
very trending now for say minorities to, you do anything right now, you got
To
to
be a
walk on eggshells.
nuisance. They're a
You got to walk on eggshells.
nuisance. Yeah,
You walk on
Yeah,
eggshells.
the guy seems like
Shouldn't be that way. Look at the things that they come up with. Affirmative action. Listen, I'm Puerto Rican 100%. But listen, I don't think it's right. Somebody else of a different descent or whatever should get a job because he gets a 97 and the other guy gets 100. So we should give it to the guy for a 97 because there's less of them on them. I mean, that's not right. That's like backwards racism. That's almost like, it's almost like defeating the purpose. But
Agree, ping pong.
But guys, let's be realistic. Based on their purchasing power, Black Americans, in terms of income, are in the top 20 richest countries based on their purchasing power. Black Americans have done very well in America. Had they remained as slaves in Africa, they would not do as well. Let's be realistic. Who wants to live somewhere in
materialistic
Nigeria?
when you talk about generational wealth, it's a whole different story.
No, but
when
even
you're talking about-
that issue intergeneration. as we discussed in the earlier podcast, less than 25% of white Southerners own slaves. Most white people did not own slaves. Intergenerational wealth dissipates over time. 80% of American millennials are first generation millennials. And the Jew, and we
Facts.
mentioned, yeah, we mentioned the Jews. The Jews have been in Western civilization for a longer time than blacks. They have encountered years of discrimination, and they have done well. The Japanese encountered discrimination, so did the Chinese. America doesn't have an
The
obligation
thing,
to black people.
This world is built on
let me talk
slavery.
for a
This
sec.
whole world is
That's
built on
true.
slavery.
Slavery is
Bro,
not unique.
West
bro,
Indians come to the
America,
U.S.
bro.
and they do better than the African Americans.
Facts, yo. Let me
People
tell you
don't
something.
understand
Like,
that in Africa itself, slavery is probably invented in fucking Africa. So
Yeah,
say, I mean,
but no, look,
literally
the
tribal
Ashanti
bro,
genocide.
in
people,
America,
Tribal
I can
genocide
like,
is.
bro, in America, I can bully white people into being like anti-racist. Like, that's how
yeah,
you. That's
Yeah.
how you know
Look at BLM. Look at
that.
BLM. Look at how many white
Now,
people,
facts,
fucking all these white
exactly.
girls and white guys. Like, what the fuck are you? Like, they don't
Exactly.
even respect you. What are you doing?
Can you guys hear me?
Like if
and
yeah,
it's not okay
yo,
if
Julian, let Julian speak because
yeah,
he's a
Julian.
homie and he needs to
No,
speak.
no, I
What's
was
up, Julian?
mostly asking if you guys could hear me, but yeah, that's good. Because
Yeah,
my mic was not working well. But like what I'm gonna say about the Hebrew people is that they are very successful, but it's mostly due to nepotism.
which people?
Yo, get closer to
The
the mic.
Hebrew people, yeah, the Hebrew people, the Jews.
Yeah, ethnic social
Yeah, the Jews
capital.
and Hebrews
That's
are
not
totally
unique.
different. They're totally different. That's the problem. Jews and Hebrews are totally different. Jews are the modern day. Those are the ones. Those are the ones who took over Israel and kicked God's children out.
Yeah,
If you look at the
I
prophecy
just
in
don't
the Torah,
know. I just don't know if I'm supposed to use like the word Hero Klaus channel, but I'm gonna use it. Fucking.
Diga lo que usted quiere, hijo de puta,
we are all
hermano.
Hebrews.
Que estamos en casa gonorrea.
Colombians from the Antilles, the Colombians, the Nicaraguans, they're all from the tribe of Gad, not God, G-A-D. You look it up on YouTube. But that, all those tribes
Si el jardín,
came through, you know.
You can say
All right.
you can say whatever you want in this channel, motherfucker.
Klaus está
Let the gentleman
315,
speak.
está 315.
Oiga, Klaus, déjeme un poquito parcero.
Yo, let Julian speak. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Let
Julian can
Let the
speak.
gentleman speak.
No, yeah, but what I'm saying is that they're successful because of nepotism, because in Jewish culture there's this like I would say aversion against manual labor, which obviously led them to take jobs in trading, to take jobs in banking, and in Spain they were very prominent for being owners of brothels and bars and stuff like that. So really,
Yeah.
like these people, they were practically oriented towards the position they are now. But this was only allowed because the European governments, the Protestant governments, allowed them to. Because in Catholic Europe, the Jews were kept in ghettos, the Jews were kept under control. But then came the Protestants and said, "Oh, you guys hate the Catholics too? Let's give you power over our economic system."
Yeah, I mean, rightfully so. I mean, there was no Spanish in South America 2,000 years ago. You know what I'm saying? 2,000 years ago, there was no Spanish. There was no such thing as Spanish. There was no Inquistador. There was no Hispanidad. There was none of that.
I'm speaking 15, 1600s.
Well, that's a different story. I'm talking 2,000 years before Christ. It's there's no Spanish. What was there?
Oh,
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and there were no modern
It had to be. You know what I mean?
But
You all know the Bible story about how the children got displaced. I mean, we all are those children. We were displaced. We were sent out, transatlantic. You know,
So, and we shouldn't confuse the old covenant with the new either, because that's something a lot of people do, especially Protestants, when they say Jews are still the chosen people.
Yo,
The
get a
chosen
little bit
people are the
closer to
chosen
the
people.
mic, homie.
There's only
I can
one
hear
chosen
you,
people.
but get a little closer to the mic, homie.
Yeah.
That's why in the Mesopotamian region, they're fighting over that small Gaza Strip because they're saying, hey, listen, the Islamic culture saying that's ours. The Hebrew culture saying, hey, that's ours. They're fighting over a little piece of land because they believe that is their culture. So they're fighting with a little piece of land. Meanwhile, it's none of theirs. It's not the Hasidic Jews. It's not the fucking Palestinians. It's really ours. We are the people in the Bible that were displaced. But it says we will reclaim our land back soon. which is happening now. People are going, they will originally be going back to Israel, and because that's where we all really derive from. Think about it. Not to be, you don't have to be Hebrew Israelite, but there is some truth to that as well, which I've studied. There is some truth to that. You know, I'm not with that whole fucking negative point of view they put out, like, oh, hate the white man, hate that. That's like the fucking dramatic motherfuckers. But that's what they did to me. And then when I actually learned about it, I realized that first civilizations weren't in Kemet and Egypt and all that. You know what I mean? The Hebrews were enslaved by the Kemets and the Egyptians. This is culture that went on and on and on, but there was people before them, the Sumerians. They're, you know, your modern day, your Iranians who are the, the Phoenicians or Libya, you got Lebanese. The fucking Iranians or the Persians. The Persians tried to take over the world many of times. You know, those are the people in the movie 300. Those are modern day Iranians.
They built a great empire. The Persians built a great
empire. They did, but every empire must come down. I mean, that's just the way it goes. Even the Roman Empire, the Phoenicians, it's the way it goes. You know?
But how did we get to this conversation about the Jews?
Yeah. OG Del Rancho, do you have a question?
But how come? My question is, how come you want to deflect from the actual real conversation of this world, and you want to go to modern day?
Let OG talk, because I ain't hear OG talk in a while, bro.
I don't really have anything to say. I'm just listening.
Yeah, I remember now. I brought up the Jews, but the Jewish history is very interesting, and I don't share all the views of ping pong, but I do have an issue when people assume that a critique of Jewish people is anti-Semitic. I don't buy that nonsense. No group
Jewish is a way of life. Jewish is a way of life. Hebrew is a bloodline.
No group is above criticism. None. So it's really
Protestant is a man-made thing. I mean, it's actual blasphemy. You know what blasphemy is? You know what it is? You're very intelligent. You know you're committing blasphemy, but you still do it. Right?
No,
you still do it.
I'm not making that point about Protestantism and blasphemy. I'm saying
But it is blasphemy. You can't practice another man's religion for his own personal gain and say it's not blasphemy.
No. That's not the point I'm making.
If you look at the book, open the book of the Protestants, who is the author? If it's not God or one of the true apostles, it's blasphemy.
No.
Straight, cut, and
King James version of the Bible.
King David? You mean King James?
King James. I said King James version of the Bible.
King James version? Okay. King James version, but it was sanctioned though. You know what I mean? And I don't even go by that as well, but I do respect it because it is a version of the actual Bible, but some people don't even assimilate with that, so say, because there are differences in it. And that's what the Islamic people try to do. They try to say, hey, well, you got this version and that version. And that's how they try to break apart the Christianity religion in a sense. Well, if you got Catholicism, you got this, so what's the real one? That's the joke. Because I debate these people, real imams, people who really, really think they know what they're talking about. So when it comes down to it, so then now I got to do my research and say, well, how many Qurans are there? How many different versions are there? How many this, how many that? Because I don't know if you guys ever debated an Islamic person. It's not that easy. They literally go around in circles.
Bitcoin, were you Muslims? Were you a Muslim at one point, or?
No, I was never a Muslim. I'm in New York. I grew up around a lot of Muslims, and I feel like to know your enemy, you must know how they think. You must know what they're reading and what their literature is about. If not, you're really just debating nothing. You sound like these idiots that go around in circles with smoke and mirror. And how are you going to say you don't like or you don't disagree with somebody or agree if you don't know how they're coming from? Makes no fucking sense. You have to really know and say, all right, that's why I go by timelines. That's why when somebody says, oh, well, this is that, I'm like, well, wait a minute. How'd that happen if this happened in this year? That doesn't make any sense. You got to know, like, if the Islam says I did this in this time, how can you, if Jesus Christ died 2021 years ago? You can't say you're bigger than Jesus Christ if Jesus Christ died 2021 years ago and you came out 800 years after in the middle of a cave and say, hey, well, I came out of nowhere and somebody gave me an epiphany. I'm illiterate, can't read or write, but come believe me and follow me. It doesn't work like that. But when people are hopeless and have nothing to go for, people will latch on to anything. That is the human nature of human beings. When they're looking for something, they will find it and they will imagine whatever they have. That's what religion is. Religion is the fear of God. It puts the fear of God in you where nobody thinks they're God. Because if everybody thought they were God, then we would do whatever the fuck we wanted to do. So religion it's sustainable, but it's necessary. It's a double-edged sword.
Religion has a moralizing effect.
I mean, look at the Jehovah's Witnesses. Look at the Mormons. Look. You're gonna tell me? Did you ever read the? I don't know if you ever read Jehovah's Witness book. Go ahead and open the book. Read the first couple pages. John Smith in 1818 was there with John, Paul, and the apostles when Jesus was born. This is what they believe in. They have millions of people who go around and they believe this. In 1818.
The Mormons.
I mean, come on, man. Really? It's like, you know what I mean? Like, you got to draw the line somewhere and be like, hey, you know what I mean? Like, what? And the Mormons are another sanction that comes out of nowhere. And this is what makes true believers of Christianity look really, really bad. You know, they're like, wait a minute. So we got all these fucking people believing in whatever they want to believe at any time. And why should we? But that's why I always got back to, go back to the original text, go back to the Old Testaments, because that's pretty much where you have to lead to, and even in there's lies. If you look at the Abrahamic and you look at Isaiah, where they say the Muslims derive from, when he fucked the fucking maid because she couldn't have children. If you know the story, I'm sure some of you know about it, right?
We're aware. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we're, you know what I mean? Like all that stuff, it's already derived from culture. I mean, you look at Adam and Eve. Is anybody aware that Adam and Eve had more than 2 children?
Yes.
Okay, hey, that's something that many people don't even know about. There's more than just Cain. Cain killed Abel. It's been incest since the beginning of time. Cain killed Abel and then married his sister, Sarah. I've dated my people back to this line of Seth. I come from Seth. Seth was a brother and sister of Sarah, Cain, and Abel, which there are 2 more sisters. So the Puerto Ricans, I derive from that line of Seth, which I believe all the Colombian, but pretty much everybody from South America derives from the line of Seth. The Canaanites were banished, and it's a Canaanite and Liberia and all that shit. But yeah, there was more than 1 child. It was incest. He fucked his own sister.
So you're telling me I'm from the people of Seth. According to you, I'm from Seth.
That's my personal research that I've done for many, many years, yes.
Fair enough. That's interesting.
That's it.
No comment. No further comment. Anyone else? Fonts, Julian?
Yeah.
You guys have a opinion? Lipton, again, it's been an honor to have you on the panel. I know you weren't expecting this.
Yeah. No. I'm quite familiar with the arguments being posited by Ping Ping.
Yeah, you're dealing with your brethren from the Caribbean,
man,
Puerto Rico, and Dominica, and we're very street savvy people.
Yes,
not the brightest in the room.
Well, I don't share that opinion. I think you're fairly intelligent.
I mean, speak for yourself there, Henry.
Okay. No. We do have the gift of the gab, and I'm glad that we can keep you engaged in this conversation.
I mean, but then that's kind of an ignorance thing as well, because if you don't understand what I'm saying, you should go research it before you make a statement, because when your statement gets retracted, you're going to look a little ignorant. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I do, Ping Pong. That's why we have you here. I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
You're speaking to all of us. You're not only speaking.
No, I'm just saying, it sounds far out there what I'm saying, but when you actually see it, you're like, oh my God, this motherfucker's right. You're gonna be like, holy shit.
Yo, Bitcoin be nerding out though. Y'all don't sleep on Bitcoin. He knows.
They don't know. I do my own hypothesis thinking. I'm outside the box. I'm unorthodox with that shit.
See, I like that. Yeah, I may disagree with you on a couple of things here and there and out, but I like that. It's it's different. You know what I'm saying?
I initially thought Bitcoin was Albanian, but it turns out that he's a base Puerto Rican that,
Soy Boricua 100%, papi. No problem about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Aguadilla, the second place where Christopher Columbus landed.
Yeah.
Christopher Columbus, right for a crash boat.
Jose said in reference to Bitcoin, is that another we was the ancient Hebrews and shit?
Bitcoin, I love Puerto Rico. I've been to Rio Piedra, Isabela, San Juan. Beautiful island, and we're neighbors.
It's sad that the only part of Puerto Rico I know is Old San Juan and the part of the actual city nearby.
El Condado. Well, La Pela is the.
I wish.
But I walked through there.
Quick story. I mean, you guys know Christopher Columbus, right? Everybody knows that, right?
Yeah. Of
course. You guys are well educated. I mean, I don't want to say well educated, but 1511 when he went to these Caribbean countries, when these voyagers. If you want a boat and you travel, you bring translators with you. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't know when you're going to run into somebody who speaks another language. So this is what they did. They brought translators with them. You guys are well aware of that, right? So these translators they brought from the Far East. When they landed in Puerto Rico and Cuba, Española, whatever you want to call. The only reason they knew what these people were speaking is because the translators, when they had started speaking to like the Arawakan Indians, and before early in that time, they knew they were speaking the old Aramaic descent of Hebrew. They knew this. It's in a book. You can look up Enrique's Rebellion. They knew they had a choice when Trujillo and all these people. They're like, holy shit, these people we didn't discover this fucking world. This motherfuckers. They understand the translators we bring from the Far East, from Ephraim and all these areas of Israel and other areas understood what these Indians were saying. So now they knew that this 1600s, but they knew already, wow, these fucking people know this language, and this language is like 5,000 years old. Holy shit, we got to kill these motherfuckers. But what they didn't know, they killed all the men thinking that they would kill the seeds and they impregnated the women, but the true seed of the child of God was in the woman's womb, not in the man. So that's why all the Caribbean cultures have become so heavily populated in this world and outnumber even their own countries and other countries, because the true seed of a Hebrew child is within the woman, not the man. They didn't know that.
The Spanish empires, conquistadors, but the Anglo empires, they were families, more family oriented. They brought their wives with them when they discovered America. United States, specifically speaking, but sure. Yeah, I get the gist.
It's kind of weird because they knew when, imagine you go somewhere to conquer somewhere and the translators you bring understand the language of these fucking animalistic people, so say. But really, they were really highly intellectuals because they had trading routes with the Seminole Indians in Florida, with the Indians in Jamaica, with the Indians in Haiti, Guyana, et cetera, to Venezuela. As you know, they found many artifacts in Puerto Rico from Chile and Venezuela and stuff like that. You know what I mean? There's things, all these things, they didn't just get there. You know what I mean? They were traveled. Don't forget, geographically, a lot of the continents touched at one time. Okay?
Yeah,
You all know
Spaniel,
that.
yeah,
So
Alfred
that's why,
Wegener.
right, if you look at, now you look like, how the fuck could they get there? People are like, oh yeah, they drove a fucking canoe from fucking, no, at that time, the continents were closer together, if not touching the Iberian Peninsula, all that shit. They could literally, just like you could walk through, like Panama was a part of fucking Colombia at one point, right? Everybody knows that. A lot of countries were part of Colombia.
And it will be in the future, God willing.
No.
El tapón de Arién se va a destapar, bro. Eso.
Yeah, we gotta build a road through that shit.
I don't know if we should build it through it, because maybe around it. I don't know.
The Panama Canal. That's why they fucking.
The reason they don't want to build a road there is because it would leave the Panama Canal out of a lot of business, because it's easier to take things by road and by rail than to take them by sea.
Damn, you think it's because of that?
It's really cheaper by water.
Of course it is.
I mean, yeah. Now that you say that, yeah, it's like no shit.
They say all about environmental bullshit, but it's really because it would take money from Panama and you know what? Like a lot of the shipping companies in both the U.S. and both the U.S. and Europe, they profit of renting ships to Latin American countries.
Of course they do.
Travel to the canal. And
90% of those companies are European owned, Dutch, German. Yeah. I mean, they're not Spanish owned. These transportation companies are not. Panama does not own Panama. Even Colombia does not own Colombia. America runs all that shit, man.
Of course. Yeah. The reason they don't want to build a road through that shit is that it would actually give us some sovereignty, because who would profit from the taxes in a road that goes through Panama and Colombia? Panama and Colombia would profit, not the U.S., not Europe.
Damn.
It's why they don't want to build a road through that.
I mean, soon Colombia will have to use the dollar. They will have to use the dollar, because just like El Salvador, they're gonna squeeze you, man. They're gonna, like a fucking tick mosquito, until you cannot take it no more.
Bro, I'd be stupid because I actually believe them when they said about the environmental shit. Because I'm like, yeah, you know.
Man, look, they're building a port. You know the port they're building up in Chocó in the Pacific.
Yeah, yo, put your mic a little closer.
I can't. It's bad.
Okay.
My mic is bad. But you know that port, they're already building it, and it's a very beautiful natural area. And so if they don't do that, why won't they do that in the Darien? It's because of foreign pressure.
Also,
Makes
strategically,
sense.
you understand that that canal puts a baseline not only for financial gain, but military as well. Like people just can't travel along the Panama Canal without knowing. They know everything that goes through there. They know everything. So it's like they can't. You build a road. It's very hard to monitor a road. It's easy to monitor a seaway because a seaway, there's just a different open geographical point. They could start war in the ocean somewhere far off the canal. When you have a road, people will find a way. They will do things, and they don't want an open gate from there to there. They really don't. They really, really don't. They really, really don't.
That's a very interesting conversation that's a whole topic that I've never even discovered because wow, interesting.
Yeah. And like honestly, I agree that we should preserve our nature because Colombia is very blessed in that area.
Yeah.
But at the cost of of such like great economic development, of we would become even bigger on the global stage if we connected the whole continent by road or by rail.
But people always remember that our brains exist for a reason. Contrary to what we're told by environmentalists, today is a great time to be a human, and an even better time for the environment. Historically, the environment was trash.
Yeah.
It's better
I mean,
to be alive
it's
in
true.
2021 than to live in the medieval ages or even 1900. There's a reason why we invest in research and development and new technologies. The
To talk about the
environmental
things we're talking
movement,
about now, then we
yeah,
get killed for that. We get
yeah,
killed for that. We would be killed in a second. We'll be killed
yeah.
in a half a
The
second.
environmental movement is really about power.
Yes, and power
Yeah,
at the hands of the Europeans and
yeah.
the
It's really
Americans.
about power because many of these countries relied on coal and fossil fuel to build their economies,
And they're very hypocritical because when it's convenient for them, they'll come here and fuck with our environment
and then
because
there
it
are the
benefits them.
naive people in the region who think that they're being radical by
Like
genuflecting to
yes,
wealthy
yes.
countries.
Like honestly, how the fuck is the what they did to in El Cerrejón in La Guajira different from what would be done in the Darien? To the mine in La Guajira, they deviated the whole ass river, the Rancheria, just to give water to the mine. And the mine needs water because if the mine didn't have the water, it would poison the air of all of La Guajira with coal dust.
And what country are you talking about?
Colombia. El
Oh.
Cerrejón is up in the northern department called La Guajira, the far north.
All right. Well, when minerals need water, diamonds are not made out of nothing. They need water.
No. Yeah. I'm talking about coal. They need water to. It's an open air mine, right? And if they need to spray the coal, the open air mine with water, so the
For the
dust
fumes.
from the coal won't poison the air, won't float up into the air and basically fuck everyone's lungs.
Yeah.
So really,
And then
for sure.
renewables. How do you build renewables? Oh, don't tell me mining. How are renewables powered? They're powered by fossil fuels. Yeah, I don't take some environmentally seriously.
I mean, to some extent you do, but I mean, everything is always told by the victor. And I realize, Lipton, you're very big into the medieval and all that stuff. But it seems like you're always reading the book of the victor. Did you ever see the side of the loser?
If I see the side of a loser,
Right.
I
History is
see
told by
all
the victor,
sides.
right? But
I
you don't
see
think
all
there's any
sides
truth
ping
to the
pong.
loser story?
No, I see all sides ping pong.
I see all.
Yeah, it's just that I'm really realistic. I try not to get too emotional about things.
So it's good.
And if you act well, I'm not speaking historically now, but it's always better to present yourself as the victor. So even though I'm from the Caribbean, Jamaica, I don't view Jamaica as a victim. When you act like a victim, you will become a victim and be treated like a victim.
I agree with that. I mean, listen,
Yeah,
conquering is part of life. When
yeah,
people start talking about their conqueror, like it's something they wouldn't have did. What the fuck? That's what the world's about. People conquer.
Like,
You conquer a
you think
woman.
if
You conquer a land. That's what people do.
If the Indians would have had the guns, they would have still conquered people.
No, but
Exactly.
the
Listen,
Indians, remember the Indians in America for centuries owned slaves and they fought each other.
Oh, of
It's a part of
course.
life.
they did their wrong. Exactly. It's a part of life.
And
It is like a
they
life.
fucking hate each other.
You're right. They fought several wars.
It just happened that you know, the Western, you know, whatever civilization, you know, came up with the gun first, and that's what really made a big difference in this world was the invention of the fucking gun.
Yeah, the thing with the firearm is it's
And Western civilizations pacified other empires. Many empires were more brutal than the West. The West abolished slavery and human sacrifice and other practices.
Yes. And the thing with the gun is it's very interesting because a lot of the invention of the gun had to do with the availability of resources. So I don't agree with people when they say, "Oh, these people are superior. These people that and that and that." It's just purely resources because you cannot make gunpowder without I don't know if it's potassium nitrate, right?
Magnesium.
Potassium, but I think it's potassium nitrate, which is used as the accelerant in gunpowder.
But why? But ping pong. Other than environmental and political factors, Europe conquered the world because of interest. The Chinese were leaders in technology for several years, long before Europe. But Europeans were very aggressive.
Lipton, as you said best, self-interest versus racial solidarity.
Oh, that piece on the Maroons in Jamaica and the Maroons in the US.
That's one of my favorite pieces that you made for Macy's.
It comes down to records. The Europeans kept the best records. South America did not. That's what it comes down to. It comes down to records.
Lipton, can you elaborate on that piece?
Okay, so someone critical, we have been hearing a lot about critical whiteness studies and critical race theory. And I said, okay, the Maroons in Jamaica pursued their self-interest. In Jamaica, the Maroons were blacks who refused to be enslaved. It started before the arrival of the British. So after the British drove out the Spanish, their slaves were freed and they refused to become slaves again. So these people are called the Maroons. And the Maroons in Jamaica actually owned slaves, and they undermined several slave revolts. So the Taki revolt, the Three Finger Jack uprising, they also owned slaves because it made sense for the Maroons to work together with the British to improve their political power, because people care more about their interests than racial interests. So I mentioned the Maroons in Jamaica and also the Maroons in America. In America, the Maroons raided plantations. As a result, they were disliked by slaves, and planters used slaves to kill the Maroons and hunt them down. So the idea of racial unity being promoted by CWS is a fable. It doesn't exist in reality.
Bueno, viejo Klaus, everyone on the panel, I gotta go. It's really late.
All right.
Dale, todo bien. Marica, nos vemos en la próxima semana.
Nos vemos, hermano, y Dios quiere.
A ver, Dios lo bendiga, se cuida, bro.
God bless you.
All right, take care, bro. Yeah.
But
I'm gonna chill with si Dios quiere, I'm gonna chill with Julian next week, and y'all gonna see that one. It's gonna be lit.
So Henry, when are you going to put up the first video?
So Klaus, the first video is up.
Oh, it's up already?
It's up already as a separate video from this video that we're.
And what are the views? How are the views?
Yeah, this is more of a post discussion type of thing. Because here's the thing. So, because I was a bit distracted and whatever. So, Henry told me that the stream had ended. So I was like, oh, okay, damn, I didn't know. So I ended the broadcast, right? And so, but then you were just talking, right? And I was like, yo, he's saying a lot of interesting stuff, and like we're not live, like this is not being recorded. So I was like, what the fuck? Like he's saying some real truth. So I did another broadcast, and so that's the second one.
Okay.
This is
So
the one we're having.
Okay.
so
Yeah.
this is the informal discussion. The formal discussion that we just had is I'm just gonna Henry retroactively. I'm gonna name what we just had, the former discussion, as a Patronistas episode, like an
Okay.
interview type shit. This is gonna be an asado. So the difference being that an asado, like the asados, we usually like private
Informal.
them in a week. Yeah, exactly. So people can have a free speech platform in which they can talk about and whatever.
Which
And
one
then
is which one will be private? This one?
yeah, this one will be private. The one,
But
in
I
a
don't
week.
think nothing off colored was said on this one.
No, not
I don't-
really. But
No,
you know,
I
personally,
I would keep this one up, Klaus.
yeah.
Okay,
And
Personally, I have no respect for political correctness. So all my videos are posted and they're made public immediately. If people don't like them, they can go to the bin and dump themselves.
I understand. I definitely respect your view, your point of view. It's just that I want to on the asados. I want to keep people's privacy,
Okay,
respected.
okay.
But as Henry said, I don't think we've said anything controversial this stream.
No.
But
not
bueno,
really.
o sea, yo dije una que otra palabra. I've said maybe one word here or there that the gringos don't like, but whatever, I guess. So yeah, I think we can do. So what we can do is that the former discussion we had, we can make a patronista out of it, right? So episode number 5, let's say, whatever.
So
And
where
this could be
is
like
that going to be on the
5.2.
channel that I know?
Yeah. So on Cloud, so on the
Yeah.
Klaus von Rec channel, I think Henry has convinced me we're gonna keep these 2 conversations available.
yes,
publicly.
please, let's keep it up. And OG Del Rancho would be interested in conversing with Lipton Matthews in the near future, and so would Carlos, who was on earlier. Disclaimer, Lipton, those are the intellectuals. Me and Klaus aren't. I'm not the brightest light bulb in the room.
Hey,
I just happened to find you because I was interested in
nigga? I be stupid. I be stupid. Okay.
So
I see.
Henry, what are how many views have the video received so far?
So let's take a look
Not
at
this
it.
video, the other video.
Yes. Let me pull it up right now. Klaus, are you able to check how many views we've gotten so far?
On the first video, let me check my channel videos. About 51, but I'm going to hold up. I'm going to alter it. I'm going to
I'll put it up on Twitter. I'll put it up on Twitter, and usually on average we get 200 plus views. And OG Del Rancho, the Nicaraguan that was on earlier, his videos get about 1,000 views after the first week. So
He's always good people, man.
his channel is substantially bigger.
Hey, Lipton. Yeah. You would definitely.
And he would be interested in conversing with you.
Lipton,
You have an email, low_matthew@yahoo.com. You can just send me a mail.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lipton, OG is listening. He'll. Pick
Yeah,
up
just
on
type in my name. Go to my and it's easy to get my email.
Yeah. So OG 1 to 2K views. Yes.
Lipton, would you mind sending me your channel via private chat so I can put it in the video description?
All right, not a problem. Hold on.
And Lipton, send us your Patreon or any way that we can donate
I have
to
a
your works.
Patreon page, but you can. I prefer the PayPal, so I'm going to send you my PayPal stuff.
Yeah, I'll send you.
Sounds good.
My donations to your PayPal, just to keep you going.
Yep. So I'm doing all the stuff now. So this is the YouTube and this is the PayPal account.
All right. So let me.
This is the pure. And then there's the Substack. So I'm on Substack.
Oh, I love that. You got a Substack, man?
Yeah, I have a Substack.
Cool.
Love that. I'll take a look at that. I didn't know that.
Yeah. And you can put up the voice, the PayPal account for people who want to support my work financially. You can put up that too. The voice of the right at gmail.com.
Will do. I'll definitely put that up, and I'll definitely make my contributions to your work because I really like the work you do.
Thanks. As I say to people, reading journals is not cheap.
It's not.
Yeah.
And you were hard to find, but I found you.
I'm not for my art hard to find. I'm on my this.
Especially when we're on our side of the.
What was hard to find? My email.
OG asks what's a Substack? So Substack is basically a writing platform that's free speech. OG, you might find people that you're interested in that are on Substack.
It's like YouTube for journalists.
It's like Medium.
Basically.
It's like Medium unfiltered.
Yeah, you can say that as well. I would categorize it as YouTube for journalists. So like you can type whatever you
YouTube
want.
for famous people. Like the Substack writers are already famous.
I mean, like some of them, yeah.
Yeah, lots of them are already prominent.
Fair enough. So Lipton, what's your Patreon? Because I want to put it on the video description.
Okay, let me hold on.
Yo, Henry, what did we discuss exactly? I kind of forgot.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Like on the first video, what did we discuss? Because I want to put on the description like we discussed this, and that with Lipton Matthews. Like
we discussed an array of topic: BLM, slavery, colonialism,
all sorts of stuff,
including BLM.
But members of our side, OG the Rancho would be and Carlos. Carlos and OG the Rancho are intellectuals from our camp. And they would be more interested, and they have bigger channels, and definitely, I know they'll reach out to you, Lipton, to coordinate a discussion in the near future.
Yeah,
I'm not the brightest one in the room, despite me studying. My degree, my BA is in poli-sci and econ, but believe it or not, I graduated with a 2.8 GPA from a state university.
Matter. Where did you?
I'm doing well. I work in finance.
Oh, you're presently employed.
Yes, but nonetheless, our intellectual philosophy students, graduate students, are the ones that will have the serious intellectual discussions with you. I think Janier is from Carlos, he's from Venezuela, and Rancho is from Nicaragua. Smarter countries than Dominican Republic and Colombia, on basis of IQ. But no, nonetheless, again, we're honored to have you on here. You've contributed greatly, and whether it was the Catholics or the Israelites, the Hebrew Israelites like Ping Pong, the Islamic apologetics of Ping Pong. I think he was a former Muslim. He sounds like one. He knows a lot too well than the average person. No, but you know more than the average person.
Way more than the average person, but it's just articulation. Everybody's a different type of sponge. I articulate different. Like when information comes into my brain, I hear it. I can proof it very quickly and then articulate it very quickly back.
My nigga Bitcoin is on that. He's on that Sun Tzu shit. Like
the Patreon is up. The Patreon page is up. I put up the Patreon page.
That doesn't mean you are any less of an intellectual, though, Henry. Because some of the best sponges that soak up, and that's my analogy, they might take a week or two to soak it up, and then they articulate it.
Lipton,
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Klaus.
Hold on.
Ahead.
Yo, Lipton, you linked me your homepage. That's not like you. Give me your like username, because otherwise it's gonna link people to like their Patreon homepage, not your page.
Okay, what exactly do you want? Because I haven't used it in a while.
You're supposed to link me your actual username, because
Okay.
if I click on the link you send me, it
Yeah.
just sends me to Patreon's homepage, like the general homepage.
Oh.
Voice of the right at gmail.com.
It's the voice of the right
That's
at
it.
gmail.com.
And that's his PayPal,
Patreon?
correct? That's his
Not PayPal. PayPal.
Oh, PayPal. It's Gmail plus
Link his PayPal. It's more effective.
Yeah.
Okay. So the description says we discuss a number of issues, including BLM, slavery, and other issues with Lipton Matthews' channel. And then I link your channel, and then his Gmail plus PayPal, and then you got your PayPal. So I'm gonna save that. Boom.
Well done.
Yeah, look at this. This que Nicaragua que Colombia, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Ortega's a communist. I wish him well in his next election, hoping he loses, but I'm not sure if you guys keep Ortega, I'll be impressed. Hey, how did Peru do? I heard Fujimori was winning the elections right now.
That's what I keep hearing, but then OG said like,
oh, I just linked the PayPal page, the real page.
The real page. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, got it. We just got it. Yeah.
Cool.
Link
cool,
his
cool. Right.
link his Patreon. Yeah. I'll
hold up.
I'll join your. I'll subscribe to your Patreon, Lipton.
But you can do the voice of the right. You can do both if you wish, but PayPal is very efficient. But if you want to subscribe to Patreon, you can. Then I can post more articles. People like the Patreon page has not been very active, so I rarely post. But if you subscribe, I'll post more.
Yeah, we're impressed because we need more voices like you in the Anglo-Caribbean sphere. We came across social justice warriors, Pimpon and Kloss, i.e. Brotep and Truth Teacher. Jamaican and Haitians who teach decolonialism and these matters, and we're on to.
No, I don't agree with them, Henry. You think I agree with them?
No, I'm saying you know the voices that I'm talking about that talk about.
Oh yeah, but they
we disagreed on.
Yeah, they're blackwashers. They do is like they basically they're just trying to blackwash people into a victim mentality, and that's all their channels are based upon.
They're grifters.
And,
Like so I'm going to get to the point. So far I have interviewed mostly white men. Why? I like interesting people and I also appreciate eccentric people. And black intellectual thought is conformist. So I'm less likely to invite a black person. And when I sent out an email, I sent out an email to a black person and he behaved like a look a punk. So I just moved on.
Damn, so that really happens though. So you be like emailing people and they be like, "Yo, like you on some fuck shit, nigga. Like I ain't talking to you."
Yeah. So I'm not.
They cancel you?
Really? I'm not interested in entertaining blacks. Sorry. Like
well said. And that's what gravitated me to Lipton Matthews and his work is that he was he shoots from the hip. He's honest. He is who he is, and that's why I was. Now, I mean, Lipton, mind you, I am Dominican. Would you consider me black or Hispanic or what are your general thoughts on Dominicans?
People outside of the Caribbean but still in the Americas tend to identify with their Euro-American heritage. Mm-hmm. So your culture is different. It's based on the indigenous culture of the country and the wider European culture and other mixed cultures, but they're less African. So your worldview is quite dissimilar to blacks.
Despite Dominican Republic being the most Afro-Hispanic country.
The worldview is still different.
Okay. Very interesting, and Haitians specifically.
I don't have a problem.
You would agree that Haitians are slightly different than Jamaicans on the basis that
Asians are a victim of their culture. In the earlier discussion, we talked about Haiti and its various political conflicts. I don't have a problem with Asians. However, Jamaican culture is very xenophobic, and this is why I am not fond of Jamaicans who don't like Trump. Because when the Asians show up on our shores, Jamaicans get angry. They
Yeah.
don't like Haiti. They think Haiti specializes in witchcraft and voodoo. They stereotype the Haitians.
Yo, Lipton, what do you think of Nicaraguans? OG is asking.
I put I put the
Commies.
Nicaraguans. No man, not commies. I put them in the same category of non-black people in the Americas. Their culture is very different from ours.
And as Hispanics, we would say they're in the Hispanic fear. We're Hispanic, and I understand why you're saying that they're different than us.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. But many Afrocentrics would argue that Dominicans, being that they're the most Afro Hispanics, are adjacent to Jamaicans and Haitians. And we're like, wait, no, we speak the different language and slightly different history. But they're our neighbors, and we have a lot in common, but not
But
in
remember,
this extent that you think it is.
remember, it's very difficult to travel throughout the region. So if you live in Jamaica, it's easier to travel to America than to the typical Caribbean country. So although we're located in the same geographical space, our cultures are so complicated and different. Yeah.
Well said, well said.
Yeah. So for example, Jamaicans are more exposed to Western culture, i.e., America, England, than Bayesian culture. And this is one of the reasons why regional integration has not been successful. Despite being located in the same local, we're not really friends. We don't travel to experience different countries. When we do research on foreigners, they're usually outside of the region. It's indifference.
Right. That absolutely makes sense, and I think you articulated that really well. Bitcoin or Klaus, do you have any closing thoughts? I know we reached the 3 hour mark now.
I want to thank Lipton Matthews for coming into the show. I really appreciate you coming in and sharing your perspective. And yeah, man, just keep it going. And OG says, share with him the Latinx question episode. I'm not exactly sure what episode he's referring to, but Lipton, if you're not aware, I guess you could say, quote unquote, my boss would be OG Del Rancho.
Okay.
The guy. I mean, he's a thought leader. You could say that he's proposed a couple of things that I agree with him on. So I kind of quote unquote follow him. So he says,
same here.
Yo,
Same
OG, what do you mean by the Latinx?
Our countries are more integrated, to be honest. OG, what do you mean? Our countries, Caribbean countries?
Well, I mean, from my personal
OG's
perspective,
opening Pandora's box. That's the problem. without him being here to back up.
No, but now that he mentions that, it's quite interesting because again, I do come from a Caribbean background. I mean, for at least from my father's side, right? He comes from the islands, so
don't I as well?
You do as well, but but you come from more of a Antillano perspective on it. I come from a more Anglo-Caribbean perspective on it because I mean, my father, in a way, is an Anglo-Caribbean, even if he doesn't think of himself as an Anglo. Obviously, he thinks of himself as Colombian. He's super proud of being Colombian and whatnot. But he was raised in San Andres y Providencia. So, and if you know that region in Colombia, it's very Anglo-Caribbean, right? him when he was like a pequeñín, he done talk like like patwa, that type of shit. You know what I'm saying?
All right, don't embellish for the audience, but we know what you mean.
Him attack like that. You know what I'm saying? So no, I'm being fucking serious. Like he's exactly so.
my apologies, Lipton. Lipton, yeah, you have to deal with.
Well, I don't particularly care much for patwas. It's not a big deal.
So I have a lot of
being Anglo-Caribbean is patwa, and I would disavow that.
I definitely see what you guys mean. Fair enough. So that's why I've always had a sort of friendly relationship with Anglo-Caribbeans, because in a way I'm kind of related to them, right? I mean, literally, my grandmother's name, one of my grandmother's surnames is English, so
It's interesting because I've never had the relationship, but I've had the relationship with understand my middle name is Henry.
Yeah.
And the last letter ends with an I, and my second last name is Chevalier. So it's a French last name. But my first name and my other last names are Hispanic. But nonetheless,
As soon as they start using your country as a sex tourism, exploitation, extortion point for financial gains, whether it be Dominican Republic, Colombia, wherever you fucking want to say, usually that's when there's other countries at the demise of the culture. It's like backwards genocide.
Well, hot take, Klaus. Perhaps as NRX type of people, should we legalize prostitution and get this done with? Because it looks like we're going to be answering this question unless we do something about it with sex tourism in our countries.
But Henry,
Jose, what you mean, boy? My father Irlanda, boy. Shut your rascal motor.
You and your swear words, you and your profanities. Henry, did you watch my video with Ricardo Duchine?
I've watched Ricardo Duchine on Dutton's channel.
Oh, didn't you watch? But I interviewed him before Dutton.
I haven't watched it yet, but it's in my suggestions.
Yeah,
I will watch that next because I know he's a Puerto Rican guy.
Yeah, Duchine was my first guess.
I was aware, but I didn't get to it. And now that you bring it up, this is a really good point because I think we should watch it. We should definitely.
Duchine is very, very smart. Like, I'm actually going to go for the link. You can share the link.
Oh yeah, please.
Let me go for the link.
Let's share the link on that video too, because Ricardo Duchine talks about. Ricardo Duchine is Puerto Rican, and he talks about Western civilization.
Like he's a maverick scholar in the field.
Absolutely.
Lipton, your patwa. I mean, Ebonics is patwa, right? You know what I'm saying? Ebonics. But even years ago, like let's say when your people were enslaved, they made up other little languages, other patwas, other Ebonics, so that the slave trader wouldn't understand what they were saying. That's why there's so many different dialects of Spanish, and every country you go to literally is a different dialect.
Yeah, it's crazy because your people couldn't pronounce the R, and in Dominican Republic we could, so we say arroz differently than you do.
Yeah, a bunch of sounds like that.
I'm just joking, but you know.
I mean, that don't bother, stuff like that. Like people get like butthurt. That, I just focus on the facts, man. Like, you know what I mean? I like to be optimistic, and don't get me wrong, I like to be hypothetical. At the same time, I like to be stereotypical. So,
hold on. Ping pong. Stereotypes are not unscientific. Only simpletons don't judge people. Books have been written on the science of stereotypes, so there's nothing wrong being stereotypical.
There's nothing wrong. Stereotypical is part of what it is. I mean, it's
exactly.
Can't get mad at a stereotype, and then you're Spanish and go eat rice and beans and be like, "Why are you saying that I eat rice and beans? Why? Because I'm Spanish." Yeah, that's why.
Klaus, Limpton dropped the link, and OG commented that there zero schizo from our side debated what's his name, Ricardo
Ricardo Duchesne.
Duchesne's.
Yeah.
Duchesne's is a pygmy.
Is he the Canadian guy? Is he?
Yeah, he's in Canada.
Canadian Puerto Rican guy. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because
I like the guy. I don't know. OG, what's the deal?
Yeah, because
I've
seen him in a couple of Stefan Molyneux videos, and I thought of him. He was like, okay,
he's very neutral and on Western civilization. I mean, I would be interested in talking about it with Ricardo about Hispanista and that part of the movement. Hey, OG, fair enough. Oh, okay, pick me. But I think we have to dissect into a conversation with Ricardo Duchesne about the Hispanista movement. I think he's a Puerto Rican Canadian professor.
He's a retired professor
at McGill University, which is like the Harvard of Canada.
University of British Columbia.
Oh, BC. Okay.
Yeah, but he retired.
Yeah, but many people American history is American history, right? You can be an expert in American history. You can be an absolute fucking expert, timeline or every date, question, whatever the fuck. But that's just American history, right? You know what I'm saying? There's so many other histories that interlude and intertwine that you literally have to fucking almost learn all of them. If you don't, you're almost fucking at a disadvantage.
Of course.
It's very fucking. It's a very slippery slope. It's a very, and believe me, I'm down that slope. I've got out of that slope. That's why I'm more into with timelines now. It's you can't argue with the wall. You can't argue with somebody who doesn't even know what you're talking about. They get ignorant. They don't want to even acknowledge. They don't even and I know you guys go through this because you guys when you say something to somebody and they're like, no, not possible, blah blah blah, and you're like, buddy, you don't even know if it's true or not. How do you even just say that?
Yeah.
The ignorance is at an all-time high right now.
You guys, I have a quick point. So I've been listening to your discussions, and then it hit me. You guys are more interesting than the so-called radicals in America. That the conservative radicals who are really boring. Yeah, they're so lame.
Yo, Lipton, Lipton, OG wants to ask you about Dugan. What do you think of Dugan?
I think Alexander Dugin is fascinating, but before I can comment properly, I need to do more research on Russian culture and philosophy, because Russia is very different from the political West, where the outlook of Russia is more mystical. So I cannot truly understand Dugin if I'm not immersed in Russian culture. I like to understand the theoretical basis of a philosophy before I comment. So, for example, many Americans call themselves conservative, but they're not really conservative. They're classical liberals with Christian views.
Yeah.
They're not conservative.
Absolutely. And Lipton, Rancho would be the guy who would be interested in interviewing you in the near future. And he's
OG Del Rancho?
Yes, he would be one that would ask you these questions. He's a Nicaraguan guy who's into the mysticalism because he's Eastern Orthodox member of that church, and he would probably ask you about Duganism a bit more, impress you on that.
Yeah,
so
okay.
And by the way, he's more intellectual than us too. So you might want to do your research.
Yeah,
we talk about Russia, right?
Yeah,
you guys know
really
Russia.
We thrive on gossip and like Hispanics and Caribbeans.
Very rudimentary information. We're trying to increase the IQ of this channel. We're trying.
No, you guys are smart sophists.
Yeah. Damn, okay.
Yeah,
nothing wrong with being opportunistic.
Yeah, Sophism
But
serves
listen,
a
Russia,
purpose.
they had one of the first female czars. You know that, right? I mean, Russia, and she wasn't even Russian. She was Germanic and Spanish. So there's
First
inside
female what?
cultural czar who was female. Look it up,
Oh,
Russian czar.
yeah.
Female. She was a female czar. It was a few of them. And they weren't even. There was an era in Russian culture where there was not even a Russian czar. It was another from another bloodline. It was German. It was Irish. It was fucking. They had all types of different shit that were the czars. It really was actually a pure Russian Slavic person. Yeah, it's crazy.
Interesting.
I was actually researching that a little bit.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But and then did any of you read Stephen Coyne, or should I say, well, he died? So, Red, did you follow him when you were alive? Stephen Coyne was a Russian expert, an American who studied Russia.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
That name
Stephen
doesn't-
Coyne didn't buy the Russian intervention because he knew Russia so well. Russia was playing a spoiler role in American politics. Most of America's adversaries don't want to become a global power because globalism will impose a duty on a state to care for other countries and intervene in their affairs when it's expensive to do so. And Russia is not a part
That's why
of
Russia can never be a world power because it's so divided.
Yeah, and Russia is not a part of the political West, so it doesn't want to save the world.
And you look at Iran. You know, Iran, North Korea. They're allies. They're enemies of the United States. Obviously, right? You know that, right?
Yes. But
What
no.
What do they have in common? I said this on another stream. I don't know if you.
North Korea and Iran, what do they have in common?
Yeah. Why would those two people on separate sides of the world? Why are they allies?
Trade.
Besides hating the United States.
Just trade on uranium and just about ICBMs, but besides that, I don't see anything.
Well, basically,
else.
one has their technology to purify the material, the raw rock material, and the other one has the actual raw material to make a nuclear weapon. That's why they're allies. No other reason.
Fair enough. But what's the point to that? Would be the following question. Well, like, why should we be why should the West be concerned about them?
I'd be concerned with two people trying to work together at the demise of a country I live in. I would say that's very, very important.
Fair enough. Okay.
I mean,
I hear you, but I don't buy it to the extent that it's the be all end all.
What's the question?
Iran is trying to take over the world. Plus, Iran's been trying to take over the world
should we be
for a long time. That's
concerned
why
about
I'm Persia. Iran is Persia. That's their name nowadays. But if you look back in history, Iran is Persia. They're the Persian culture. They've been trying to take over the world for years. Now you got to go back in history to see that, but they are the original Persians.
We know. Yeah, that's obvious.
Yeah, I'm 100% of that.
Yeah, we know. But other than politically, North Korea dictatorship, Iran is also an authoritarian state. But beyond what you said and what we know, I don't see many similarities between them.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. So OG says, I'm gonna go sleep. I'm gonna go, fellas. Time to sleep. Se me cuidan y Dios les bendiga. All right. Take care, OG. Have a good night. Take care.
Yeah, I think that's it for us. We covered
We're
a
all
lot
going
in the
away
past.
now. Yeah.
Yeah. we're just circling the drain here. All right, so thank you very much, everybody, for coming in. Thank you, Pink. Thank you, Lipton Matthews.
Yeah.
Thank you, Henry, OG, Inquisidor, Julian, everybody who came in. Thank you very much. It was a great conversation. So everybody knows everyone's social media. I guess Bitcoin, you didn't really show your stuff, I don't know if you want to do that. I guess not. He's not responding. So, Henry, you already know. Henry _talks on Twitter. You already know. Lipton's.
Yeah, big ups to Lipton and coming through to the Raw and Uncut. Lipton, you gave us too much time. I don't know why you did it. We're not that interesting, but we're honored again to really have you on for all this
It's that
time.
autism,
I mean,
though. Like he's autistic.
We're all autistic. I mean,
Yeah,
Henry?
I have a 106 IQ, and I made it through college. And my parents told me don't go to college, go to trade school. But since then, I've been autistic and have done well for myself in the professional world.
So how old are you now, Henry?
I just turned 25. It took me 6 years to get done with undergrad.
But you have a job
I
in
was in the
finance.
military. Yeah, I have a job in finance.
How did you get the job in finance? How did you get the job?
So I was in the military. I was in the Air National Guard, and I worked in investment banking for a year, summer during college. I was at a bulge bracket, and I realized that assets management wasn't for me.
Okay.
So I went into the startup scene, and I'm in the fintech now. I'm in fintech, and it's going really well.
Henry, I love people like you. Like, I love entrepreneurs. Do you know why? Because entrepreneurs create value. I'm an investor. I like to buy stocks. I don't have a business yet. But entrepreneurs improve the quality of society. And then when people like you become very, very rich, you can give people like me money to start research organizations and change society.
Oh, absolutely. I would love to.
That's the entire plan, to start a think tank.
The first startup I was in, we sold for over 15 million.
Wow,
this was a
you're
year
going to
ago.
be my best friend now, Henry. I'm serious about starting a research institute. Really serious.
Yeah, I'm too. And the only reason this YouTube sphere appealed to me is because I graduated. My degree was in political science and economics. It was a BA in poli-sci and econ, and I graduated with a 2.8.
No one cares. A lot of brilliant people don't have good IQs.
No one cares. But despite that, I realized that I'm still interested in what I went to school for, and that I'm in the minority opinion of these topics that I'm interested in and I want to talk to people about, because I think they go hand in hand with innovation. In the United States, we have a lack of innovation, and it goes hand in hand with affirmative action, and I go on panels, I go on panels, and I guess every time, why aren't Black and brown students in university creating companies? Well, they got to create companies. What ideas do they have for them to
exactly
to put forward for us? Henry? And the idea is that they're telling me that I got to subsidize the bad idea.
Yeah.
And I'm like, in VC companies, they're taking a risk. It's 10 to 1. They got to make 10 times more of their money than what you're telling them.
Henry, quick point. I have an article. My article was published by Chronicles magazine, and in it, I argue that Black culture is conformist. So there's an attorney, Randall Kennedy. He actually has a book called Sellout. So if you don't conform to the mainstream narrative of what it means to be Black, you are not Black. So Black culture is conformist, and as a result, Black people end up very boring and sometimes very poor.
Yes.
Blacks are boring. I find them boring. There's some Blacks who are interesting, but on average, they're boring people. Even the so-called,
because they're predictable, or
yes,
right, because
even the so-called, even the so-called Black conservatives are very boring. Beyond race, they don't serve a purpose.
I think they don't have an identity that they know about, so that's an issue. They don't know who they really are. So that's the problem. It's like a mental imbalance. Like, if they don't know where you come from, it's a really big thing. It's like you repeat history, you don't learn it, right? I mean, we all know that.
Yeah.
If they don't know their history, it's like some do, but some are just very ignorant to the point. And some of my own people too. When I say that, but like they're just like they don't know. It's like almost like the ignorance at an all-time high. And it's
there is a lot of Hispanic mediocrity that I've been trying to like get rid of. Sorry.
It is just, and this is one of the reasons why I can't stand white people, because when white conservatives showcase Candice Owens as a national hero, they're insulting black people.
Yeah.
Absolutely, I agree, 100%.
But it's the
Yeah,
thing, you gotta
But it's
stand up.
first
You
though,
gotta stand
when
up
they
for that.
show when they show Gerardo Rivera on Fox News, they're insulting Hispanic people.
yeah, exactly. He's so erratic and silly.
I mean, they try to do it. They try to do it and believe in good faith, right? But it just backfires because
Yeah,
when people like you, you're like, listen, you're a black man, and it doesn't matter if you don't like certain things about. It's not your culture. Your culture is not black. You're Jamaican. So people have
yeah,
a
and
problem.
Culture
They think that
Jamaican,
like
yeah.
they think the
I
color
don't
of your
even.
skin is like
Yeah,
that's just a melanin. You
yeah,
know what I mean? People have,
I don't even identify with Jamaican culture because Jamaican culture, like Black American culture, is conformist. Jamaican culture is more embedded and autonomous, and I'm
yeah.
individualistic, so I don't care much for Jamaican culture. And I'm very eccentric because weird people are usually smarter and richer, and Jamaicans skew to the norm, and I'm not normal. Normality is not a moral statement.
Right.
Oh, okay,
Be
okay.
yourself. Hard work is a great equalizer, and you'll do well by that.
I mean,
yeah, and it's really interesting because I grew up I grew up in Queens, in Forest Hills, which is like a Eastern European neighborhood. But I grew up closely to Caribbean middle class culture of Crown Heights, Haitian, Jamaican cultures, and Trinidadians. Like these were like first, second generation Americans that did really well, that owned brownstones in the community. And many of them succeeded, and yeah, nonetheless, they did really well, and what I found is the ones that really stuck to not per se their culture, but per se, they didn't go with the that we're victims, but
Yeah, the
rather that we're
defeatist
immigrated.
mentality.
Yeah,
Yes.
rather that we're immigrants and we came here by choice and we're here to do well. And the helicopter mom was in the house, and the father, who was a carpenter or a member of a union, whatever it was, the kids did well and succeeded. And I knew that to be very different than
It's
other
sad though. You know why?
cultures.
Because a lot of them, Henry, not to cut you off, but a lot of this, the African American culture nowadays, like here in this country, they're really, really setting up their children for failure because all they're doing is teaching them a victim mentality, which is always
Defeatism.
going to make them feel like somebody else is to blame. It's this invisible person that's at the downfall of you. This
But
is
Exactly.
the enemy. There's always
but
an
it has to
enemy.
be
There's
because
always
I
an
was
enemy. There's not always an enemy.
Bitcoin.
This is something people got to wake up. There's not always an enemy. The enemy could be your own people, and usually it is.
Bitcoin. I was in Harlem 3 weeks ago, and it hits me that most of the brownstones owned in Harlem, besides
Bar-
white people, the black people in Harlem that own the brownstones are Caribbean people or
yes.
Nigerian. And
Yeah.
the people in Harlem that's been there for the longest that are African Americans have resentment to the Caribbean and the West Africans.
The
He's a Hamite.
resentment.
He's not one of us.
Yeah.
And I'm
The
like,
resentment. The resentment was greater in the early 20th century. The West Indians were seen as the Jews of America, the black
yes.
Jews.
Yeah.
But I will not speak for other black people in the Caribbean, but I don't care much for African American culture.
I don't either. And then they'll tell you the first thing is, "Oh, why do you listen to our music? Why do you listen to the
I
album?"
don't listen to hip
fair.
hop.
And
Yo, but
it's true.
Lipton,
Like,
yeah, yo, like I'm
Yeah,
gonna have to, I'm gonna have
to
to
another.
rep the. Hold on. I'm gonna have to rep the Jamaicans on this one. Yo, don't talk trash about Jamaican culture, bro. Like, there's a lot of like great music that comes out of Jamaica. Like, at least I personally have been
he's
very
not.
much
He's a
exposed.
Jamaican,
No,
100%. Believe me, he just doesn't stand for the hypocrisy
yeah,
of it.
yeah.
Being called
If
fade
you
to
like
fade, he doesn't
Jamaican,
I
defend.
understand. Okay, fair enough. But like, I don't know. Like, yo, you better not talk shit about like my homies. Buju Banton, like
I don't care
Bob
for him either.
Marley.
Don't
Like,
care for
Yeah, but
any of them.
they don't look. See, that's funny. Like how you say that, right? Because real Jamaicans do not look up to those people. That's the crazy part. They don't look at those people like those are their idols. Buja Banton, Mad Lion. Musical tone. They don't even look. They have their own culture besides reggae. People. That's the problem. People assimilate
Yeah,
them
fair
with certain
enough. They
things.
they have more modern shit like dance hall
There's
and
more
like
substance.
I
There's
don't
more
like
substance.
dancehall. No,
vibes cartel
no,
and
stop.
yeah,
Don't
fair
even.
enough.
I'm not a fan. So personally, I just I'm not fond of Jamaican culture. It's a very aggressive. It doesn't respect time, and it inculcates the wrong ethics. So I'm not fond of Jamaican culture. If you like Jamaica, good for you, but I'm an individual. And if you appreciate Jamaican music, that's good. Some of the art musicians
Yeah,
are okay.
I really do. Yeah. That's my thing.
Do you see Lipton as like basically like they conquered your island and they let it happen? So really, how strong could they really be? Do you look at it like it sounds like you really? No, you're like, wait a minute, like they got taken over. You're like, well, this shit happened. Now, what am I supposed to assimilate with this? You're like, no, you know what? I'm gonna assimilate with what I want to assimilate with.
Exactly. I believe in
You know what I
human
mean?
flourishing. All cultures are not equal. If all cultures were equal, then all countries would be equally rich. Yeah, so
Basically, you want to be on the winning side.
exactly. If I were around in 1500, maybe I would have been an emperor. We don't know.
There's nothing wrong with that. I
Sad,
mean,
well said.
some people will call that a traitor. Some people might say a bigot or a bias, but these are all
Yeah.
American words, and that's the problem. Like on these channels like Radical and fucking Denise and Brotap and these people, you say one thing, it's like, and these people that bait people, racially bait you, they do these things that like, they think they're so intelligent, really, honestly, and they're so stupid, really. It's like,
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
you
It's
know,
like
I
crazy.
So
hear
for
you.
example, guys. So for example, let culture and growth. Event cultures are poorer than time cultures. Countries with a future orientation of time are better off than countries with a present orientation of time. Patient cultures are more likely to save. Rule following is also a positive for most cultures. Jamaica is an event culture versus a clock culture. It's an immediate it's a culture of immediate gratification versus delayed gratification. And lastly, it facilitates mendicancy. So, for example, people will take a bus or a taxi and refuse to pay on the account that they are poor. So, what? Do not romanticize poverty. Some people in Jamaica say that they're sufferers. Poverty should not be revered. It's a
Right.
condemnatory position.
Right. You can be rich in
But
culture, but poor financially.
yeah, but so I don't care for Jamaica. Tell you the truth.
I don't know enough of it. I've never been to Jamaica. I've been to Haiti. I've been to Labadee. I've been to, but I've never been to. I've been to Saint Martin,
I've been
Saint Martin, which is another British-owned island.
for Libertarian, for Libert. Yeah.
Like Saint Martin. You ever been to Saint Martin or heard about Saint Martin?
Yeah, I've heard. I've never
I
been to
mean, you
another
go there,
Caribbean
right? I mean,
country.
just the culture, the French and the Dutch that have mixed
Yeah,
there. It's like unbelievable. I mean, like if you really look at it, like, and they sound very similar to you, like like your tone, your dialect, like not the same, but like very similar, not that far off.
but I've never been to another Caribbean country. I've been to the States before.
Amazing. They're amazing. The mixture of those people, like
What's the difference between Haiti and Saint Martinique? Because they're both French.
What's the difference? Saint Martinique is an overseas department of France. Let me check to see if it still is.
a lot of Dutch.
Because they voted
Yeah,
they voted to remain French, but
yeah.
they are
It's
more
French
successful
sovereignty.
than
They got
Haiti,
French.
and they never rebelled.
Where
No,
status
they're owned.
apparently
They're owned by
changed.
they're owned by the British Islands. They're owned. They're not their own thing.
Mm.
They have a ruler.
But Haiti was a French colony, and the Asians fought to secure independence, and then the country went downhill. That's the difference.
Oh, the Spain got fucking tired of Spain got tired of holding on to Haiti, I think, and was like, fuck it. They just left them to be like on their own, like
French,
whatever.
but
And French picked them up and then basically diluted their race so badly that now they basically fucking have to speak, they speak Creole, which they think it's like their own language, but it's not. It's mixed with French and English and other African dialects. And then
that's called. Hold on. Let me get the proper term.
I just, you know what? It makes no sense, the whole Dominican Haitian thing. Obviously, at one point, it was one fucking country, one fucking island. That's just it's so stupid how they fucking can't each other. But I'm like,
Haiti has what we refer to as a glossia mean the high language is rarely spoken. In other words, most people are not educated enough to speak French fluently.
Right.
Diglossia, yeah.
Well, you're gonna tell me at one time there was 2 different fucking tribes there, right? Let's just call them tribes, right?
Mulattoes.
Now you motherfucking tribes. They weren't even. I mean, to my knowledge, I believe they weren't even dark-skinned people. None of them. I believe they were very light-skinned. Even the Haitians, the original fucking Haitians. It wasn't until the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, until they started bringing Africans from Africa, where they mixed the bloodline, and then it was, mixed. There's many stories that say that most of the people were very fair-skinned. Even Haitians, when you say Haitian nowadays, you think black. We all do. You say Haitian, you think black. Bottom line.
Yeah, but the Haitian elites are Lebanese or.
Yeah, you're right.
A lot of the Haitians were
and people forget that even to this day, the Haitian elites that don't contribute to the country, Haiti, light skin, and still are to this day. If
but I mean,
Miami, if you go to Miami to Quebec, the Haitian elites are still white,
and they dominate the retail sector.
Yes, and construction sector.
Yeah, many people are unaware of this fact, but people of Middle Eastern descent are somewhat influential in Haiti, but not in politics. They're influential in the economic realm.
And in Latin America, the Lebanese and Dominican Republic, our president in Dominican Republic is Lebanese, and Shakira in Colombia and the Venezuelan elites are Lebanese.
No, the Lebanese. I mean,
the richest man in Mexico, Carlos Slim, was
Slim Hilo.
Yes, yeah, all Lebanese.
Because of where the Lebanese people were, they were. The Lebanese people are the Phoenicians.
The Phoenicians, yeah, they will rather because they were Christians. The successful ones.
No, Phoenicians is Islamic. Nowadays they assimilate more. They kind of got rid of the Muslim. No. A lot of them are Muslim, but there's a lot of Christianity and
But the pinpoint. No, I'm saying the pinpoint. The pinpoint. The Phoenicians identify as Christians as opposed to Muslims.
But do you know that there are some serious academics, ping pong, there are serious mainstream academics who believe that the Phoenicians were not real people?
Well, they were society. It's not that they were real. I mean,
no, there are people who like the Phoenicians and their achievements completely.
No, it's a fact. They're in every book. They're in every. When somebody's in every book, they're in the Torah. They're in the Quran. They're in the Bible. They're in fucking. To me, that's enough. That's enough to say, hey, listen, man, they were around. But they derive from, like Lebanese people. That's, if you look at it, you'll see like and even before Phoenician, they derive from the line of Canaanites. So it all derives, like all that shit just goes right back to fucking the dawn of time, literally, man. If you just go back, you see it all. It's like all fucking there in black and white. It's crazy, man.
But Henry, what would people do if guys like me or you had an actual audience? So let's say, for example, your videos generated 10,000 comments or 50,000 views. How would politically correct idiots react to your videos?
Well, in Dominican Republic, they would react.
No, I'm talking about the Americans. Because
they would cancel me.
Yeah, because our part of the world,
they would cancel me, and they would cancel you as well, and they would cancel Pimpon and Klaus. If Pimpon was to speak to Puerto Rico and Klaus was to speak to Colombia, they would be canceled in their respective countries.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, listen to this whole thing. Like my grandfather doesn't even know about what the fuck I know about. Imagine you break 100-year century.
Pimpon, you mulatto, Boricua,
I'm light skin, very light skin. I'm white.
Canarian.
No, my skin color. What are you asking? My skin color?
Well, yeah, Puerto Rican ancestry. Do they come from Europe, or?
Of course they do.
Are you mixed Puerto Rican?
Every Puerto Rican is mixed. Every Dominican is mixed. Every Haitian is mixed. Every Jamaican is mixed.
I know a mix.
It is a mutation. Puerto Rican is an actual mutation. It's on a phenotype, it's one of the most perfect genes because it's mixed with so many different bloodlines. It's actually through the years of hundreds and hundreds, and the Dominican gene as well is it's been proven scientifically is one of the most perfect genes because of all the different bloodlines that run through it. So that's why you find they age, right? Like there's certain things, you know what I mean? Like when you go to Puerto Rico, for instance, you can go to separate sides of the island. People look totally different. You can go, you didn't even know you were talking to a Puerto Rican. It's amazing.
And Rio Piedra. But if you go to Caguas, you'll find more indigenous Puerto Ricans. I know that.
You go to everywhere, people, have different sites. They practice. You have Puerto Rican Jews in a sense. There's people, but to go there, see Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic, and Caribbean are very politically charged. A few things you can't do in Puerto Rico, right? They have a Senate. Everything is like a mock Senate type of thing, but you can't vote for the president. You can do everything else. You cannot vote for the American president.
Yeah.
The reason for that.
Man, are you an independentist or are you a statehoodist?
Me? At this point, I should become a state. It's like,
but
it's got to go out the fucking window already. That's what's held us back for thousands of years.
You'd rather be a state.
It's enough already.
Is that right?
Because you're born here and you're born there doesn't make you any less of a Puerto Rican or a Dominican. Because you're born here, that's a whole big spectrum too.
Well, if Dominican's different because we're not U.S. citizens, but I'm saying as a Puerto Rican,
there is no difference though. That's the whole point. There is no difference.
That's not the question. The question is: are you a statehoodist or are you an independentist?
I want to become a state.
Puerto Rico. In regards to Puerto Rico, you'd rather be a state.
Yeah, but
so we can vote for the fucking president right now. We'll have more political power and more leverage.
Yeah, economic empowerment is more important than sovereignty. Political sovereignty is useless when your people are poor. But leaders in the third world will never understand this simple fact.
And Dominican Republic, honestly, is one of them because look, there's some areas in Dominican Republic that don't even have running fucking water, don't even have plumbing in certain areas. To me, that's like that's really selfish and fucking ignorant to not have those certain things because you want to be pride-ish and say, hey, fuck that, we can do it on our own. Obviously, you can't because if you could, there would be those things in place. Those infrastructures would be there. But if they're not, it's because.
But our disagreements on that lies is that the Dominican government for the past 16 years has been a socialist government that has not solved these problems for the Dominican people.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how many years is it going to take
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish. Go ahead.
I'm like, listen, how many years is it going to take before it's like, hey, listen, all right, let me put aside this. All right, you're Dominican, great. Wave your flag. You're Puerto Rican, wave your flag. Jamaican, great. That still does not solve the problem of your pride of the financial and economic issues of your people. You know what I mean? Those are people who have financial gain and want to monetize things at a certain pace for themselves. They're in it for other things. See, in Puerto Rico, the electrical grid is the big issue. You know? The electrical grid, they don't have a very good electrical.
And la Junta Central, where you have this this group that comes together and tells you how you allocate your money to the Commonwealth. But in Dominican Republic, is that we had corrupt politicians.
They're everywhere.
I come from the libertarian background, so in Dominican Republic, I feel like if we free up the markets, that our people will be better and thriving. And we're the wealthiest GDP in the Caribbean, and it just blows my mind that.
But that doesn't reflect on the ordinary person. That's the whole problem. That's just a statistical thing. That's the problem. People read statistics. Oh my God, everything's great. It's statistically no. That doesn't mean anything to me. When somebody tells me a statistic, I say, did you ask every person in the fucking country? No, then that's not a statistic to me. That's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying?
But that's myopic. It's myopic to look at it that way. Do you have to ask every person? You know,
if you're gonna have
people are not worthy. Some people are not worthy for asking an opinion about
that's the whole issue in itself.
But let's be honest.
Henry, but that's the issue I was trying to get at myself. Like, I'm here. I'm a Puerto Rican that grew up here and born in the United States. Now we have a Puerto Rican in Puerto Rico. He thinks he's more Puerto Rican than me. That whole aquí acá, like you're from there. I'm more. No, it's not. That's the whole problem. People like that who think that they're more.
I disagree.
That is the problem.
I think.
Or you're more Dominican.
That is the problem. But I think you are just as much as Puerto Rican, and I think we're neighbors and whatnot. But I think economically, the difference lies as to what I articulated to what I
look,
explained.
There's reasons
ping
why
pong
Puerto
and
Ricans have a
Henry.
passport. People don't even know. Do you know why Puerto Ricans were given passports? Do you think they just picked our island for no reason? No. We're the best military strategic point in the Caribbean. Okay, that's one. Two, they bombed Vieques, nuclear bombings. That's another reason. And three, we fought in every American war. We fought in every American war.
Yeah.
That's why we have a passport.
Fair enough. And Monroe Doctrine played. Go ahead,
Puerto Rico that don't know that. Does that make them more Puerto Rican than me because they don't know that? No, it doesn't.
No, they're not more Puerto Rican. You're just as Puerto Rican as a Puerto Rican on the island. Whether you're 3 generations apart, you are, because you are.
I feel that way. I feel that way.
This is really for Henry. So, Henry, why doesn't capitalism flow to poor countries? People in poor countries often conflate capitalism with corruption, and as a result, they're less likely to trust pro-market reforms. There's actually a paper with that title, Why Doesn't Capitalism Flow to Poor Countries? Capitalist economies are more productive, and poor people experience an increase in incomes during the transition. Well, not immediately during the transition, but after the transition to free market economies. But they are still skeptical of markets, though they need markets more than people in the developing world.
That's a good question. It's like if you were to ask the leader of Singapore, the leader of Nigeria, why has capitalism thrived, they'll give you two different answers.
Yeah, exactly.
One will take you to the city. Yeah, the saying and comparative politics is one will take you to the city square. They'll show you. The other one will take you to the outer. Yeah,
because people in the developing world don't really understand markets. I think that the market is crony capitalism or statism. They're a bit confused. But the market is empowering.
Absolutely.
When
the market is empowering.
The market is democratic. Anyone can join the market. That's why it's so liberating.
Absolutely. Lipton, I mean, you asked the right question, and in regards to Puerto Rico, this is a question that
I have a piece on it for Mises. I wrote a piece on the subject matter for Mises.
Yeah, link it so I can share it.
Yeah.
And Ping Pong might be Ping Pong. Are you a capitalist or hater, or what's your thoughts on? No, Ping Pong. What's your economic interest? Are you a capitalist or a hater or a socialist or? I
don't follow the first. I'll be honest with you. I don't follow none of those terms. Like that. Those terms. So, I don't like anything as far as like terms or economic policies. I feel like naturally you're going to know what you are. It's a feeling, and you're going to connect with people without using big, long European words. Yeah. It's really how I feel.
But simply put, do you like making money yourself as an individual?
Of course.
Okay. Good.
I'm a capitalist at that point. Obviously, I'm an opportunistic person. Methodical. I mean, we want to use words. I'm also simplistic. I'm also a paradox. I'm also something that is of of a kind of orthodox situation or a personality. But in reality, I think things are more simple than.
But guys, I'm going to go now. We've been talking like forever.
Yeah. Hey, Lipton, it was an honor to really have you on here. You're a scholar, you're a researcher, you're on these think tank and webs and websites that you can link in after. That really is what we're looking for in this movement and on our side of the camp. So we're really honored to have you on here. We'd love to have you on again.
Yeah.
There's guys like OG Del Rancho and Carlos that you spoke to earlier, who are the intellectuals of our side. Me and Klaus aren't, but we'll like to have you discuss with them, and we'll add in the description all the articles you put forth, and we hope to keep the conversation going.
Of course, we're going to keep them going because remember, Henry, you need to make a lot of money so we can start the research organization. I'm really serious.
Oh, well, good. Limpton, I'd ask you your age. How old are you?
Oh, I'm 27.
Oh, you're a few years old. Okay, fair enough. Okay, good. So you're young, and you can take care of something after I pass. But again, I was honored to have you on here and you share your intellect that is unmatched like no other, because Pimpon and Klaus can speak for themselves. We usually come across social justice warriors that are from neighboring countries of ours, whether it's Jamaica or Haiti.
Or you interview other Jamaicans on the program?
Yes.
On this program?
Yes, and Pimpon can tell you for yourself.
Who was interviewed?
They're not scholars. They're not.
What's the name?
Just biased individuals with bias.
How did you discover them?
Pimpon, you would agree it would be a disservice if I throw out his name for Limpton, because Limpton
you don't have to. But how did you discover these people?
You're talking about D or the other one, the teacher.
The teacher.
I mean, listen, he does know that history just about his own people.
Now, how did you discover this person? On Twitter?
No, it's YouTube.
YouTube.
A YouTube channel?
Because by way they were critical of the Dominican YouTube sphere, and Dominican Republic is going through an interesting time with Haiti. But nonetheless, is that we come across their channel because they
What's
had
the name of the channel?
The True Teacher.
I'm not.
No, I'm asking. Look, Henry. I asked that question not because I want you to reveal the identity of the person, but I do know that Jamaican YouTubers are really entertainers, are gossipers. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's a gossiper.
I didn't know that Jamaica had.
He's an open homosexual. He's a gossiper.
Can call his name if you want. Who is he?
Is that true?
Yeah, who's the person? Ping Pong.
He's an open homosexual.
I don't know that yet, but I've been told by what I've seen on YouTube.
Oh, what's the name of the channel, Ping Pong? Because they're not a coward.
Is it Truth Teacher 2007?
I mean, he's knowledgeable in some areas, like where his like.
Pimpon. Do you know by fact if Truth Teacher has made videos related besides the streams that he has participated?
Related about what?
Brotep would be a better channel.
What's the other channel called?
Brotep
is more of like a what if channel. I mean, I believe my personal, if you've seen me on things with him, we've always been beefing and talking shit. They're always fucking.
Is that a Jamaican channel?
Like, basically, I feel like he piggybacks off of Latin people, so he can get a bigger audience, and then he has a bigger agenda as far as like making the Haitians look like they're, he's got the Haitians at the tip of his tongue, but he's always got Latinos at the tip of his tongue as well. So like,
is that a Jamaican channel?
So Haitian Jamaican, right?
Yeah, I just think he's mad about the whole Haiti DR thing, and like he can't get over it, just like a lot of other Dominicans can't. Like they don't want to share the island. I get it, but guess what? It's the way it is. Like you either get over it.
As Dominican, Klaus and I would talk about that in a different episode.
Like Henry. Henry, I'm not interested in these people. I'm not interested. I'm just asking.
No. Listen, so that's why I'm really dubious, or rather on the fence about giving you these names who are not intellectuals, but that rather talk about gossip and social justice warriorism.
I'm just asking.
It would be
Truth Teacher 2007. Yeah. Truth Teacher 2007 and Brotep. That's it. So you can see what's going on. You know what I mean? Join the streams. Come and talk to people. You know what? Like, we need somebody that comes from your background so they can see that they're usually they have people that are just straight blackwash. They do it to a lot of people, and people they never call a spade a spade. They always want to look at it like today, the white kid and the white little kid girl that was 14 shot at white cops. This other guy made a whole big video on it. You was on it, and he's like, "Oh, this and that, blah blah blah." But I can't believe it. I mean, it's just like constant victim mentality. So I get on there, I'm not even on there for a minute. I'm like, so what are you mad about?
The name is True Teacher. I'm looking for a True Teacher.
True Teacher 2007.
Spell it. TRU.
Truth Teacher.
I sent it in the private chat.
Okay, so let me look.
So I say one thing. I believe all it said was it's you have white kids killing white cops. What's your problem? That was it. Because I mean, what are you mad about? That the kids didn't die or the cat didn't die? It's like bloodlust. It literally is bloodlust. It's like what are you looking for? What is your satisfaction point where you're gonna be like, okay, let me pick a topic. Like all they're doing is teaching and showing people how to be a victim, and eventually you become a victim when you think about being a victim. That's just the mentality of it.
But again, Lipton Matthews is above their pay grade and above their IQ.
Ping, I just looked at True Teacher and he looks very silly. Moving on.
Yeah,
that's like he's got his own way, whatever. I don't like to. I had never had an issue with him personally. Whatever the hell. But
yeah, that's not a real YouTube channel. He's just
another stream I was on with OG Rancho. Rancho was on it with me, and this lady came on. She was like this African fucking royalty, right? And we're talking about slavery, and she's like, "No, black people." She was the biggest. I called her Captain Controversy, Queen of She literally contradicted herself. I mean, I want to say more than 10 or 15 times.
No.
The biggest question to her was like, listen, I said, why do you choose to separate yourself so deeply every time you spoke? I'm royal. But she's trying to bring Africans together. I said, no, you're not. I said, you're doing the exact opposite. You keep on separating yourself from normal, everyday people. You keep stating you're a royal. You're the people who put tribes in slavery. You did this.
Let's not get lost in the details.
Yeah. So Ping, when you speak, I usually listen. But as I said earlier, I'm not interested in stupid people. Like, there's a reason why most of my guests have been white men. There is a reason.
And we respect that. And, we bring you into the Black and Hispanic sphere. That's us, and
like I look at that True Teacher. The True Teacher looks like a comedian.
Yeah.
He just went to like he was beefing with Dominican Renaissance. Like he's definitely more educated than him. That's a fucking fact. There's no question about it. Dominican Renaissance. I really find him fucking to be irritable. I mean, he's more funny than anything, but like sometimes he comes out with like things like it's true. I'm like, where's your
The issue with Dom Ren lies is that Dom Ren is Dominican nationalist, but also a socialist. So
but he's not even a real fucking Dominican nationalist or whatever, man. Because Maceo got on there, and this motherfucker Maceo, if you know him, this guy really knows his shit from a time period. He knows like good. He's very intellectual with the like I would say from the 1400s to the 1800s of Dominican culture.
Before you finish on that, let's peace out Lipton Matthews. And,
yeah, bad guy.
Once again, because we're dealing with stuff in our circle. But Lipton Matthews again, we're honored to have you here, and we're hoping to have you here through Carlos and OG Del Rancho, who will reach out to you. We'll link everything in the description from your channel and your writings and your work and your Patreon, so people can donate to you. I'm going to donate to you myself because I think you're an upstanding man that talks truth. And to close out, I just hope to find you in the near future in our sphere, in our circle, with more intellectual, more educated guests. Not me and Klaus, but the other guys.
No, we really need you, Henry. Henry, you're an entrepreneur, so you're very important.
Yeah, I'm an entrepreneur. I speak to people that make money, and I look for people that make money because I want them to fund my adventures and my stupidity. But nonetheless, if they don't, I'm on YouTube because people that I share my interests and that I studied in university, that I have little interaction with, are the ones that I genuinely like talking to. And you're one of those people that I came across, and I'm blessed and honored to really talk to you. So I'll leave you with that. Drop your, make your closing thoughts. Drop your
it was my pleasure. So it was my pleasure to be a guest on your show because I'm not one to get sad, but stupid people make me sad, and it's always a great honor to educate them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well said. Tom, do you have any final closing thoughts for Lipton?
I feel like the only stupid question is the one that goes unasked. That's my personal opinion about that. I feel like stupid people, I believe there's no stupid people. I feel like there's ignorant people, naive people, very easily confused people. But that's our job as people who have patience. Something that money can't buy. There's a few things that money can't buy, and those are one of them. So you got to keep on just pushing, and eventually, even if you get through to one person, it's very infectious when you speak the truth. Either they silence you, or it keeps on spreading.
Well said. Thank you, Ping Pong, for that, and thank you, Lipton, for participating in our chat tonight. Have a good night or have a good morning.
Good morning.
And and I hope that we can talk in the near future.
Yeah, man. All right, bye, guys.
Ciao. Nice. So it's Klaus, I, and Ping Pong. So let's see what this nigga Ping Pong got to say about the conversation.
It was good. It was a good conversation. It was cool, man. A lot of good stuff. That's what it's about, man. The good stuff.
Yeah. So I came across this guy who was a professional researcher in Jamaica, and he was from the right wing, and I wanted to get him on the show. Now, mind you, I'm not the brightest or the smartest guy, so I did what I could on the first interview that you'll find on Klaus's channel. But I think Rancho and someone like Carlos Haniel would do well and really interviewing him really well. And
yeah, Rancho's cool. I've debated with him. I've debated with Rancho before, and a couple of things. He fucks with me, you know what I mean? Because people know right away. Like when you're Rancho knows what he's talking about. Most of the time, I would say 90% of the time, 95% of the time, he knows. He's pretty much knows the question and answer what he's looking for. Pretty much, he's just one of those people. And a lot of times, it's like some people know it right away, like when you're full of shit. I just, you know what I mean?
Right.
And I'm one who,
as the saying goes, you can smell bullshit from a mile away.
Yeah, some people can, some people can't. Yeah, some people can, some people can't. It's weird like that. I guess some people kind of is it true? Is it not? Or they don't just want to be the voice of reason. Nobody wants to be that guy. Oh, are you full of shit? Oh, you're a hater. You know what I mean? Like that type of. When it's really shouldn't be looked at it like that. You should be questioned. You should question things. You shouldn't just agree with them. That's what the other channels are all about. They're just like yes men and yes women. Yes. Oh, I agree. Okay, you could agree all you want. I mean, if it's not believable, it's not true. Why would I don't know. It's just like you gotta have your own opinion. But opinion is one thing, but a fact is a fact, and that's a big problem on these YouTube streets. There's not a lot of facts going around. It's just people's fucking hypothesis, like literally what they came about and think, and they make it sound real to a group of sheep, people who just want entertainment. When it's a lot of it's not true. I mean, you're pretty factual. You like to speak the truth. You want to hear what it is.
I'm genuinely interested in intellectual thought and people that have intellectual opinions. And I was interested in Bitcoin because besides from Bitcoin being Boricua, his name was Bitcoin, and since I'm in finance, anyone who's interested in Bitcoin and why they're interested in such cryptocurrency catches my attention. And our initial conversation, our first conversation wasn't about that, but nonetheless, you were articulate enough, vaguely speaking, articulate enough to hold it down to have a conversation with me. So I said, all right, Bitcoin is someone who's worthy of having on a panel.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be articulate. Articulate is very huge, especially when it comes to talking to these people, because a lot of times, a lot of people will try what I call vocabulary assassination. They'll literally, and Brotep's a very big person with that. He will try to throw the dictionary at you and fucking derail you with big words. And it's like, I've told him in many channels, not even him, bro, break it down in layman's terms. Most of your viewers don't even understand what the fuck you're saying.
Right. Because what are you doing? You got to know how to speak to your audience. You got to know how to speak to all your audience, right?
Yeah, it's like magic tricks. Like you're doing a magic trick.
He speaks. He only speaks in that vocabulary because he's speaking to the upper echelon of his audience, the intellectuals of his audience. But the layman does not know, and the layman tunes out. The layman signs off when they hear vocabulary like that.
Just the way he comes about it, and he says it like he's low key. I think he's a racist. To be honest with you, I really think he's a freaking racist, and he's a bigot. I know he's a bias, but 100%. He just comes off like very. If you're gonna be a good panelist or a good moderator, you shouldn't silence anybody. You shouldn't silence a person from speaking. Okay, I can see people going crazy, and there's 9 people talking at once. Right. but you shouldn't, because their view is different from your view, silence them. People see that. People are not stupid. They're like, wait a minute, why is he silencing Bitcoin? For what? Like, what does he have so that to say that he just doesn't want him to say? Could it be that stupid? No, it's really not. Usually when people silence people, it's because they don't want them to be heard. They don't want them. It's different from their narrative. I mean, it's like having a dialogue, a discussion. You should want to have two separate sides of the coin. You shouldn't just be wanting somebody just to be agreeing with you. Yeah. Like, that's not a dialogue. That's not a debate or a conversation. That's just somebody just, being a communistic person. Like, yeah. Like, I don't know. That's how it seems a lot.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, we run this channel a certain way because we want all point of views to be heard. So what you're saying definitely resonates with other people who don't have the opportunity.
I've got my fans. I got my people that know that I come with the truth. I don't, when it's time for jokes, I've joked around. We have little, like there's always time for jokes. We have a little fun. But when it's time to talk about serious issues and serious things, like don't silence people. Don't silence people who actually live this stuff. That actually go through this. This is a passion for them. This might just be a clout chasing moment for some people. Some people, this is real life. Some people really are knee deep in fucking history, man. They like myself, fucking OG Rancho, even yourself, you're trying to learn. Like, there's some people who are knee deep in cultures 5,000 years ago. This is not a weekend warrior type thing. This is a fucking lifestyle. Like, you breathe this shit. Of
course.
You either like this or you don't. It's like, oh, my favorite subject, what is it? Mathematics. Okay, great. Some people's favorite subject is history.
Yeah, mine was a combination of math and history. And in college, I couldn't choose that. In college, my advisor told me choose one or the other. You're either good at economics because you like math, or history because you like politics. And I was like, can I get a degree in both? And she's like, yeah, it's gonna take you a semester more, but you can do that. So I did that. And math and history. If I ever have kids, no, ping pong, I'm 25, right? But if I ever have kids, I'm going to emphasize mathematics and history, but the true history, not the history they teach at school. But outside of school, I got to do due diligence to teach my kids the right history, right? And I got to do diligence to give my kids common sense math that relates to them on, Dad, what is it about taxes? How do I do taxes?
Also,
by way, because I know that, I hope that I can teach that to them because that's important.
So, like, relevance too, like to teach kids, like to think outside the box. Don't always just listen to everything you hear, because a lot of times, like, see, my grandfather and my father, they didn't teach me any of this shit, bro. I had to literally learn this on my own. I had to be like, hey, I had to be like, oh my God, is this? Somebody one day saw something, I was like, is this true? I was one of these listeners, like, at one time, years and years ago, I'm talking about good 8 to 10. I'm like, could this be true? Am I more deeper than just the name Puerto Rican? Is there something? No, it can't be. There's no way. There's no way. There was a way. And once you go down that slippery slope, as you know now, because I'm sure you're going down that slope, it gets very confusing. It gets very confusing, and it could literally, it could make you go a little cuckoo in a sense. And so you actually grab hold of reality and you're like, okay, wait a minute, you got to know how to, like, okay, we're living in 2021, right? Phones, technology, cryptocurrency, great. But you also have to go back 5,000 years ago and just think about what they were going through at that time, the things they didn't have, and why they did what they did. You could recite all the scriptures you want, I feel. I know people who can recite biblical scriptures and everything. But when you read the Bible, and it says in very many, and John and Genesis and Ezekiel and a couple other, I think Peter and Paul, it's not to recite the scriptures. It's how you interpret them. It's how you actually assimilate them in life. Anybody can recite the scripture. That's very simple. It's just reciprocal. It's just, just repetitive. But to actually assimilate that scripture into actually modern day life, that to me is the unlock code. And an analogy as far as like a game to life, Grand Theft Auto, how you unlock a code, because that's what history is. You unlock codes. Right. You unlock secret labyrinths. that unlock it in your brain, and then, oh my God, boom, these epiphanies come, and then these other things. Because it's not really about intellectual. It's about what you can soak in, and about what you can keep and pass on. Something that nobody can take away from you. They can take your life, they can take your life, they just can't take that knowledge you have. I feel like that's something that it's with you. If you got it, you got it.
Well said. No, I definitely agree. Right? It's like you can't unlock it's like in video games, right? There's a lot of character, right? You got to get to the previous level to get there, and the scripture works the same way. You know, they tell you that you can up and up. I mean, debatable, right? I mean, if someone was to ask,
American history is important too. American history is important.
Yeah.
I would never say,
of course,
see, history is history, but that's what it is. American history. People can't blame what happens for their conqueror on them and still blame them 1,000 years later. No, that's not the way it works. That's human anatomy. That's human biology. That's human chemistry. People are naturally conquerors. They're going to conquer something. You're going to blame a man for conquering an island, a country? That's what they do. That's what people do. That's, you know what I'm saying? It's like blaming a lion for eating steak. The motherfucker eats steak. He likes steak. He likes. That's it. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, all right? Yo, Henry, you there?
You hear me now?
Yo, Henry.
You probably hear me now. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm here. Yeah, they want to teach.
As long as you teach your kids, like you said, you teach your kids in a loving manner, and you teach them basically not to hate anybody, respectful, but be careful, and teach them their true history from the beginning. They're already 80% of the field. They're literally 80% of the field. Oh, that's a big factor, you know.
It's crazy because Hispanic kids go to school and they don't know their history, and they're never taught their history. The exception is that parents teach them their history. But think about it: how many parents got time to teach their Hispanic kids?
Right. And then what are they teaching
in this country? And when they do, it's a lie. When they do, a majority of them teach them a lie, right? So
what are they teaching them? Also think about it. What are they teaching them? They're dancing. Think about the things: food, maybe, obviously language. Like
sports, drugs.
What are they really teaching them? It's really just entertainment stuff, like basically
sports, drugs, and entertainment. Literally, what Cameron said in his album.
And this is what's been happening here. It's a genocidal fucking curse, and it has to be broken. And usually, when you break genocidal curses, your people don't like you. They're gonna hate you. And this is what happens. Happened to me. And then it changes over when they actually see, wow, actually, you're trying to better your people because you went against the grain. Because it's simple to just go with the grain. Now, when I went to Puerto Rico, let me tell you something. When I started telling people about this shit, they're like, fuck, crazy. You know what I mean? Like, once people actually started looking into it, they were like, holy shit. They were like, this is not fake. This is actually real. And problem is, it's hard to change a Dominican, Puerto Rican mind or whoever mind, et cetera, when they're been taught so much for 100 years. They don't give a fuck what you're saying. They're like, fuck that. I'm just going to keep on eating my fucking tostones and my fucking acapurias and fucking listening to my salsa and this and that. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Pass the rum.
So what was it that you were telling the Puerto Rican people that differentiated yourself from them?
I found a very small population of it. Well, when I went over there, I already had, a little bit of knowledge on things that was going on. And more of so, it was a lot of like timelines of Puerto Rico because a lot of people didn't know their culture. They knew about Denise Gonzalez. They know about fucking, Abuso Campos and this and that. And, one of the major, well, let's switch for 2 seconds. In Dominican Republic, the education system. The person who created the education system, I forgot his name, but it was a Puerto Rican nationalist who actually brought the you can look it up, but the Dominican education system was created by Puerto Rican. I forgot his name. he actually founded it, and he actually was the head guy of it, whatever the fuck. But in retrospect, in Puerto Rico, when we went there, it was kind of telling people about something. I had to assimilate things. I couldn't just come straight out. Sometimes you just can't come straight out with the stuff.
I was gonna say Pedro Aviso Campos. Pedro Aviso
He
Campos.
was the first Puerto Rican to graduate from Harvard.
He was the first Puerto Rican that graduated from Harvard Law School. Yeah, he was the Puerto Rican nationalist from 1930 to 65 to the day he died.
Right. He was the head of all the unions, and he basically was the head of that. He controlled the unions and stuff like that, but he was controlled by Roosevelt and
yeah, I mean, he was involved in the Irish independence, so he was involved in other things outside of Puerto Rico that drew his to draw him being heavily watched.
See, there's a couple of things
nonetheless
that
he meant well, but he meant well. He meant well for the Puerto Rican people.
There's a couple of things that he fucked up with too, like he didn't know any better. You see what I'm saying? Like to him, he was just about his country, which guess what? That's beautiful. That's great. But sometimes, like in every war, there's casualties. There's casualties of war. You know what I mean? Like you don't know. Sometimes, like you might be saving 1,000 people, but still 300 might die innocently. You know what I mean? Like things happen on both sides. And I think a lot of these like revolutionary people, they go into this guerrilla warfare mentality and they really forget, like, innocent people die and they're willing to take casualties of war. They're willing to. This is what their mind tells them, like it's going to happen. But he was very good as far as, keeping, he wanted to keep Puerto Rico, not a statehood. And I respect him for that. And he will always be a huge figure in the Caribbean period and actually for Puerto Rican culture.
Yeah, he was close friends with Francisco Peña Gomez, who ran for president, was on the contrary to Joaquin Balaguer. And
he was Castro. He was in touch with all the guys. All these guys were at that time.
Yeah. He was in touch with the Dominican opposition.
Right.
Whoever Dominican had in power, he was in touch with the
Dominican. There was Asado Campos in Dominican Republics, like somebody similar to him there. You know what I mean? There was guys there that were.
I think it was Francisco Peña Gomez, but he was. He never made it to presidency because the accusations was that he was Haitian. By Joaquin Balaguer. Joaquin Balaguer was Spanish, Puerto Rican, and was the right-hand man of Trujillo. Was the right-hand man of Trujillo. But my parents, my forebears were of they were Peña Gomez, but they were more of Jacobo Asal, the Lebanese guy, because they knew that a Haitian guy couldn't be president. But that's a different conversation. But nonetheless, they were the same party. They just knew that a Haitian guy couldn't be president as opposed to a Lebanese or a Spanish.
Right, Lebanese has a lot of Spanish culture. They're assimilated with Dominican and Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, I mean, our president today, Luis Abinader is Albi Nader. Nader is Lebanese, but Abinader is Albi Nader, and he's our president today, and he's of Lebanese elite descent.
The one in the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, the president today in Dominican Republic, Luis Abinader, he's of Lebanese descent from his paternal side. Now he's from Criollo, Canarian descent from his mother's side of Spanish elites from the Canary Islands. But Abinader translates to Albi Nader. Nader, Nader is common. It's one of the most common Lebanese last names.
Yeah, and that culture, like I told you before,
he gets a lot of criticism. He gets a lot of criticism because he married a Lebanese woman, or a half Lebanese. I say half, but I heard that she's full. In our countries, Puerto Rico, Colombia, Venezuela, Mexico, Dominican Republic, Lebanese marries Lebanese. Immigrants marry people.
I had a Lebanese girlfriend. They're beautiful people. They look very Spanish too. Like if you look at them, you would think they could be anything. They could be Colombian, Dominican, Puerto Rican. They could be anything because that's where a lot of our people derive from as well. You got to remember, like,
Yeah,
these people were in
course.
those islands. They went there. They were there. There was more than just Christopher Columbus that went there. There were many different. This is something that the true teacher actually learned very recently.
My paternal haploid group is J2. It's from my haploid group is from it's Semitic. It's from the Middle East. That we don't know how I made it to Spanish America because my last name, not my French last name.
Your last name doesn't depict who you are. That's another thing.
Yeah, but it doesn't. But to tie it all in, is that my paternal haploid group, my dad's dad, is from a Semitic group from the Middle East that was popular in Spain that made its way to our countries because it's found in Puerto Rico by the Bancourts in Puerto Rico in Maya West. Because I'm related to, I have 52 third cousins in Maya West. Believe it or not, it's crazy. Wow. And in Colombia, I have like 25 third cousins in Colombia. But in Maya West, because I'm from the most eastern part of the island, right by Punta Cana, I'm from Higüey. I'm not from the Cibao. People say, "Oh, you're light skinned." You're from the No, I'm from the east.
Maya West is the opposite side of the island. That's the country. That's where I'm from. I'm from Aguada, San Antonio. Those are the most farthest country places. Those are the mountains.
But I know that lie. You might be related to Nkisi though. Nkisi is from the west.
He sounds very familiar. Dialects.
No, the guy that was on earlier, Boricua.
I know him. He's Puerto Rican, right?
Yeah. He's from the west. He's close. Arecibo. Por ahí. And y'all talk alike, and y'all probably look alike because he's fair skin. He's like my complexion, and right by you. But by DNA standards, the Boricua from the most western part of PR, and myself from the most eastern part of PR, I have a handful of cousins, and it's crazy. And our history has to be that we're from the same tribe or the same people.
Absolutely.
That is unexplainable by just me because I can't explain it, but it's just unexplainable because.
That's the problem. When I went to Puerto Rico, when you go to DR and you tell people this, at first I came out with it like rapidly, like boom. And when you drop this bomb on people, when you drop these educational bombs, these intellectual things that some people are going to reject them, most will. Only an open-minded person would even consider to accept it. Right? Because we're not talking about religion here. We're not asking you to change your religion, right? Or because you know your chronological, what I call chronological timeline, birth, basically lineage, has nothing to do with you assimilate with religion, but religion and biblical times they intercourse each other. They no matter which way you slice the bread, they're going to intertwine. They're going to intertwine. And science defies religion, religion defies science. So these are just excuses people use to like basically just derail out of a situation. Like anytime we're talking about timelines or something with somebody and they're a very politically type like Denise person or a bro, they'll just take it to like they'll use an anecdote, whatever the fuck whatever bullshit they use or analogy. They'll just make crazy fucking thing just to put it in another direction because this is what they do because they're not qualified to talk about these subjects. So when they're not, they usually derail it, and then they'll go to another area, and then by the time you know it, it's another conversation. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's kind of like what they do.
Pretty much. Pretty much when you're talking to people on a chronological standpoint, is what you want to ask them is that you want to jump on them and be like, oh, before you go. From the chronological standpoint, you tell me what you're gonna say that's relevant to my chronological standpoint. So we're on the same timeline. We got to be on the same timeline. And if they digress or they deviate from that, then they're being dishonest.
It happens. Like, listen, I jump all over the place too sometimes. I do because it's just my mind is one. But
I mean, I do myself.
Yeah, exactly. I think everybody naturally does. But like, there comes a time when it's like, all right, we're talking about something. Let's stay on topic. Let's at least okay, but let's come back to topic. Even if we go off a little bit, let's just come back to topic. But like when somebody like they'll pick a subject, really they like to just race bait. They like to use debate, race bait, whatever you want to call it. So that's just what they get the views from. People, they like the turmoil. Once they get the turmoil and they get somebody like myself, and I don't claim to be the most intelligent person, but I feel from the knowledge that I know and the research that I've done, I'm, for me personally, and people have a lot of, I don't have a channel, I'm none of that. But I'm probably one of the 2 or 3%, 1%ers, and I think in the country who really chronological timeline things within religions, cultures, science, and mathematics, roll it up in a ball, and then try to make sense of it without getting emotional, opinionative, or whatever. Now, when it's time for opinions, fine. I love it, but I'll give you my opinion if you want. Or hypothesis, or whatever the hell, skepticism, stereotypical, whatever. But just don't get emotional. People get very emotional. They get like, you could just tell, like, I mean, passion is passion, but when somebody's getting emotional, they start attacking your character, start insulting you, start saying this, all right, you didn't even finish and they're already telling you it's not true. Like, buddy, what are you, a mind reader? How do you know what the fuck I was going to say? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the problem. People don't want the truth. Henry, people don't want the truth. They don't want the truth.
Especially on what we came across is that they don't want the truth and they deviate from the truth. I can't have a genuine conversation in channels that me and you, Bitcoin, have been on, and have a genuine debate. And when I say a genuine debate, it's a structured debate. You talk, I talk, you talk, I talk, I rebuttal, you rebuttal, and we have a debate for the people, the audience, that can say, it's like, wow, I've learned something, whether I agree with his point or not, this, that, and the third. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. And you know it. But I genuinely want to do this, but we can't because of the people that we come across. But, that's why I'm fine with having you on here, because at least agree, disagree. When we agree, I think we.
I think we're pretty much on the same page.
We're on the same point. We're on the same page.
I'm a little more far fetched because I just, I'm in over my heels. Like I'm in another just realm in a sense. You know what I mean? Like you seem like you genuinely want to learn about history upon history. Like you want to know. Like that's how I feel. You want to know, and that's how it starts, my brother. That's how it really starts. It starts by, just grabbing onto it, and sometimes the guy you think that's not telling the truth, he's telling the truth, and sometimes the guy you think he's lying, he's actually lying. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy. Like that's why I always listen to everybody, because you just never know.
But moreover, the guy, whether he's lying or telling the truth, I want his space for a debate, so he can argue with the top two heads, and they can go at it, and this, that, and the third, and rounds, and do rebuttals, so that we can make progress. And then in the future, we can have the guy who's genuine, who's honest, who won the debate on the channel, because I can say, wow, this guy knows how to talk about his point of view. And this is what matters. This is the BONO. This is what matters. He won the debate. No, it's not about winning the debate, but it's that rather he was the convincing point of view debate.
Right. I mean, there'll always be somebody who's a little more
people
convincing.
But okay. Nonetheless, people should have access to the debate so they can disagree with me and say, well, I think you should still have the other guy on, because I think on the debate, the other guy did this, and brought up this point. So I'm not saying the BONO is that you win the debate, and the other guy is eliminated. But I'm saying is that the conversation continues, and and it's well done. It's well done for you to have your time to put forth your ideals.
Right. I mean, I agree with that 100%, because I was telling you and Lipton before, we were saying, I said, like, history is always told by the victor. And an analogy for a debate, it's like you said, somebody will win and somebody will, like, not lose, but somebody will just be heard a little bit more convincing, in a sense, which is true. But that doesn't mean that the loser, so say, per capita, really was the loser. It just means that he just didn't get his point across as convincing. That's really
Fair
what it
enough.
comes down to. Like, I don't look at everything like a debate anymore. I used to look at it like, you know,
Yeah.
a debate. I mean, there's questions. I mean, there's so much to be learned. Like a dialogue. Honestly, I think a dialogue is the best form.
A lot of people misinterpret debate. It's like a boxing fight, right? There's always a fight 2, fight 3. But it's like a debate has to be taken the same way by intellectuals, right? Because of the former rebuttal. And a debate has to be taken as it is. If you lose the debate, according to the moderator, not because public opinion, but the moderator said you lost the debate because you failed to rebuttal this way. All right, fine. If you won a round 2, you should have it, and you should pivot your rebuttals for the round 2, so that we can continue and carry on the debate in the future. It's like a boxing fight, right?
Wouldn't you consider it has to be something to disagree upon to have a debate, right? That means if you believe,
I don't know. Maybe the topics are pivoted. Maybe the topics.
Right. Think about it. You have to disagree with something I say. Right?
Yeah, of course.
And then I have to prove my case in a sense, because you're saying it's true, I'm saying it's not true. So now I have to rebuttal you. So that's a debate, but not everything has to be if it's true or it's not true. Like basically, I'm calling you a liar without calling you a liar. That's the problem with people, that everybody's trying to call the other guy a liar. Oh no, you're a liar. You're like, no. Maybe he's not a liar. Maybe he's just misinformed. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. People are always trying to like, no, that didn't happen in 1972 at 5:30 p.m. It happened at 1972 at 6:36 p.m. Okay, you're right. I made a mistake. I'm not God.
Rather before that, maybe Aristotle was right. Truth is truth is truth, and the people that are going to say the truth are going to be the truth. But I see what you're saying, and it's worthy.
I'm down whenever you want to have a debate, or you want somebody to do it. I'll definitely be down.
Well, I'm not the one to debate. I'm more the one to bring in crazy interviewers.
I don't duck no smoke with anybody. So somebody wants to debate something, or they want a topic.
I come from the Rancho camp, so when you feel that you're ready to debate him, maybe you should debate him.
I already told him.
So I come from that camp. So I mean, I say that respectfully. I don't say that.
Rancho's not like going to go into a debate. See, personally, me, Rancho's not going to go into a debate he doesn't know anything about.
There's people you mentioned. Hold on. Let me say this. There's people you mentioned that are ostentatious. Basically, what it means is that they say that this people and they come up forth as this people, but they have dodged debates, such as Marcel. I've talked to Marcel. I think he's smart. I think since he's smart and he's articulated, he should come forth to debate people that are intellectually in his capacity.
He's not saying he's the smartest guy. He stays in his lane.
No. But I'm saying as an individual, I'm saying, hey, let me think of
reasons for his basically just like ghostness and shit like that. He's really about that life. He really was doing stuff. He was a real political activist with this stuff, a real national
he was, and I've talked to him extensively.
He went on Dominican Renaissance about it. He's went on. That's why he doesn't get along with him and all that, because he's like, you're doing worse to the people. Like, it's better you just ask and want to learn than somebody who acts like they know when they don't know. That's actually hurting your people. When you act like you know something when you don't, and then you're spreading that. It's like spreading.
No, nadie. Bitcoin.
Not you. I'm not talking about you.
Eso.
I'm not talking about you.
Pero Bitcoin. What makes you say that?
What do you mean?
Why did you just say what you just said? What's the interpretation behind what you just said? Oh, no, I'm not talking about Dominican Renaissance, because I made it clear who I want to see myself debate. It's not Dominican Renaissance.
I mean, listen, but what is he going to do? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, he's not deep. Like, see, I've studied history thousands of years. See, I go back way back. Who the fuck is going to sit and have a debate? I find me a person who wants to debate about any time in history.
No. Okay.
Your OG Rancho, these guys are like, you guys are. He's like.
Te estoy tirando una. Bitcoin, te estoy tirando una. I'm throwing one at you where I want to see it. I want to see OG del Rancho from my side, where I'm familiar with, and Marcel, who I've had an hour-long discussion with on Fighter's channel in the past. And I think these two should have a genuine debate where they talk about their disagreements, because in the past they've disagreed about some things, but nonetheless,
give me one
debate.
so I could have like an idea. Give me one, just so I know.
The Spanish Empire and Dominican history and Puerto Rican and Caribbean history, and how history went down in our countries.
Yeah. And this guy is Nicaragua, Rancho's Nicaragua, right?
No, Rancho's Nicaragua. Pero Marcel, yo lo debato yo también. If Marcel, he's Puerto Rican Dominican, yes. And I've talked to him, and he has a Puerto Rican accent, but he is knowledgeable of Dominican history.
He really knows the whole history. Now,
but nonetheless, I would say that more contemporary, like after 1400s.
Right.
But if he doesn't want to debate, if he doesn't want to debate with Rancho, I'm willing to debate it myself. And I mean, well,
it's only gonna,
and he's had a conversation with me. But why is it that he obfuscates and runs from such debate, and he doesn't?
Listen, if he wanted to debate you, like honestly, like do you think honestly, do you think you're qualified to debate him? You're gonna need this guy. Doesn't need a book or nothing. We're different species. Like we go off the top of the brain. This shit is just like reciprocal. Like to debate a guy like that, you're gonna first you're gonna need to pick a subject, then a timeline, and then you would need to like literally you're gonna have to like research it. So imagine now you're dealing with a guy who's like a fucking photogenic fucking dude. It's not like you really got to be real with yourself. Like you really want to debate somebody who's like can go off the fucking brain with fucking times and everything and dates. It's like I don't even think Rancho. I don't even think Rancho.
Are you telling me to throw out a resume?
No. I'm saying like.
Or are you telling me something that I'm not intellectually capable for?
No. I think you're capable. I'm just saying like you might have
because
to read
because again, in the past you can find a discussion on a panel that I had with
I think a discussion would be
Dominican
more
politics in the 90s, and I can do my research. And then a week later, I think Marcel and I can have a genuine debate about
right. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. Like you would have to pick a thing because the guy's a fucking reading book. You'd have to, you just want to like. I wouldn't go into a debate. You didn't know anything, like not anything about it. You want to just make sure you know. You got some extra backup. You know what I mean? You want to, like I said, you want to have an intellectual conversation.
Right. I want to have an intellectual conversation.
Right.
No deviating. Exactly. No BS about this, that, and the third. And I'm going in this with good faith. I'm not going in this where I'm going to cuss at him or anything. I don't think Rancho will do the same thing because I know Rancho very well. So I know Rancho want to debate him. But if I'm the lightweight and Rancho's the heavyweight, then I'll debate Marcel first because I don't think Marcel is like a heavyweight debater. I think he's intellectual. But I don't think he's a heavyweight debater.
Well, you'd have to find out, but I don't even know. Like, see, my opinion is one thing, but his is a whole nother. Like, he might not even personally, to be blunt, he might just feel like you're not even qualified to debate or even discuss things with him. That's just how some people feel. I don't feel that way, but he just might very clearly feel like that. Like, why should I debate this guy? You know, and like, what can he teach me, or what can I learn from him that I don't know already? Especially when he basically, if you're like, okay, let's talk about Dominican politics from.
Yeah, and we did from the 90s, on the lamest terms. But it would be dishonest if I go up to him and say that I want to talk Dominican politics with you from my what I got in my LSATs. I got a 162, right? Look, I'm good enough to go into these schools, right? I'm good enough to go into law school. No, that's not it. I don't do these qualifications, this, and that. What I'm seeking is for I want to do debate on this topic. Moderator, give us the rules, and then we'll go about it, and then and then we'll let the people decide. And then we'll let the people decide.
Section, he's asking Kilo's like, do you really think that guy Marcel is smart? He's asking you. I mean, yeah, he is.
I think he's intelligent. I'm not saying he's stupid. I'm not saying he's not ready for a debate. I'm just saying that he's ducking and dodging people who genuinely want to debate him for the YouTube sphere.
You know why? Because
so
like,
it's really
I really
up to him.
He's not about the like. He's really how can I say? He's a culturist. Like he's not doing the YouTube thing for likes and for views. This is real life to him. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, this is like, you know, for you, where you'd be like, okay, you know, you're gonna take a lot out of it. For him, it's like he feels like he's exposing himself. He's like, I'm basically just giving people information that they can use against me. That's how I feel he feels in a sense. You know, but I think eventually he will start debating people, like because there's a lot of people who have been asking him to debate. I've never asked him to debate. I personally wouldn't challenge him on that era because I just wouldn't. Now, if we used to go to like ancient cultures and stuff like that, things like that, then I would, you know. But obviously, that wouldn't be. I don't even know if that's like his forte either, because I know we were talking about a few things, and he knew some, didn't know all, but I guess he stays in his lane. So I'm sure if you came out in the right way, I'm sure he would debate you. But Rancho to me is more like a statistical motherfucker. Like he kind of has like a lot of statistics. You know, that's how I feel about him. I think he's really smart. I think between Maceo and OG Rancho, I don't know, man. I think Maceo would definitely. I think he would. I personally think he would crush him. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I disagree.
I mean,
I think it would go OG's way. But I think if Marcel wanted to debate with me and have an intellectual debate, I think it would go in my favor. On the structures of the Stanford debate, if we have a debate, rebuttal, and we do the time with the moderator, right? Respect to the moderator. I think it'll go in my favor because I think Marcel is not a debater. I think he's just. I think he's a smart guy that knows a lot of things. That just threw out his information, but nonetheless, when it came out to debating other people, he is ducked and dodged. So I'm interested in debating him.
Why do you think Rancho is so good? Why do you think Rancho? I mean, why do you feel that he's going to be a more better candidate?
I don't think he's the best, but I think he's good. I think Rancho does his homework on conversing with people, and I think that's again when it comes to debating, right? What matters is the flow, right? So your argument, your rebuttal, and what the opponent is going to throw at you. So I think Rancho does well in that.
He's good that he actually listens to, like, and that's something I try to do. I know I talk a lot to. I mean, we all do because we're on YouTube, so it's like what you do. But sometimes you actually really listen to your opponent. And you actually really listen to them. They almost tear apart their own case. Like you can almost use their words against them in a sense, like literally sometimes, you know, as a good debater, because most people, they give away little things, and if you just catch them and then you articulate them when it's your turn to speak, you can really destroy them in a debate. That Rancho is good at for sure.
Yeah, no, of course, and that's the reason. And this has been ongoing, and this is something that has been ongoing for months, right? Rancho has wanted to debate Marcel, and Marcel has been ducking. And then Marcel doesn't want a heavyweight like Rancho, quote unquote heavyweight, right?
I wonder why he's ducking. I wonder why. I mean, I didn't know he was. I mean,
and Marcel has never gave his point of view. I've never heard anything. Bitcoin, if you can find anything that'll tell you why Marcel is ducking Rancho.
I mean, you didn't see the one where Marcel Bro came on. He came on late at night. Marcel came on. Were you watching that one, or did you see that one?
On Brotep?
Right, it was like a late at night one, and Marcel came on. It was all aboard. I was on there, and Marcel jumped on. He really jumps on, but he came on.
But he was there for like 10 minutes. He didn't really say much.
Did you see that? You seen that one, right?
I came across it. Yeah.
I mean, he just dips in and out. I mean, I even asked him, like, he said he's gonna come out with a channel. He's coming out with a few things. I mean, I think he's gonna be debating people real soon. Personally, I think.
Hey, to rest the case, to put it to rest, I'll say if you don't want a heavyweight like Rancho, you got a middleweight like me. Now, Rancho is less college educated than me, but I'll be willing to go to debate. I know we had a discussion.
I'm not mistaken. He didn't even graduate.
1990s. Look, we disagree on 1990s politics, Dominican Republic. So be it. You're not a Peña Gomista. Fine. That's a conversation that I recall we had.
That's great. I mean, that's a good topic.
Yeah, with the 90s Dominican politics. We can have that debate. And again, it's not the be-all that you have to you have to debate me as a middleweight because I'm this college educated. No. That's the least important thing about me is that I went to college. The thing is that I'm on YouTube and I'm interested in having discussions with people who share the same interests, right? That's why me and Bitcoin are having this conversation because I could have ended it when I said Bitcoin is not up to my same caliber. How fucked up that is. No, everyone has something everyone has something to contribute if they're smart. And I think Bitcoin is a smart person that I can keep the conversation with going. So that's just what we have. So
some people think I'm crazy. Some people think that's the way it rolls. I think you're very smart. I think you're smart. I think you want to learn. I think that's what makes you look smarter is that you want to learn and you want to soak it in. What I call like the sponge analogy. Like everybody's a different sponge. Some people are a cheap sponge. They don't soak too much in. Some people are a very expensive sponge and they soak a lot in. I mean, it just depends what type of sponge you are. That's really what it comes down to. I think Maseo will definitely debate you if you want to on something like that.
Yeah,
I think he will. And when I see him, I'll let him know. When I talk to him, I'll let him know.
I appreciate that. And if I ever see him, I'll let him know too.
90s. What do you want to debate on 90s Dominican politics and history?
Well, there's Dominican politics, the Dominican history, and from Dominican history, from exception to where we are today, because I think we can go in a chronological order from a debating side, from the past to today.
That's huge, man.
You know what I'm saying? Would you say that's fair? That's fair to put forth?
Yeah,
that's fair on my behalf to put forth.
My major studies is, like I tell you, the chronological biblical timelines, right? So chronological biblical timelines, and that interludes with every fucking thing. You know what I mean? Science, this, that. So yeah, you would have to put things in a time order fashion, so that something's got to be right, something's got to be wrong. Like it's not going to be both. Either you agree, you don't agree. And then if you don't agree, then you rebuttal. And I think that's when the rebuttal comes in. Like, okay, so
I like that, and that's the point. And this is how the Stanford debate program works: is where you have this and that, this, that, and a third, and you have a rebuttal on the chronological, and then you can just keep progressing, and you can have a debate, and then the audience at the end of the day comes about it, right?
That's the only way I debate somebody is with chronological timelines, because if not, then you get a person who debates you and they just jump around from this thing to that thing and whatever, and they just start using big words, and sometimes they look like they win. It's a lot of smoke and mirrors.
Mm-hmm.
So to get good points across, and like I said, everything doesn't have to be just the facts. Things can be a great point. It's a great point or a great analogy, but it's got to be a great analogy, not an antidote or whatever the fuck this guy wants to call it. I hate when they even say that. It makes me sick. But like throwing something to another derailing point. Now everybody derails a little bit, but it's got to come back like a fishing pole. You can't just fucking reel it all the way out and then it never comes back.
No. Derailing is an interesting process in a debate.
No, it is, but like, see,
derailing is just not this one thing you throw out to derail.
Right.
That only works in structure. If you want to derail someone in a debate, it has to be structured. You have to know what your opponent is going to say to you.
Right.
So you
or even when they derail, even if you derail, like, you can derail in a fucking debate. It happens. It's going to happen. It's natural. But you have to bring it back. It has to come back. So
it's like a game of chess. Bitcoin
right. It's like fishing. You throw the line out, and you got to reel it back in. So it's got to come back. If you don't come back in,
Yeah, I was a chess player in middle school.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. If you know how to play chess, you know exactly what I'm saying. Kilo says Rancho will tear a hole. Oh, okay. Henry must be a good friend and is being careful in case Macho watches this. No, I'm not being careful. I'm just telling Macho if he debates me because he doesn't want to debate Rancho, he's in trouble anyway. Bitcoin is very smart. I agree. Bitcoin is somewhat smart.
Yep.
Not very smart, but Bitcoin is smart enough to hold it down here. He tells it like it is. Yeah, I agree. Bitcoin tells it like it is. Bitcoin, I want to talk to you. I want to talk with you. I want to have a debate with you.
Of course.
But I agree with you at least with what you have said so far. Don't trip. I'm going to kick you out my panel because I love your knowledge, so I won't deny it. Then Kilo says, furthermore, I thought Marcel, not Macho. Okay. So to address the last two, Kilo, I have, you'll find me on Macho's channel. I spoke to Macho. I doxed my face on Tabaco y Ron. I've had cigars with Macho. Macho means well. He's a very different person than Marcel. We don't know Marcel yet. Macho is full Dominican. Marcel is Puerto Rican and Dominican. But
Macho's a modern day activist. He wants good for his people, whether it comes out good or bad.
Yeah, he's a Dominican nationalist. Yeah. And that means today, that means modern day activists, unfortunately, right? The problem is Marcel nationalist for your people. Marcel is Puerto Rican and Dominican.
Right. So I'm just
Kilo Cortez, my apologies, but I stand corrected. Kilo Cortez, my apologies, but I stand corrected. I was addressing Marcel for debate, but I brought up Macho because I've talked to him as a Dominican nationalist. We agreed on a lot of topics. But for myself and from OG the Rancho, we were calling up Marcel. So I hope that answers that. Your comments. I meant Marcel, or I'm confused. No, you're right, very right. Marcel. Macho's a different person, and Macho is someone that I've discussed with personally on his channel, and I've been on his channel. And Macho means well. He's Dominican nationalist. Not the brightest, but he's a historian, and he's interested in the Dominican people and advancing the interests of Dominican nationalists. He does well in that. Marcel is more of an intellectual, so this is why we challenge him for a debate with neutral moderators. Not someone like Bro Tap or a Radical Latino, but rather someone who maybe someone like Bitcoin. Maybe Bitcoin is worthy of being a moderator. Who knows? I could definitely moderate. I can definitely handle that.
I really don't have bias to either one. I just like things to be fair. Like I said, I sell it what it is, and I don't want. Like I said, even if it's my own, I think a big issue is that he's half and half. Right? A lot of times when you deal with full-blooded people, especially like Rancho is 100% Nicaraguan, right? I believe he's 100%. I believe he is, right?
Yes, correct.
You're 100% Dominican?
Yes.
So there's some type of pride there as well. It's like, don't tell me about my people when I'm 100%. I get that, because I'm 100% Puerto Rican, 100%. But
we're talking for grandfathers. Some would say that I'm Dominicans because my paternal grandmother is Haitian, and then my paternal grandfather is Spanish from Galicia. So, someone would say that by then, you lose being Dominican. No. This is what makes me Dominican. They were all in DR at the same time. And they got married and had kids in DR. So what makes me any less Dominican than anyone else? That is how the story goes.
So like like that whole thing, like he's half Puerto Rican, he's Dominican. I feel like that does play into it a little bit, especially with people like Dominican Renaissance and Macho. But Macho's smart. Macho knows that like this guy is a real intellectual, person with this stuff. Like, this is not fake. So he's not. I don't think he's crazy enough to like debate Masio, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? It's not.
No.
He knows like his lane. Like, just does what he does, and he's mad cool. I fuck with him all the time, like on the streams and shit. But like,
yeah, I met Macho in person. Macho means wow.
It's like, whatever. Like, oh my god, man. I mean, I think it would be a good debate. I think, if you keep on topic, or like I said, you pick that timeline and say, okay, man, let's talk about this time, that time. And then everybody, you have 5 minutes, he has 5 minutes, or rebuttal or whatever. I think it might be great. Whether he's going to do it or not, that's a whole other thing. I mean, you can't blame him for not debating you either, or eventually, he could just come plain out and be like, I just don't feel like, why? You know what I mean? Like, think about it. Like, he's known. Like, I'm just somebody that comes on and likes to, talk about it. Like, the things, like, it's entertaining for me. I like to. I even know sometimes I hear the repetitive stuff. I just love the knowledge. Sometimes I like it. I don't care if I hear something new or not. A guy like him, a real activist politically, I would say he's really a real Dominican nationalist and a real Puerto Rican nationalist. The problem is he's both. A lot of people have a problem with that. I think that's what it really boils down to. And I feel like that's the card that's used. It's like, oh, you're half Puerto Rican, you're half Dominican. You can't. What the fuck? Can't. You know what I'm saying? People hit the low blow there, and they try to
right.
Use
that's an interesting case.
And that shouldn't be that way. Shouldn't be that way.
But it's an interesting case because it's the highest in a marriage. It's the highest in a marriage in our community. Mm-hmm. You're gonna find half Dominican and half Puerto Ricans, and it's the highest commonly found mixed Hispanic.
Mm-hmm. And the crazy thing is, he's more of a Dominican nationalist than he is a Puerto Rican, but he knows just as much.
Think so?
I mean, listen, that's my personal opinion.
I mean, from experience, I had a discussion with him. He's full Puerto Rican accent, but knows Dominican history very well.
You know what I mean?
But you could be wrong, and I could be wrong as well.
Okay. Yeah. And that's absolutely part of the equation. To me, he's a person with like just impeccable knowledge, and I really feel like it's more of like I wouldn't debate him. Me personally, I wouldn't debate him, not because I'm not qualified to talk about this shit with him. I just rather I know like what his subject, like he's in his lane. I'd rather just hear what he has to say and then ask him questions in a dialogue. That's just me. But like I said, yourself, you want to debate him. So that's, you feel like there's a situation, an error, or something, and that has to be discussed. And you can only win. It's a win-win for you. That's the way I see it, brother. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, you can only get more knowledge, and you can only learn more. You're not gonna lose nothing. Put it that way. I really feel
no, it's encouraging, so I'll take it into consideration. I also want Bitcoin point of view on radical land roadmap. ... I have a lot of questions because I know he would keep it 100.
I fuck with him every day. I can't stand him.
Who do you fuck with?
Radical. I think they're racist.
I'm going to have Terrell as a black man question and on all this unity in history as a pro-black man, comma. It's why I want Bitcoin as a biased person. I don't know what to say, dog. All this punctuation got me fucked up. But I'm sure that you're addressing Bitcoin. I'm sure you're addressing Bitcoin here.
Radical
Bitcoin, if
because you know what I do? I go there and I tell them, listen, I don't give a fuck that you're black. They want to get nasty, they want to get whatever. I'm like, I don't care. I'm like, that's not why I'm here. It's not why, whatever, bro. I'm not racist. You know what I'm saying? Both of my sisters, they black guys. Okay? Nice, respectful black people that I know. And that's like a key point that I use. Like, bro, I'm not racist. I don't care what you are. I just don't like to hear lies and like them spreading things to people, and I have to hear it. That bothers me because there's people on here like Kilo and other people who you tell them something, they might believe it. They might not even, I'm not saying him, but they might not even research it. And that's the worst thing you could do to somebody. Tell them something that's not true, that you sound like it's true. Now they go and tell other people. That person tells another person, 5 people, 10 people. By the time you know it, this fucking lie, there's 1,000 people who know this lie. Now these people are defending this lie against the truth. And this is what happens. This is exactly what happens. People commit verbal blasphemy, preaching things that are not true, and that fucks up people like me, yourself, people like myself, like OG Rancho, people that actually want to learn the truth, want to learn what it really is, not just whatever makes them feel good or it's good for the stream. And that's what people like Brotep do. He's a nice guy. I mean, he seems pretty cool. I'm not gonna say it, but he's just very biased. Very fucking biased. You know what I mean? He literally kicks me off all the time when I'm on there, whatever. Yeah, sometimes I'll be fucking wilding out a little bit, but it's like they don't want the truth. Like, believe me, they'll start attacking character and this. Even Denise Gonzalez, fucking, and she's 100% Puerto Rican. Why wouldn't I want to get along with one of my Puerto Rican sisters? Like, does that even make any sense? Man,
that's a very.
And what does she do?
That's a very.
She fucking do? She makes it like. It's not even that she's a strong woman. She's a strong woman. I respect it and I love that. Okay, she's one of my sisters, my native sisters. But I'm still not going to stand up for somebody. And it's not that she has a black boyfriend. Okay, like I said, my sisters date black guys, have a kid with one. It's not that, because you know what I'm saying. It's that she's using a blackwash mentality on other people because of her situation. So if it really wasn't a big deal, she shouldn't be mentioning about anything of her personal life and just be like, let me just kick this. No, she made it a point to be like, boom this and boom that, and it's like, yeah, guess what, people are going to be a little salty, and I'm guessing she knew that, so that's why she did that, because she seems very methodical. She seems like the type that would set little traps in place to get up
and it surprises me that she brings that onto the debate sphere as someone who's very methodical,
it's like
likes to argue, that they'll bring that onto the debate sphere because someone like you, Brotep, has not told me that your wife is white or black.
Exactly. Like, that
and I don't know if you have a wife, but nonetheless, that shouldn't make a difference because I wouldn't care.
And then the crazy
point is that you never ever brought that up.
Name, I don't know if you've seen her husband. Her husband's name on the thing is called Melanated Night, and they be kicking me out like Brotep. Not even what was it? Today was Radical. Radical's fucking. I'm like, dude, you're fucking Spanish. You're defending black people who will never fucking back you up. They will never fucking claim you. Why are you even? It's like defending people. What are you doing? Like, you don't even make any fucking sense. They don't claim you. They don't want you. They're not trading you for another player.
So let me, Brotep, let me cover the comments because they're addressed towards you. You're the topic of interest. Brotep is cool, but he's a blackhead. Kilo, I agree. He is a blackhead. Yeah, I don't want a pro-Hispanic. Yeah, you don't want me at Henry. That's why I want Bitcoin and not someone brazy haters. LOL, LOL, LOL. Dude, I'm a genius. LOL. I see you told this dude it straight out. You gotta love that shit. It's unique. Fuck Denise. She speaks garbage on her people.
Yeah, she really does. And like, she does the whole Puerto
disgusting.
Rican thing. Like, I'm more Puerto Rican than you. Like that type of shit.
Let me, Bitcoin. Let me finish.
Sorry.
Shaking my fucking head. That's disgusting. Facts. Bitcoin. He's making money from it at Bitcoin. Facts. Bitcoin. So the comments from Kilo were mostly addressed towards you and Denise, and you disavowing Denise. So go ahead and talk about that.
She like, listen, I'm not here like, like market her or make her any whatever. Listen, I respect her as a person. Okay, that's first and foremost. As a person, I respect her. I believe she does mean good. Okay, this is to be so, because when it comes retracts back on me and they're like, oh, people love to talk about me and I'm always at the tip of their tongue. No, she does it indirectly. She thinks that people are not like intellectual as her or whatever. Like, no, there's some people who are just intellectual, not more. Like when you're playing checkers, some people are playing chess. So that's the problem. Like, you're playing one game, I'm playing a totally different game. So it's like, if you don't agree with their narrative, they'll literally just shut you out, insult you, make you feel like you're stupid. It's like, why do you do that? Like, how could you be such an intelligent person and then make somebody feel like
that's
like,
the problem with our community.
They do it all the time. And then like,
with
wait a minute, have you lived in Puerto Rico? How long have you lived in Puerto Rico? Wait a minute. So you're telling me the amount of years you lived in Puerto Rico means that you're more intellectual than me and you know more about that country than me. On the contrary, it's not true, because guess what? There's Puerto Ricans I met that are fucking 90 years old still don't know their real culture in Puerto Rico. So that does not matter to me. Okay? And because you live there doesn't mean you're more Puerto Rican than me. Same thing with a Dominican or Colombian or an Ecuadorian or a Nicaraguan or a Venezuelan or Argentinian. It doesn't matter. Okay? Actually, there's more people who are born in America that are more fucking la raza or more fucking machismo, have more pride for their country born in this country than the motherfuckers that are born there. That's how I fucking feel. They actually love their country more than the motherfucker born in the country. That's just how I feel. That's my personal opinion. But,
well said.
Everybody has their own opinion, but I mean, it's like she never wants to see anybody, then she'll ignore you. When she doesn't want to talk to you or debate you, she'll ignore you, right? And then her little boyfriend will jump in the comments, right? Everybody knows that he's black, and she makes a big deal out of it. He's called Melanated Knight. Why would you be on some Back to Africa shit? Your first name is Melanated, and then you're using the word knight in a medieval term. So you make no sense. You don't like Europeans, you don't like white people or Spanish, but you're using a word that comes from fucking derives from the fucking. It makes this like an oxymoron on its fucking best day.
Furthermore, how can you trust a mixed race child for Melanated Knight and such name? And how bad they would treat them to hate themselves. The mixed race child, right? Hate yourself because you have Spanish or this and that. It's ridiculous. But the comments says radical is making money. Facts. Kilo says, I can't respect a person, whether male or female, when they belittle their own race to uplift another race. How can you say, quote unquote, I respect her, unquote? Furthermore, Kilo says, Henry, great job, bro. I've been on since the beginning. Great show, y'all. Good night. Hey, thank you, Kilo Cortez. Good night.
Yeah, later, Kilo. Yeah, man.
I appreciate your comments, and I appreciate your comments that we had for our guests, Bitcoin. I've addressed your comments, Kilo, to Bitcoin to answer. So, comments here are appreciated and respected. So appreciate it.
It's moving forward. We're moving forward. You see what I'm saying? We're moving forward. Like, this is called moving forward. What we're doing right now is moving forward. It doesn't matter the time, 6:30 in the morning. This is moving forward. Other channels are just literally going in I don't have a channel. And I really don't even crave to have one. I really don't, because in a sense.
Why not? You would seem like the one that have a channel. I all your wrongs on all the other channels.
I honestly like to vicariously, I don't know, in a sense, live through other channels at this point. And kind of like that's what I'm doing. And honestly, vicariously just spreading my points and things. I just, whatever. But that's how I feel. You know what I mean? Everybody has a different thing. I think even let me say your channel. No, I'm like, I'm good. I'm like, I really don't need channeling. Maybe one day I will. But I'd rather just get to know people and then maybe later on do something like that. Who knows? But
fair enough. To say finally, Kilo Cortez, thank you, Henry, for doing this. No, thank you for being an audience, for being a guest member, and for reading your comments, because we do this for the audience. So your questions are for us to answer. And you say peace out to the two of you. Well, and Kilo, peace out to you. But moreover, Kilo, do your due diligence to drop comments, to like, subscribe, and to moreover, this is more of an interview-based channel. So if you have comments for those that you come across on YouTube and that you want us to interview, send them our way, because it would be our interest to, interview people that, people are interested in hearing about from an interview perspective. Kilo finally says, thank you for not booting everyone out. I'm out here. Yo, again, Kilo, appreciate it. Hasta luego. Chao, que pase buena noche. Tranquilo ahí en Ciudad Juárez or wherever you're at in Mexico.
He's in Texas, but one time we were debating.
Shout out to Texas. Yo, I was stationed in Texas. I was stationed in San Antonio. I was in the Air Force. It's nice out there. I went down to Corpus Christi. I went down to South Padre Island.
Yeah,
I fuck with Texas.
Texas is definitely a beautiful place to go.
As they say, the bitches are nice down there.
Oh yeah, they fucking.
I gotta find me a nice Mexican woman, not a Dominican or Puerto Rican that treats me like
Yeah.
shit.
That's the truth. But I'm like, even like one time we were talking about. Now I'm on the East Coast. I'm Puerto Rican. Like, you know, most people are like, what the fuck would you know about Mexican culture? What would you know about? You know, I try to pride myself in learning every culture. It's very important to dibble dabble in every culture because, like, how can you really have a debate with somebody or be interviewed or even talk about a subject and you don't even know the 101 basics?
Well,
you know,
we have if you're in the East Coast like I am in New York, Connecticut, Jersey, is that we have Oaxaquitas. Mexicans are from South Mexico, so they're not the Mexicans that you see down south on the West Coast.
Northern,
especially the women, yeah, norteños. But from like Oaxacas, I have some pretty cousins. Well, hey, Kilo, I'm an upstanding Catholic, college-educated, military-served man, and you know, maybe it might work for all of our favors. So when you start your channel, please share your channel on my channel in the comments, vice versa. I will do the favor to share your channel on my channel because you've been great with the questions you ask and for the audience, because the questions you ask is not only to me, but I answer your questions to the greater audience that's listening.
I mean, he genuinely wants to learn.
Kilo means
some people genuinely want to learn. There's a big difference in genuinely wanting to learn or just coming on to just conflict with people, like other channels, like Radical, like Brotep. They are looking for the conflict. They're not trying to have a solution. Solution means that they don't have any other content.
They're looking for the thing.
In retrospect, there is other content, but they just continue to go around in circles. I call the channel all the time. I'm like, it's like the what if channel. What if? It's like, what do you mean, what if? You know, it's constantly like an enemy. There's an enemy. There's an underlined enemy. Is the white man. He's out to get us. And
you know, I never saw it that way.
Well, if that's the case, why is BET not owned by black people? Why is BET not owned by black people? Like, let's be for real.
Yeah,
like,
Ron Johnson sold to the whites. Yeah.
Yeah, why is Jay-Z and fucking Puff Daddy?
Why did Ron Johnson do that? Why did Oprah Winfrey allocate some majority of the channel? She's doing it, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like why? You know, before you look at other people, look within your own people.
I like Robert Smith, but he's an exception because he works in finance. But nonetheless, why is it that he's the only financial advisor who's a billionaire, who's a black financial advisor in finance? Why isn't anyone else?
I mean,
he's talked about that. And he's talked about that extensively, and I've talked to him at a conference too. I'm gonna interview someone in the Bitcoin sphere.
It's very interesting how like a lot of these African American wealthy people, they're quick to buy a liquor company or a beer or a fucking, you know, smoke papers, or they'll dibble dabble in all the other companies, but they don't dibble dabble in like their own people. Like what BET, like what? I think that's the first thing that should have been bought out by like Jay-Z, Puff Daddy.
Not that they should dibble in that, but they should be criticized. Why are we going to put it to chat? They should be criticized. But I'm going to interview next week a multi-millionaire Bitcoiner who's Hispanic. He's Dominican. And he's a Dominican Bitcoiner. I want to ask him about his experience this weekend at the Bitcoin conference in Miami. And I want to ask him his future prospects that he can tell our audience about the Bitcoin sphere. So he's an extended family members of mine. But he's someone that because I'm doing this more on an interview basis as opposed to a live stream. I want to live stream on an interview basis. My interviewer wants to live stream with us, and he could, but I want to tell him first and foremost, you're gonna get to smoke if you live stream with us, because I got a lot of stupid guests to get on the live stream and ask stupid questions. But nonetheless, I want to do that with him because he's a really knowledgeable guy. He's made a lot of money in Florida the spear. And he was at the
Even
conference
like
today, and he
Fighter's channel,
sent,
even like Fighter, Fighter. Like
yeah, of
I was
course I know
cool.
Fighter.
I was cool, but then like he goes over on rants, and then he doesn't like he's letting shit go to his head. Like he's another one that starts kicking out people, but then when he gets kicked out on other channels, he's complaining about it. Like, bro, you're doing the same thing. You're a hypocrite. You're literally doing exactly what they do to you. If you would change that and did differently, then I would have more respect for him. But since he does the same thing and he kicks people out, silences them, puts them on mute, like, bro, like, what are you doing? Like, you're not even having a discussion. You're literally just saying what you want to say, making somebody look stupid. For what? Insulting their characters. Like, as soon as somebody insults your character, bro, that's really pretty much they've lost. Anybody with any intelligence knows. Somebody starts telling you, insulting you, and he was going at Puerto Ricans like heavy in his last stream, and I was on there. I was going at him like he had mad smoke. I don't know why, out of nowhere. I'm like, bro, maybe you speak to a lot of other Puerto Ricans that don't know nothing about their culture, and you want to call them gringos or this and that, blah blah blah. But bro, you're not speaking to them. Like, he kind of like really,
never had that issue with Puerto Ricans.
I know, but he like, I don't know. He came out of
That's a
space.
disservice to me, to Puerto Ricans, to even say myself without having any evidence that Puerto Ricans.
He came out his face though. Like he came out his face on his last stream crazy, and people even said it. They were like, "Oh, bro, what's the deal with you? Like, what are you? Like, why all of a sudden like he looks stupid?" He started retracting it, but I was like, "No. There's no reason to retract it. You said what you said. You said things. Now explain yourself. Now go into elaborate what you mean." Yeah. Oh, right. Well, it was, I had competition with Puerto Ricans, and it was always a rivalry. Yeah, okay, great, man. Like that's great. Well, what are you doing? You're still going through it. You're a grown man now. You're still going. That's a natural competition.
No, even my pops. I grew up in a bodeguero family. My pops owned a bodega in Brooklyn. Puerto Ricans were always there. And Puerto Ricans were always people that were there willing to work, or people that were there in the community doing something productive.
They were always there originally in this country.
But moreover, they were there to pave the way for us to be there.
Right, and that's the whole point.
Because the Dominican bodeguero wouldn't be in that neighborhood. My father was in Williamsburg. What is Williamsburg today? Williamsburg today is the most thriving, wet, gentrified neighborhood that we know of.
And you look at most of the bodegas.
So yeah,
they were Puerto Rican. They were Puerto Rican.
Yeah, they were Puerto Rican. In Bushwick, we're talking on Wilson Avenue. We're talking on North 7. So I was on North 7 in Bedford. My pops was on North 7 in Bedford. And if anyone, I don't care about doxing myself, but if anyone finds bodega and you find the last name, yeah, you're gonna find me, because I worked in that bodega growing up. And I don't care if you find me and you have anything bad to say, but I'm proud of it, and I'm proud of everyone my dad employed, and I'm proud of where it got me to where I am today. Because I was 8 years old and I learned
Fighter said drop link. Let him in. That motherfucker.
Damn, this is Klaus's channel. So Klaus is the one who lets people in. But damn. No, this is a good conversation. If I can accept people into this conversation, Fighter, you would be here.
Fighter's a fucking hater, bro. He threw me out. Now he wakes up and wants to come. That's what he'll do. Now
he mentioned his name and he heard you.
He's like, nah, you my buddy. You my buddy. You're right. Motherfucker tossed me out, man. You know what the fuck you did, bro? That was fucked up. You know it was, bro.
Yo,
I know you had a lot of people watching.
Fighter, why don't you start a stream? Yeah, Klaus fell asleep. Klaus disappeared from the channel.
You start your stream, he's gonna kick me off.
We're gonna exit his channel, and Klaus's stream is still gonna be running. Fighter, why don't you start the well, actually, I got access.
Soften up now, nigga. Ain't nobody softening. What the fuck you talking about, Fighter? Why, if that's the case, you could have left me on your stream when you was kicking me out every 2 seconds.
Oh, that's in between y'all two.
Yeah. He said, "Don't soften up now." He said,
"Let me catch up in the comments." Kilo,
I don't fucking keep the same smoke for you when I'm talking to you on your channel. Without you silencing me.
I thought you live in Texas, not the West. I have some pretty cousins. Yeah, we talked about that. I don't want to be praised or be a genius. I want to learn. Well said. Gigi, good morning now. Gigi, good morning. Thank you for listening to us. This is not the Breakfast Club. But this is me and Brotep just. I mean, no, me and Bitcoin. I said Brotep. That's fucked up. Me and Bitcoin just.
He can't kick me out like he usually does.
Fighter dropped the link. Klaus fell asleep. And he left the link. I don't. Oh wait. Yeah, no, I can drop the link, but I can't bring you in. Kilo Cortez is cool, Henry. Next time. So, Fighter, if you want to start a stream on your stream, we can join. I think.
Yeah, why not? But
if you start, and then we'll leave this to Klaus to end it when he wakes up with Lipton. I'm gonna start a stream. Give me 5 minutes. I bet. So we're good to go.
Yeah, and don't kick me out, Fighter. And don't kick me out, Fighter. And don't kick me out. Yeah. This is what this nigga does. He kicks me out. He won't do it now because there's nobody really fucking watching. But when you got like 50 or 60 people, bro, let me tell you something. I don't know how you do it, but you know how when you write comments and they disappear. So that means that the person who owns the channel, they can literally like erase all your comments like automatically, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
What? Like, yeah, why is
anytime I'm writing comments on Fighter's page, or was it Exene? No, it's Fighter's page. They would just literally disappear, like in a second. We're gone.
Yeah, Kilo says lately I've been seeing at Bitcoin getting kicked out a lot lately. It's been a habit. Seems like even Exena kicked you out. Well, Exena would be the first one to kick out Bitcoin for being politically
correct. Never ever kicked me out. It's because they're literally obviously, you know, they're trying to silence you. Stuff. They know what's up. But
I've came across Bitcoin by his name Bitcoin, and I like the name Bitcoin.
But I always come back. I don't run away. I don't cower away from nothing. Like they literally have to kick me out. You know, I'm staying there. I'm like. But Christina did put me back in. She did. You know what I mean? But like when it's funny and everything, it's cool. But then it's like the last time I'm on there having a stream, he's having a stream, and like he's constantly putting me in. I said, "What's up?" Literally, he's like, "Oh, wait your turn." Blah blah. I'm like, bro, where'd you get all this fucking smoke, this energy from me? Like, meanwhile we was cool in the last fucking thing. Now you like getting all crazy, like telling me I'm not Puerto Rican. Like he looked mad stupid for that. He looked mad stupid for that. I could prove my fucking nationality and what the fuck I could.
Dog, you were falsely accused of being Albanian.
I know. I mean, jokes and shit. Even blood.
I don't think Bitcoin is Albanian. I mean, a lot of Puerto Ricans that I grew up with look like especially if you're from the Bronx. But I think
Bitcoin, picking people out and like not and silencing them. Like you shouldn't silence people. If you're gonna be,
I think Bitcoin is Puerto Rican. Maybe he might be offended by the term.
Like but that's what I'm saying. He is like he did to Criente.
I think he's New York Rican, and I think he has an interesting ideology when it comes to theology that interests me. It interests me on worth having on.
But that's the thing. Like this guy, he don't want to learn. Like he even said in Friday, it's true. I asked you on the last stream. I said, do you want to learn about your history? He's like, I don't care. What does it matter today? As soon as he said that shit to me, I did lose respect for him. I'm gonna be honest, because like I'm thinking I'm talking to a person who actually really wants to learn about their culture, not go around in the same 360 circle about race and Latino, Hispanic, and Afro, this and Afro that. No, those are all stigmatizations. Those are all characterizations. Those are all typical things that people say. What happened? I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe he's two different people I'm talking to. But when I first started talking to him, he genuinely sounded like he wanted to learn about things and all that kind of stuff. And he came like way crazily different. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like he just literally went off the deep end and shit like that. And a lot of people said it too. I'm not the only one. So hold that, Fighter.
Hold that, Fighter. Yeah, maybe you got beef with him personally. Perhaps you're telling me I gotta get a scout out the
No, I ain't got beef with him. There's no beef. Like I said, I'll hang out with the motherfucker. I told him to come to Long Island where I'm at. He come over here, we could chill and shit, kick it.
I mean, shit. Fair enough. I also told Fighter to come to the city, and we chop it up out here. And Bitcoin, if you're down to come to the city, by all means,
I'll come wherever. But what I'm saying is, like, it's just like
I thought we were real life, real,
going trying to learn. But when he had told me in front of a live stream with mad people, I don't care about this, I don't care about that. How's that going to help me? I said, so okay, so that don't matter. You don't care about this. Then why are you even calling yourself a Dominican? You're an American. If that's the case, if you're going to use that analogy to say that, oh, it doesn't matter because today, how's that going to help? Okay, great. Maybe you don't want to learn. Maybe you don't want to know. But that's not the case for everybody else. I'm saying that's not the case for everybody else. Now we're gonna go on this channel right here. Yo, Friday, you kick me out, bro. I'm not even gonna play the. I'll be in the back. He kicks me out. I go back 5-6 times, bro. I keep on, bro, like a fucking crackhead. I'm like, yo.
Well, I was gonna say, Fighter, drop the stream so I can share it, but Fighter, drop the stream in the comments so we can go there. Everyone, come to my page. Copy.
All right, let's go over there.
Yeah, we're all leaving this live. This live is done. It's been 5 hours and 20 minutes. Bitcoin, final comments about the live.
I'll see you on Fighters page.
See you on Fighters page. All right, me, myself, Henry. I'll see you on Fighters page. Yeah, Klaus, it's really up to you to close down this live stream. It's been informative. I'll see you. See you then. Peace. Goodbye. Ciao. I can't see it down here on the address. Henry. Kilo. The comments say go to Fighter page. So go to Fighter's page if you want the you want to get on his channel. But I'm just addressing what Fighter said to you. I'm not addressing what I think. This is what Fighter said on the comments. He said come to his page. So Kilo, that's what I got. Klaus. Yeah. Hey, I'll holla at y'all. You have a good night. Peace. Maybe I'll see you on Fighters.